This heir to his clan goes through hell. His clan members tortured and hung. His sister hung. His home absolutely obliterated. His father straight slaughtered. All by this crazy man, the Blood Demon King. But fate gives him another chance. And vengeance is the only thing on his mind. He's determined to bring his clan to glory. He trains and gains crazy powers to make sure his vengeance will be met. He even got 2 baddies with him. This is how it started. The scene opens with the rhythmic clang of metal on metal. A blacksmith hard at work, hammering away at a piece of glowing steel on his anvil. The sparks fly, illuminating his focused expression as he shapes the raw material with practiced precision. With a final, powerful strike, the blacksmith brings the hammer down on the sword, the force of the blow resonating through the air. The blade glows red-hot, ready to be tempered and honed into a weapon of formidable strength. In a stark contrast, Seiun finds himself in a quiet, introspective moment, seemingly talking to his past self. He questions whether his past self truly believes that his current path will lead to success, a hint of doubt creeping into his voice. Seiun continues, pondering if his past self is truly prepared to take a swing at revenge, the weight of his words heavy with uncertainty and introspection. He wonders if the pursuit of vengeance is truly the right path to take. Frustration begins to surface as Seiun dismisses his past self, telling him to leave if he has nothing useful to add. He probes deeper, asking if it's guilt that's eating away at him, his voice laced with a mix of anger and vulnerability. Seiun's emotions intensify as he firmly states that his past self should not claim to have been bent on revenge all this time. The raw emotion in his voice is palpable, hinting at a complex internal struggle. A moment of silence follows, the weight of Seiun's words hanging heavy in the air. Suddenly, Seiun's gaze shifts, and he sees a hung person. Shock and horror register on his face as he stutters out the name Seol, his voice barely a whisper, the sight before him utterly unexpected and devastating. Still reeling from the sight of Seol, Seiun's shock deepened as his gaze shifted to the ruins around him. His home, once a place of warmth and memories, now lay in complete destruction, a stark reminder of the devastation that had taken place. Amidst the rubble, his eyes landed on a figure that made his heart drop. His father, lifeless and hanging, a sight that sent a wave of disbelief and grief crashing over him. He stumbled back, his voice barely a whisper as he uttered the word father, unable to comprehend the reality before him. The weight of the scene before him was too much to bear. Tears streamed down his face as the pain and loss overwhelmed him, his body racked with sobs. Through his tears, Seiun's mind raced with thoughts of vengeance. A man who once forged weapons of destruction now found himself consumed by the desire for retribution. He muttered to himself, the words spilling out in a mix of anger and resolve. A bitter laugh escaped his lips as he thought about the irony of his situation. Don't make me laugh, he said to himself, the absurdity of his circumstances not lost on him. The gravity of his loss and the path ahead left him momentarily at a loss for words. Defiance surged within him as he shouted out loud, declaring that he didn't care what anyone thought. His resolve hardened, a steely determination taking hold. He talked back to himself, his voice filled with conviction. My will shall never waver, he declared, a promise to himself that he would see this through, no matter the cost. His eyes then fell upon a box amidst the ruins, its contents unknown but its presence adding another layer of mystery to the already tumultuous scene. As Seiun stared at the mysterious box, his mind determined. The demon smith of the blood cult, he had spent his last 15 years in front of the anvil and fire, forging not just weapons, but a legacy of blood and steel. Whatever excuses he might conjure, the tragedies born from his hands remained his alone to bear. The weight of his actions pressed down on him, a burden only he could carry, which meant only these hands, stained with the blood of his past, could forge a new future. The realization settled in, a grim determination taking root. The silence of the room was heavy, filled with the ghosts of his past and the echoes of his thoughts. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the chamber, breaking the silence. The demon smith may enter, it declared, a summons that seemed to resonate with the very walls of the palace. Inside the palace, the atmosphere shifted. Bow down and make way, the voice commanded. Long live the divine demon, they proclaimed, the words echoing through the halls like a chant of reverence and fear. A guy yelling, his voice filled with fervor and triumph. The demon sky of this era has finally brought the continent to its knees, he shouted. Rejoice, brothers and sisters, for the blood cult's red sun hangs at the zenith of the heavens, his words a rallying cry for the faithful. Now, for our exalted master who carried us to this unprecedented height. The voice continued, the anticipation building like a crescendo. The moment stretched, taut with expectation. The mighty blood demon, The voice finally announced, the name hanging in the air like a promise of power and terror. The blood demon stood revealed, a figure of awe and dread. The blood demon's name hung in the air, a promise of power and terror. Then, the announcer dropped the mic, or would have if this wasn't a manhwa. Instead, he dramatically declared, the demon smith had prepared his 11th divine weapon as an offering. Talk about hype. The demon smith himself stepped forward, the weight of the moment in every step. The crowd watched, their eyes glued to his every move. With a flourish, he bowed, the gesture both respectful and theatrical. He presented the gift, his hands steady, his expression unreadable. What could possibly be inside? A weapon of mass destruction? A cute little puppy? The suspense was killing everyone. The box opened, and gasps filled the air. The crowd leaned in, their eyes wide with anticipation. But as the lid lifted, revealing nothing. Well, not nothing. An invisible knife. The crowd was confused, their murmurs turning into a cacophony of bewilderment. What kind of prank was this? The protagonist stepped forward, his voice cutting through the noise. Because today, he said, the real show was about to begin. He took a step, the invisible knife floating in the air beside him. The crowd watched, their confusion turning into awe. What was about to happen? As the invisible knife hung in the air, the crowd's awe turned to chaos. Voices erupted, demanding to know what was going on. The main character stood firm, his power invisible but undeniable. Insults flew, calling him a worthless worm of a smith, but he was far from it. Suddenly, a hole appeared on the guy's right side, leaving everyone stunned. The crowd gasped, their shock palpable. What was happening? Without hesitation, the main character charged forward, his determination clear. The crowd watched, their eyes wide with anticipation. This was getting intense. With a swift motion, he released his power, the invisible force now palpable in the air. The crowd leaned in, their curiosity piqued. What was he planning? The invisible knife shot towards the blood demon, its trajectory clear. The crowd held their breath, the tension almost unbearable. This was the moment of truth. Meanwhile, Blood Demon was just chilling, seemingly unfazed by the chaos around him. His calm demeanor was a stark contrast to the pandemonium unfolding. Who was he, and why was he so relaxed? Suddenly, a huge explosion rocked the scene, sending shockwaves through the crowd. The main character's power was on full display, and it was nothing short of spectacular. As the dust settled, the main character huffed, his breath visible in the tense air. The crowd watched, their anticipation palpable. What would happen next? The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with, well, a knife. The crowd leaned in, holding their breath as the blood demon caught an invisible blade. The gasps rippled through the spectators. He was completely unscathed. Like, what even was this guy made of? But Seon wasn't about to call it a day. Oh no, he was just getting started. With a fierce look, he drew in his power, his determination flaring. It wasn't over yet, not by a long shot. The invisible knife in his grip pulsed with energy, glowing brighter as he channeled even more power into it. Seon's voice cut through the silence like a blade itself. He was calling out the blood demon, his words heavy with resolve. Even if it meant burning through every last bit of his primal chi and every cursed technique he'd ever learned, he wasn't backing down. With a final surge of power, he poured everything into the knife, his voice ringing out with raw intensity. This was it, the moment of truth. He would end this no matter the cost. The knife blazed with an almost blinding light, its power surging far beyond what anyone expected. The sheer force of it sent shockwaves through the air, leaving everyone in awe. This wasn't just any technique, it was something terrifying, something that could change the game entirely. The crowd was left stunned, mouths hanging open. When did he even learn such a terrifying technique? It was like he had been hiding a secret weapon this whole time, and now he had just unleashed it without warning. The sheer force of the attack left a massive hole in the side of the wall, as if the very structure couldn't handle the power. Debris and dust filled the air, adding to the chaotic scene. A splatter of blood hit the ground, stark against the broken surroundings. The intensity of the moment was almost too much to take in, the reality of the situation sinking in. He stood there, breath ragged, huffing as if he had just run a marathon. The adrenaline was wearing off, leaving him drained but oddly satisfied. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension, almost casually commenting on the whole ordeal. That was quite entertaining, he said, as if this had all been some kind of show. He could only manage a weak groan in response, the weight of what just happened finally hitting him. As he lay there, trying to process everything, the blood demon casually pulled a sword from his own head like it was no big deal. The demon mused about the weapon, noting how it was a throwing weapon without form, not giving off any trace of chi. Like, what even was that thing? The blood demon continued, clearly impressed, calling it formless and truly a divine weapon that lived up to its name. Meanwhile, he was just lying there, wondering how this guy could be so chill about having a sword pulled out of his head. He couldn't help but wonder if the demon had known about this weapon all along. And more importantly, how was this guy still alive and talking after something like that? Before he could process anything else, the blood demon grabbed him, causing him to groan in pain. Seriously, could this get any worse? The blood demon, now holding the invisible knife, taunted him, asking if he had figured it out yet, calling him his old servant. Like, what was this guy on about? The demon continued, saying that even if the blood of the Tang clan ran through his veins, the desire for revenge was a futile feeling. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He snapped back, telling the demon to keep his family's name out of his dirty mouth. How dare he bring them into this? The blood demon just shook his head, saying what a shame it was. He would have kept him alive somehow if his primal chi hadn't burned out. Like, thanks for the thought, he guessed? He wasn't having it, telling the demon to spare him his crap. He cursed him, calling him a bloody monster, and vowed to curse him again and again through 1,000 lives and more. The blood demon just smirked, saying he would expect greater things when they crossed paths again. He called it his final gift to him in this life. What did that even mean? The blood demon mumbled something in another language, leaving him even more confused. What was this guy's deal? He could only stare, trying to process what had just happened. What did the demon just say? What did any of this mean? But before he could get any answers, everything went dark. As the darkness swallowed him whole, a sudden jolt brought him back to reality. He was thrown like a ragdoll, his body flying. The world around him spun, and for a moment he wasn't sure which way was up. Before he could catch his breath, a glint of something sharp and unseen cut through the air, heading straight for him. His eyes widened as he realized it was the invisible knife, flying at him with deadly precision. Stunned and disoriented, he could only watch in horror as the knife closed in. His mind raced, but his body refused to move, frozen in a mix of fear and disbelief. The knife found its mark, slicing through the air and embedding itself into his flesh. A sharp pain shot through him, and he gasped, feeling the warm trickle of blood. The pain pulsed through his head, a throbbing reminder of the invisible blade's precision. His vision blurred, and he could feel his consciousness slipping, the world around him fading into a haze. In the midst of his agony, a single thought echoed through his mind. Where did it all go wrong? The weight of his past decisions bore down on him, and he couldn't help but question every choice that had led him to this moment. Born with a crippled dantian, he had been fortunate enough to awaken the ability to create divine weapons. Yet, despite his unique gift, he had never truly lived a life of his own. If only he had known the storms that were coming, perhaps he could have prepared, could have fought back. But now, as darkness crept into the edges of his vision, he realized it might be too late. As darkness fully consumed his vision, Seon felt his consciousness slipping away, wondering if this was truly the end. Seon pondered if things would have turned out differently on that fateful day when the demonic path had hammered the world into submission. The man known as the most wicked divine craftsman under the heavens, the demon smith Seon Tang, had seemingly met his end. But then, his eyes fluttered open to a sight he never expected to see again, a table laden with food. The sudden shift left him disoriented and confused. A loud slam echoed through the room, a fist hitting the table hard enough to make the dishes jump. Seon blinked, trying to process the sudden noise and the unfamiliar surroundings. A voice, sharp and impatient, cut through his thoughts, demanding to know if he was even listening. Seon could only manage a dazed response, his mind still foggy and unclear. He looked around, trying to make sense of his surroundings. It was so loud and bustling, unlike anything he could remember. Where was he? A throbbing pain in his head made it difficult to focus. He groaned, rubbing his temples as he tried to gather his thoughts. He could have sworn he felt his last breath escape him. Yet here he was, his senses vivid and clear, more alive than he had felt in a long time. What happened to the blood demon? The question echoed in his mind as he tried to piece together the fragments of his memory. The voice from before cut in again, clearly frustrated, accusing him of not listening. Seon could only stare blankly, his mind still struggling to catch up with the reality around him. As Seon struggled to piece together his fragmented memories, a woman's voice cut through the haze, her words sharp with frustration. She demanded he snap out of it, her tone a mix of concern and exasperation. Before he could respond, a guy raised his hand, his expression darkening as he muttered about a mutt that wouldn't behave. Without warning, the guy smacked Seon, his voice rising as he declared that the unruly mutt needed to be beaten. Seon was taken aback, his surprise evident as he struggled to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, Hozong's presence commanding attention as he declared Seon finally back. Seon's mind raced, recognizing the names Nampeong-ju, Gukmeng, and Hozong Lee. Turning around, Seon's gaze shifted, his thoughts turning to what or who might be behind him. There, he saw a woman crying, her body trembling as she whispered, her voice barely audible as she called out to the young lord. Seon's gaze lingered on the woman, his expression a mix of confusion and dawning realization. A flashback struck him, a vivid memory of a woman hanging. The image seared into his mind. He remembered now, the pieces of his past falling into place. 16 years back, this was a gathering to celebrate Hozong's induction as the Murim High Lord's disciple. On that very day, Seol was mercilessly taken advantage of, and he had failed to protect her. The weight of that failure pressed heavily on his heart. Still haunted by his failure to protect Seol, Seon's gaze wandered, lost in the weight of his regret. The past gnawed at him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was still falling short. With a sudden motion, he slipped off his robe, his voice barely above a whisper as he wondered if he was trapped in a dream. The lines between reality and illusion blurred, and for a moment he questioned everything around him. Gently, he draped the robe over Seol, his voice steady and reassuring. It would be all right, he promised her, his words carrying a quiet determination. She just had to trust him. His thoughts turned inward, a plea for forgiveness echoing in his mind. Even if this moment was nothing more than a fleeting dream, he needed her to know how deeply he regretted his past failure. Hozong's hand flew up, ready to strike, his voice dripping with contempt as he sneered at Seon's words. But Seon stood firm, his resolve unshaken. He would reforge his history no matter the cost. In a flash, Seon caught Hozong's hand mid-swing. His eyes locked onto his with an intensity that couldn't be ignored. The tension between them crackled, a silent challenge hanging in the air. Seon's voice was low but firm as he offered Hozong a single opportunity to make things right. If he was a man, he would apologize to her on his knees. Hozong staggered back, his face a mask of disbelief and outrage. Hozong's voice was sharp, accusing Seon of losing his mind. The air between them was thick with tension, each word a spark ready to ignite a firestorm. Hozong's words dripped with venom as he defended his actions, claiming Seol had thrown herself at him. He dared Seon to accuse him of dishonor, his voice rising with each syllable. But Seon remained calm, his words cutting through the noise. Among the fairest maidens under the sun, Seol was surely the wisest. Seon's words hit their mark, a reminder of Seol's rejection of Hozong's marriage proposal. Hozong's face twisted in anger, his voice a low growl as he warned Seon to hold his tongue while he was still being nice. Hozong's anger was barely contained, his patience worn thin. But Seon wasn't done. He doubled down, mocking Hozong's appearance with a smirk, as if he were untouchable. Hozong's fury erupted, his voice a thunderous command for Seon to shut up. Seon continued his verbal assault, questioning how anyone could stand Hozong, let alone his awful stench. The words were like salt in a wound, pushing Hozong further to the edge. Hozong had heard enough. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, his eyes blazing with rage. Seon, however, remained unfazed, commenting on the rot oozing from Hozong's blackened heart. Seon's words were cut short as Hozong lunged, his blade aimed to silence the insolent man. But Seon was quick, his words still echoing as he dodged the attack. Hozong's attack missed, his blade cutting through the air where Seon had just been. The shock on Hozong's face was evident, his voice a mix of surprise and frustration. Hozong couldn't believe it. Seon had dodged his attack, and he wasn't happy about it. He growled, calling Seon a sneaky little rat. Seon, however, seemed to have a different perspective. He lectured Hozong on the rules of the orthodox Murim, where cheap shots were considered an absolute taboo. The dance continued, Seon dodging each of Hozong's attacks with ease. He couldn't help but reminisce about the past, where he was once beaten to a pulp, unable to put up a fight. Seon leaped back, putting some distance between himself and Hozong. He took a moment to catch his breath, his eyes never leaving his opponent. Seon shook his head, a look of disappointment on his face. He couldn't believe how pathetically weak Hozong had become. Hozong, however, wasn't about to give up. He charged at Seon, his voice filled with anger and determination. He accused Seon of being awfully full of himself for someone who was just scrambling to dodge his attacks. Hozong wasn't done yet. He blocked Seon's attack, his voice echoing with fury, as he declared that Seon wouldn't get lucky twice. With a fierce determination, he prepared to strike again, aiming to end the battle. But Seon was ready. He countered Hozong's attack, leaving Hozong stunned and questioning his own strength. Seon taunted him, asking if he was having trouble with his swing. Hozong couldn't believe it. The lousy opponent had actually blocked his blade. It was impossible, or so he thought. Hozong's surprise grew as Seon deflected his blade with ease. Seon swiftly countered with a powerful kick, sending Hozong flying back. Hozong crashed to the ground, a pained grunt escaping his lips as he struggled to recover. Hozong looked up, his eyes meeting Seon's intense gaze. Seon's eyes bore into Hozong, a chilling stare that seemed to pierce through him. Fear crept into Hozong's heart as he realized the gravity of his situation. In a flash, Seon was in front of Hozong, his presence overwhelming. Hozong, now truly frightened, could only stammer out a plea for Seon to wait. But Seon wasn't having it. Hozong's plea barely left his lips before a swift arm came flying toward him. Hozong hit the ground hard, knees scraping against the rough surface as he let out a scream of pure terror. Seon stood over him, cold and unyielding, shutting down any hope of mercy. Seon made it clear this was far from over, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. Hozong, desperate and trembling, tried to turn the tables. He spat out accusations, calling Seon a broken reject from the fallen Tang clan, his voice cracking with disbelief. There was no way someone with a shattered dantian could pull off those techniques unless some dark magic was at play. Seon's mind flashed back, memories surfacing like a storm. A traitor? The thought burned in his mind, fueling his resolve. Seon locked eyes with Hozong, his gaze sharp enough to cut through steel. He wasn't just fighting for himself anymore. This was personal. Hozong was going to pay for every single thing he had done. Seon's gaze didn't waver as he locked onto Hozong, his voice steady and cold. He agreed this was it. Hozong stumbled back, fear flashing in his eyes as he tried to put distance between them. With a sharp clang of his blades, Seon made his stance clear. No heroics, no grand speeches, just a man here to settle a score. He smirked, curiosity glinting in his eyes as he walked towards Hozong. Hozong couldn't hide his trembling as Seon's words sank in. There was no escape now, no talking his way out. Seon's calm demeanor only made it worse, his voice low and deliberate as he prepared for what came next. Seon's focus sharpened, his intent clear. He wasn't just aiming to strike, he was going straight for the heart, both literally and figuratively. Seon's deadly intent hung in the air, but before he could strike, the crowd froze, eyes locked on him in disbelief. How could this even be possible? Hozong, the golden boy, the Murim High Lord's latest prodigy, had just lost. And not just to anyone he lost to him, the guy everyone had written off as a Tang clan reject. The shock waves of disbelief rippled through the crowd. This wasn't just an upset, it was a full-blown plot twist. The Murim High Lord's star pupil versus a Tang clan cast-off? The odds were supposed to be laughable, a foregone conclusion. But now, the crowd's minds were officially blown. Seon's glare could have melted steel. The guy who just spoke? Yeah, he was sweating bullets. Maybe suggesting a timeout wasn't the best idea right now. The dude's face went from, maybe we should stop, to, oh no, we should definitely stop. Seon's vibe was basically a walking, talking do not disturb sign. And just like that, the crowd did the classic cartoon scram, legs moving faster than their brains. They were out of there, promising never to bother Seon again. Spoiler, they probably would. Seon stood there, aura intense enough to power a small city. The message was clear, don't test him. But the real question lingered, what was going through his mind after that explosive victory? But beneath that fierce aura, something was off. A tiny crack in his core like a glitch in the Matrix. Maybe victory wasn't as sweet as he thought. Seon stood there, trying to keep it together. You could cut the silence with a knife, but his thoughts were louder than ever. He had to hold it in, no matter what. Letting his demonic energy slip out now would be a disaster. But keeping it bottled up? Easier said than done. Hozong's name escaped his lips like a curse. The guy had always been a thorn in his side, but this time it was personal. He never cared about the cheap insults or the petty contempt. But this was different. Hozong should have at least had the decency to act like a human being. But no, he had to go and cross the line. And now he was about to face the consequences. Hozong tried to bolt, but it was too late. He screamed at Seon to back off, to get away. But Seon wasn't having it. Not this time. With a flick of his wrist, Seon was ready to strike. Death was all Hozong deserved. The scream that followed was pure terror. Something was about to go down, and he surely deserved it. Suddenly, MC feels a presence. Who was it? What was going to happen next? The suspense was real. It was clear the story was far from over. A man sent MC crashing against the wall. A voice cut through the air, demanding Seon to halt immediately. The moment of truth had arrived, and the stakes were higher than ever. The warning hung heavy, a threat that pressing further would force their hand. The protagonist began to reveal the gravity of the situation, hinting at the men involved. They were the personal guard unit assigned to every disciple of the High Lord, known as the Dragon's Shadows. Insults flew as the gravity of the situation became clear. The man in question was none other than Ugon's son, the commander of the guard. Questions arose about the depth of their collaboration. Were Hozong, Ugon, and their warriors already working together this far back? The weight of their actions was clear. They would eventually go down in history as the most notorious traitors of the Murim Alliance. No matter what, the decision was made. They had to be purged without delay. The commander was put on the spot, forced to consider the consequences of his actions. What would happen if his hand was forced? The protagonist's thoughts spiraled as he considered the weight of his actions. After all, the man he and the Dragon's Shadows were sworn to protect hadn't even officially taken his vows for discipleship yet. The tension palpable as the commander grappled with the implications of his predicament. As if MC was reading his mind, Ugon pointed out that Hozong was still in the final testing phase. The commander couldn't help but wonder how he even knew that. The accusations continued, MC dripping with sarcasm. He had stood by and watched as an innocent woman was humiliated, yet claimed he couldn't bring a wicked soul to justice. The commander had heard enough. He snapped back, telling him to watch his mouth, that he had no right to pass judgment on anyone. A sarcastic laugh echoed in response. Was that the standard for the White Path and its so-called justice? The question hung in the air, heavy with implication. The sarcasm continued, MC mocking the commander's supposed upright and impartial nature. The commander's patience snapped. How dare he insult the Grand Murim Alliance? This was his last chance, he said. Kneel at once and beg for forgiveness, or he would gravely suffer for it. The protagonist scoffed. For a commander of the feared guard, he sure was chatty. Did he talk his way up to that position? The commander barely finished his thought before the air cracked with tension. His voice, rough and dripping with fury, cut through the silence like a blade. The arrogance of MC was apparently too much to bear, and he wasn't holding back his feelings. The order was clear and sharp. Take him down. No more talking, no more waiting. But then, another voice chimed in, dropping a bombshell. Ugon had likely reached the peak of supreme mastery. The kind of power that makes you question if you should even be on the same battlefield. As if that wasn't enough to make anyone reconsider their life choices, it turned out Ugon wasn't alone. He had 3 first-rate warriors backing him up. This wasn't just a fight anymore, it was a full-on boss battle with extra health bars. One of them attacked and MC blocked, his blade deflecting. He then kicked one of the warriors. Another warrior attacked from behind. MC barely dodged. The pressure mounting, as 2 more warriors attacked at the same time. MC turns. He then effortlessly evades both of their attacks. Then he thought through the silence, revealing a desperate situation. He was down to his last 2 years of cultivated chi after using the single-point execution. It was like being on your last bar of phone battery, but with more dire consequences. The urgency was clear. There was no time to waste, no room for error. The battle had to be finished as quickly as possible. It was a race against time and the clock was ticking. With the clock ticking down, the tension was at its peak. With a leap, MC smoothly dodged the attack. A groan of pain escaped as the attacker staggered, the sheer power of the counterattack leaving him reeling. This was not going to be a walk in the park. As one of the attacker collapsed, the battle was far from over. MC turns and throws his knife. Suddenly, a gasp of shock and disbelief echoed through the arena. Something unexpected had just happened, and no one saw it coming. The battle had taken a dramatic turn, and no one knew what would happen next. Insults flew like arrows, each word aimed to strike deeper than the last. The fighters were not just battling with their fists, but with their words, each trying to gain the upper hand. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Literally. A cry of fear and awe rang out as MC was ready to unleash a devastating attack. As the dust settled from the devastating attack, a voice suddenly boomed out, declaring that enough was enough. The fighters stood frozen, the aftermath of the attack still fresh in their minds. Then MC was kicked and sent flying. A guttural sound echoed through the room, breaking the silence. It was clear that the fight was taking a toll on him. The protagonist prepared himself for whatever was coming next. As he grabbed his stomach, a man stepped. Ugon's voice suddenly roared, accusing MC of not knowing his place. The taunts continued, his voice declaring that MC was a third-rate loser and that this was their rightful place. The words were harsh, but they only fueled the fire within the fighters. His voice went on, hoping that the lesson had been learned about rising above one's station. But MC had heard enough, brushing off the words as mere blabber. He couldn't even catch a moment's peace with Ugon barking in his ear. It was clear that this fight was far from over, and the tension was only building. The protagonist declared that this was as far as he could go in his current state. He had no choice left, the words hanging heavy in the air. But then, a sudden realization dawned. He knew what he had to do, even if it meant releasing his upper dantian. The stakes had never been higher. With the decision made, he took a deep breath and prepared for the next move. Ugon, taken aback, demanded to know what trick was being attempted now. Ugon wasn't buying it, accusing the protagonist of trying to pull a fast one. He sneered, claiming the alliance had taught Ugon nothing but how to fight with words. MC had heard enough. It was time to show rather than tell. With a fierce determination, he challenged Ugon to stop talking and bring it on. Ugon laughed, mocking MC's eagerness to court death. But MC stood firm, ready to face whatever came next. If MC wanted it that badly, Ugon would gladly oblige. The tension in the air was palpable as both prepared for the next move. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock, a silent gasp escaping his lips. Seon couldn't believe what he was seeing. A formless entity had appeared out of nowhere, leaving him utterly confused and questioning its origins. Seon's mind raced as he tried to make sense of the situation. He wondered if the entity had entered his upper dantian when it struck him, but even so, how was it able to follow him into the past? As Seon grappled with the chaos in his mind, Ugon's thunderous voice echoed, declaring his doom. But just as quickly, MC roared back, claiming victory. The entity was back in his hands, whatever the reason, it was his once again. Seon dropped his weapons there, the weight of the entity's power coursing through him. With a surge of determination, Seon readied himself. He would finish this in one move, the power within him surging, ready to be unleashed. The moment hung in balance, the outcome uncertain. Seon's resolve was firm, but the path ahead was shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, Ugon echoed, filled with confusion and fear. What now? The realization hit hard, limbs refusing to move, betraying the command. Silence fell, the weight of the situation pressing down. A single step echoed in the silence, breaking the tension. Someone was approaching, the sound drawing closer. Seon turned, his gaze meeting the source of the sound. His eyes widened as he took in the sight before him. An old man stood there, his hand reaching out to tap Seon on the shoulder. Young man, his voice was steady, carrying the weight of experience. Seon looked stunned, the old man's words hitting home. Such power must not be wielded so recklessly, the old man cautioned. Seon's mind raced, the gravity of the situation sinking in. This man, he thought, who was he? Seon couldn't shake the old man's words. The weight of his presence was overwhelming, like standing at the edge of a cliff, feeling the wind howl past, daring you to take a step. Who was this guy, really? The booming voices echoed through the room, shaking the very walls. It was like the universe itself was announcing someone's arrival. The words rang out, clear and powerful, greeting the mighty High Lord. Seon's eyes widened as the name hung in the air. Jin Hak-yu, the Sword Emperor. The name alone sent chills down his spine. This was not just any old man, this was a legend, a force to be reckoned with. Seon stood frozen, his mind racing. The weight of the name Jin Hak-yu pressed down on him like a mountain. This wasn't just some old guy, this was the Sword Emperor, a legend who had probably forgotten more about swordsmanship than he had ever learned. He glanced down, his thoughts spiraling. What was he even doing here? Standing in front of a legend, feeling like a kid who had just been caught trying to sneak into an adults-only dojo. As the war with the blood cult raged on and the defeat of the IHL alliance became more and more obvious, the weight of the situation bore down on him. Most of the Murim, once proud and unyielding, found themselves kneeling before the cult. The tide of battle had turned, and hope seemed like a distant memory. But amidst the chaos, the High Lord and Wudong, his parent sect, stood defiant. Seon wasn't ready to throw in the towel just yet. Jin Hak, the Sword Emperor, dealt a powerful blow to them. Seon's mind was racing, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. The past was a ghost haunting his thoughts, but he couldn't afford to get lost in memories now. Shaking off the visions, he focused on the present. There was no time for distractions. Fortunately, it seemed his adversary hadn't sensed formless presence. Even Jin Hak was clueless, which was a small win in this high-stakes game. But that led to the next problem. The Sword Emperor was unpredictable, and Seiun needed to be ready for anything. If the Sword Emperor changed his mind and cornered him, would his skills be enough to cut through such a formidable opponent? He had to try moving closer, but the risk was immense. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed through the air. Someone had noticed something unusual. Jinhak mused about something remaining completely invisible, something never encountered before. The mystery deepened. It appeared Seiun had an interesting trick up his sleeve. The stakes were higher than ever, and the game was far from over. The tension was palpable, and the next move could change everything. The tension hung heavy, and just as the stage was set for an epic showdown, a voice echoed through the room, mocking the fear that had once gripped the heart of the fallen. How terrified they must have been, but now the tables had turned. The voice continued, soothing yet commanding, assuring that all was fine now, little one. The tone was almost maternal, a stark contrast to the chaos that had just unfolded. Rest a while longer before you rise, the voice urged, as if sensing the exhaustion and turmoil within the hearts of those present. It was an offer of solace, a brief respite before the storm. Confusion rippled through the room as MC questioned the presence of the speaker. He hadn't sensed even the slightest presence entering the building, adding to the mystery and tension. Suddenly, the voice boomed, scolding Jinhak for disappearing without a word, calling him an old goat. The powerful burst of primal chi had given no chance to explain, leaving everyone on edge. An apology followed, directed at someone named Bo Yun. The name hung in the air, and the room buzzed with thoughts. Bo Yun? Wait, it couldn't be that Bo Yun, could it? The revelation hit like a ton of bricks. Bo Yun, the divine nun, former grand abbess of the Ame sect, the indomitable divine healer. The name alone carried weight, and her presence promised a shift in the balance of power. The arrival of such a legendary figure could change everything, and the air was thick with anticipation. The situation had just gone from bad to worse. First the High Lord and now the divine nun. A quarter of an hour ago, the palace had been on the brink of chaos. Haven't they been told 1,000,000 times? The question lingered, a hint of exasperation in the tone. The lingering question seemed to hang in the air, unanswered. Those scoundrels are never going to change, Bo Yun echoed in frustration, followed by a heavy silence that spoke volumes. Too many had drifted away from the path of righteousness, and thus Jinhak had risen to become the High Lord to purge their dross, the weight of responsibility heavy in the words. But it seems the impurities have set in too deep. Nothing has changed after all these years, he thought, a hint of weariness creeping in. You think fixing up this world would be a simple task, Jinhak? The question was posed, a challenge hanging in the air, the weight of the world seemingly resting on one person's shoulders. A pause. You stubborn old ox, she retorted, a mix of exasperation and affection in the tone. Another beat of silence, the air still thick with unspoken emotions and the weight of the world. Stop trying to shoulder the whole world by yourself, she continued, a plea in the words, a desire to help, to share the burden. Just step down like I did if it's becoming too much, she suggested, and while away your days with a wine jug in hand, a hint of humor in the words, an attempt to lighten the mood. A chuckle, a moment of levity in the heavy conversation, a brief respite from the weight of the world. An emoji, a symbol of the mixed emotions, the laughter and the frustration, the humor and the exasperation. This isn't a laughing matter, she chided, the humor falling flat, the weight of the world crashing back down. If you end up swallowed by your inner demons, the list of people capable of stopping you is utterly empty. She warned, a hint of fear in the words, a fear of what could be. Ugh, why do I put up with him? She exclaimed, a mix of exasperation and affection, the conversation ending on a note of frustration and fondness. Still fuming from the last conversation, she shifted to frustration, calling him an old fool who was too quick for his own good. But then, a glimmer of hope flickered as she wondered if it was possible to mend him. The damage to the flesh was too severe, she lamented. Even if the great immortal sage himself came, it would be impossible to heal. Ugh, how did things end up like this? Ugon groaned, scrambling to think of an excuse to get out of this mess. But tell me, child, she softened, seeking an explanation. The nature of these injuries was far too cruel, she mused. You couldn't possibly have used the forbidden dark arts, she concluded, horrified. The voice trailed off, the weight of the situation sinking in. The pressure of Jinhak made them sit like when you tell a dog to. Teach, that's right, Ugon suddenly exclaimed, the madam's words striking true. Seiun was a mere third-rate warrior, yet he crushed Hosong, a first-rate warrior, without any trouble using the dark arts, he revealed, shocked. Though he did not wish to involve himself, he admitted as a warrior of the White Path, he had no choice. So he says, Gene Hack echoed. Let's hear your side of the story, young man, he prompted, seeking answers. But the young man wasn't having it. There was nothing left to explain or justify, he said. What he used was his clan's martial arts, and that was all there was to it. Gene Hack had asked for his side of the story, but maybe he wasn't ready for the raw, unfiltered truth. He wasn't done. The blood of the Sichuan Tang clan ran through his veins, and even if he had fallen from grace, no one touched his kin without facing the consequences. For someone who dared to do so, this retribution was still lacking. Yikes, talk about a family feud. He had said his piece, and his courtesy towards Gene Hack ended there. From that moment on, even if he stood in his way, he wouldn't hold back. The gloves were off and things were about to get real. His claws would show no mercy. He was done talking, done explaining. It was time for action, and Gene Hack better be ready for what was coming next. Gene Hack wasn't backing down either. He questioned if he would throw his life away over a moment of fleeting rage. Like, chill out, dude, is it really worth it? It was a standoff, a battle of wills, and neither side was willing to blink first. Suddenly, the golden eyes of insight flashed, cutting through the tension like a hot knife through butter. It was a power move, a game changer, and it left everyone wondering what would happen next. The air was thick with anticipation, the golden eyes holding MC in his gaze. It was a moment frozen in time, a snapshot of raw power and unyielding resolve. Gene Hack broke the silence, asking if a hollow vendetta outweighed his very existence. But for him it wasn't hollow. It was everything. He paused, the weight of his words hanging in the air. What he wanted, he thought, was more than just revenge. It was about honor, about family, about everything he had lost. In this second chance at life, he wanted something more, something deeper. He wanted redemption, a chance to make things right. And he wouldn't let anything or anyone stand in his way. With his heart set on redemption, he wasn't just chasing dreams. He was ready to rewrite destiny itself. This wasn't just about fixing a broken world. It was about igniting a revolution, one bold move at a time. And he wasn't playing it safe. Oh no, he was all in, ready to gamble everything, even his own soul, to see this through. But here's the twist. There was this kid, fresh-faced and fearless, ready to dive headfirst into a journey that even Gene Hack had once hesitated to take. If this kid was serious about this noble cause, then maybe, just maybe, he had a shot at pulling it off. The air was thick with tension, the kind that makes you lean in, waiting for the next big move. He could feel the effortless swings of Gene Hack's swordplay. And then, just like that, the energy shifted. He could see the elements move into yin and yang. And then, boom, 1,000 heavenly poles condensed into a single stroke, a move so powerful, so precise. It was like witnessing a masterpiece unfold. They say a single glimpse is all it takes to bring profound enlightenment. And in that moment, it was clear this was something special. But beyond the sheer power and precision, there was something else, something that made it all the more breathtaking. It was simply beautiful. The magnificence of it all was sublime, a sight to behold. Yet, against such a sword, one could not help but feel a sense of finality. For in the face of such beauty and power, there would be no regrets in yielding one's life. Wudong's swordsmanship was truly like raw strength wrapped in silk. Up and at Hozong Li, Gene Hack echoed, pulling him back from the brink. Master, Hozong was shaky, filled with relief and disbelief. You've arrived. The words tumbled out, a mix of surprise and joy. She did her part as a healer, but it seems like it was all for nothing. Hardly the right thing to say to someone who nearly died, right? Your opponent wagered his life to prove his honor. What then is yours, Hozong? The question was met with a stammer, a hint of realization dawning. It seems he wasted his breath. No, master. Hozong wagered his own life as well. The declaration was bold, but the reasoning was questionable. It's all because of that maid. She threw herself at me and, well, this was going to be interesting. As the dust settled from the maid drama bomb, the room fell into a silence so heavy it could have crushed a lesser man. Gene Hack boomed out, demanding quiet like a librarian on a caffeine high. The air was thick with tension, and the thread of ear rot from foul words hung ominously. The atmosphere shifted as Gene Hack stepped in, offering to take full responsibility. It was like watching a parent step in to save their kid from detention. The young man, still reeling, managed to squeak out an honorific, but his panic was palpable. The great lord wasn't having any of it, though. With a voice colder than a polar vortex, he dropped the truth bomb. He didn't recall ever accepting someone like the young man as his disciple. Ouch. That had to sting more than a lemon in a paper cut. Permission granted to deal with the young man as seen fit. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The tension was thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. Hozong broke the silence with a shout, telling MC to stay away. His voice was a mix of fear and desperation, like a cornered animal. He wasn't done yet. With his voice shaking like a leaf in a hurricane, MC warned Hozong that killing him would be too merciful. What Hozong deserved was far worse than death. With energy infused in his fist, MC Falcon punched Hozong like he stole the last fry. The punch was heavy, shattering what seems to be Hozong's core. Then Hozong tumbled like a tumbleweed and crashed into the wall. A guttural sound ripped through the air, breaking the tension like a glass shattering. It was raw, visceral, and totally unexpected, like when your phone slips out of your hand and lands screen-side down. MC, cold and dripping with malice, sliced through the room. The words hung there, heavy with threat, promising a fate worse than death. It was the kind of vibe that made your spine tingle, like when your mom uses your full name. The air was thick with unspoken dread. Then, a question cut through the tension, sharp and unexpected. It was a curveball, the kind that makes you pause and reconsider everything, like when your teacher asks if you actually did the reading. The three other side characters thought amongst themselves, laying down some serious truth. The Sword Emperor wasn't messing around, and neither was the promise of justice. MC's tone shifted, a hint of respect slipping into the mix. The room seemed to exhale, the tension easing just a fraction. Then, an invitation was extended, casual but loaded with meaning. It was the kind of offer you don't refuse, like when your best friend asks if you want to grab food after a long day. The request was simple, but it carried weight. That hint of something more? It turned out to be a full-on plot twist. Seon, with the energy of someone who just found out their favorite cafe has unlimited refills, decided he could spare a moment. Time enough for the Great Lord to sit down and share a cup of tea. Because why not? Even in the middle of chaos, a tea break sounds about right. As the tea grew cold, the scene shifted faster than a TikTok trend. Suddenly, we were in Sichuan, where Mount Tang stood tall like that one friend who always has to be the center of attention. Plot twist: this mountain had a glow-up. It used to go by a different name, but now it's Mount Tang, and honestly, it suits it. Why the name change, you ask? Well, the Tang clan's manor was up there, flexing its architectural glory like it owned the place. And, spoiler alert, it kinda did. But as with all good things, their glory days were over. The Tang clan got kicked out of the Seven Great Families group chat and was now just a mid-tier faction trying to stay relevant. Silence fell, heavy with the weight of history and the awkwardness of a family reunion gone wrong. Then the questions started. Are you sure about this? The patriarch can't know. The tension was as thick as your grandma's famous stew. Suddenly, a voice cut through the drama like a hot knife through butter. Listen up, hidden ones. It was Saran Tang, Seon's older sister, and she was not here to play games. Her priority? Keeping Seon Tang safe. Because, family first and all that jazz. And just like that, they were out. No time to waste, no time to think. Just pure, unadulterated action. Steel your hearts and minds, she said, because things were about to get real. Like really real. And then, a voice rang out, cutting through the tension like a perfectly timed meme. Seon? Seon dropped the mic with his grand return announcement, leaving everyone in a state of shock. And just like that, the meme-worthy moment was complete. Seon scanned the room, his gaze sharp and questioning. Something was off, and he wasn't afraid to call it out. Seon was left standing there, confusion written all over his face. Where had everyone gone? Seon stood alone, the silence around him deafening. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. His mind raced, trying to piece together what had happened. The last thing he remembered was the battle, the blood demon, and then nothing. First, Seon thought he was dreaming. The idea that he had traveled back in time was just too wild to be real. But as he looked around, taking in the familiar yet changed surroundings, he realized that this was no dream. He had truly returned to the past. A mysterious voice echoed in his mind, promising a future meeting. Seon couldn't help but wonder if this was all part of some grand scheme. He was certain that the voice belonged to the blood demon. But was this really part of the demon's plan? The questions swirled in his mind, each one more unsettling than the last. Seon took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing thoughts. He needed to figure out what was going on, and fast. He didn't care for the blood demon's schemes, but he was determined to make the demon regret sending him back. With a newfound resolve, Seon set out to uncover the truth and take control of his destiny. Seon's determination burned brighter than ever. This time, things would be different. This life would not be a repeat of the past, and he would make sure of it. With a deep breath, he steeled himself for the journey ahead. The path wouldn't be easy, but he was ready. His thoughts raced as he considered his options. He needed a plan, a way to turn the tables in his favor. His eyes fell upon the ancient metallurgical art of the Tang clan, a skill passed down through generations of smiths. It was a starting point, a foundation to build upon. A stain on the forge floor caught his attention. It was a remnant of his past, a memory of his failure. He couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. His chi-breathing meditation had failed him in the end. But he couldn't dwell on the past. He needed to focus on the present and the technique before him, the kinetic art of the golden flow. Originally created to aid labor in the forge, it granted accelerated bodily recovery. It was a practical skill, one that could prove useful. However, its efficiency in cultivating chi was extremely poor. It wasn't meant for that purpose, but Seon's impaired dantian treated regular chi as poison. He had no other choice. He had to make the best of what he was given, even if the world had turned its back on this technique. But perhaps, just perhaps, this overlooked art could give him the power to forge miraculous creations that bordered on the divine. The blood demon's heaven-defying chi seemed to be the key, offering a way to break the deadlock he had been facing. He pondered the possibilities, the weight of his thoughts heavy with anticipation. With his impaired dantian, his innate constitution had always been a barrier he could never overcome, a wall that seemed insurmountable. And it was the same even now, the frustration gnawing at him like an old wound. But a glimmer of hope shone through the gloom, a small but persistent light. Though the road ahead would be shorter now, at least the path clearer than it had ever been. He took a moment to gather his thoughts, the weight of his decision settling in. Time has passed to nighttime. Some time later, MC was still training. Good, the fine meridians throughout his entire body were perfectly linked to the upper dantian, a harmony he had never felt before. The churning energy within him had finally settled down, a calm after the storm that had raged within him for so long. With the storm within finally settled, he took stock of his abilities. His golden flow had reached 5-star mastery, a pinnacle of achievement. Yet, the blood demon's heaven-defying chi lingered around a single star, a stark contrast that left him contemplative. The two martial arts were intrinsically linked, both utilizing the upper dantian and the practitioner's primal chi. The golden flow replenished the soul's fire, a steady and nurturing energy. His primal chi, on the other hand, fanned the flames, amplifying the power at his disposal. It was an incredible feat, one that defied conventional understanding. The ability to unleash primal chi as if it were an unending spring was something most would struggle to believe, even if they witnessed it firsthand. But, well, there it was. His abilities were undeniable, a testament to his unique prowess. Yet, amidst all this power, a mundane concern crept in. In his efforts to conceal his presence, he had walled off his energy, ensuring no one could detect him. But, in doing so, he had also trapped his bodily odor. A slight grimace crossed his face as he realized he should probably slip into a clean robe. A quick change of clothes later, he pushed the minor inconvenience aside, focusing on more pressing matters. Why had Formless come with him to the past? The question nagged at him, a mystery that demanded his attention. Setting aside the immediate concerns, he delved deeper into his thoughts, seeking answers to the enigmatic presence of Formless. The question lingered, a puzzle that needed solving. Why had Formless accompanied him on this journey through time? As he pondered, a sense of determination washed over him. He would find the answers no matter what it took. With his resolve set, he stood in quiet contemplation, the weight of his determination hanging in the air. But the silence was about to be broken. Suddenly, a flustered servant burst in, tripping over his own words in a mix of fear and urgency. The young lord was being summoned by his father to the Hall of 1,000 Rains, and the servant seemed like he'd rather be anywhere else but delivering this message. The servant stammered, clearly disturbed by having to interrupt whatever was going on. But the young lord waved it off, almost as if he had been expecting this summons all along. The young lord's gaze sharpened as he asked for the servant's name, Jang. The poor guy looked like he was about to faint, clearly not used to being in the spotlight. Jang confirmed his name, still trembling, but the young lord wasn't done. There was a hint of something softer in his tone, a rare moment of warmth breaking through his usual cold demeanor. He admitted he was simply happy to see the servant again, a statement so unexpected it left Jang looking even more confused than before. Whatever was coming next, it was clear this wasn't just any ordinary summons. The air was thick with tension, the kind that made you wonder if the walls themselves were holding their breath. The Hall of 1,000 Rains loomed ahead, its name alone carrying the weight of whatever drama was about to unfold. You could practically hear the ominous background music kicking in. Inside, voices clashed like storm clouds colliding. Someone called out the absurdity of whatever plan was being thrown around, while another shot back with a challenge. If it was so ridiculous, why not offer a better solution? Whatever was about to go down, it wasn't going to be pretty. Silence fell again, but this time it was different charged, like the calm before a storm. You could almost see the sparks flying, ready to ignite the next explosion of drama. The silence lingered, thick and heavy, like the last beat before the bass drops. Everyone in the room could feel it, the kind of quiet that makes you want to scream just to break the tension. And then, like a record scratch, the mood shifted. The air was so still you could hear a pin drop, but the vibes? Oh, they were loud. MC stood there, soaking in the weight of the moment. And then, just like that, a flashback to the past. With every single step, he would recall memories of when his dad was murdered. With an intense knee down, the name hung in the air like a tweet going viral. Seon Tang, deputy leader of the Tang clan. The pain of losing his father. And then the plot thickened. Seon Tang had come to answer the Lord Patriarch's summons. The tension was at an all-time high. Seon Tang was here, and everyone knew this was the moment they'd been waiting for. The kind of moment that changes everything. And then, the Lord Patriarch dropped the mic. "Rise, my son," he said, like the ultimate power move. Muyul Tang, Lord Patriarch of the Sichuan Tang clan, had spoken. The room was officially shook. The vibes in the room were electric. As the tension in the room reached its peak, MC cut through the silence, agreeing with a sharp yes, "Father." The mood shifted dramatically as another voice boomed, filled with indignation and disbelief. How dare he stand so tall after what he had done? The Tang clan, once a mighty and respected family, was now being compared to a poisoned beast, choking on itself. The words struck deep, painting a vivid picture of a clan in turmoil, torn apart by its own actions and betrayals. MC entered the fray, acknowledging the gravity of the discussion at hand. "Please don't let me stop you," he said, urging the others to continue. The Tang clan was dying, poisoned by two extremely vile and lethal toxins, and the truth was finally coming to light. With a sense of finality, a voice declared that they would take the liberty of continuing. Hoyul Tang, the chief overseer of the Manhua caravan guard, was about to be exposed as the first deadly bane of the Tang clan. The young lord was urged to realize the gravity of his actions and the consequences that would follow. For the sake of the clan, the young lord was urged to turn himself over to the Murim Alliance's Hall of Justice. The plea was desperate, a last-ditch effort to save the Tang clan from complete destruction. The first deadly bane was revealed to be Hoyul Tang. The name hung in the air like a death sentence, and the room was filled with a sense of dread and finality. The protagonist stepped forward, declaring that he would draw out the poison like a wound being cleaned. The metaphor was powerful, and it was clear that he was determined to save the Tang clan, no matter the cost. Seon's declaration hung in the air, a promise to heal the Tang clan's wounds. But the scene shifted, transporting us to the past. MC, desperate and pleading, begged his uncle to reconsider. The weight of betrayal was heavy, as the uncle revealed his intentions to split from the clan, leaving his nephew in shock. The uncle's words were cold, confirming the nephew's worst fears. The split was real and the consequences would be dire. The protagonist's voice trembled as he warned about the fallout. The Manhua caravan guard's ties were crucial, and severing them would be catastrophic. The uncle's response was chilling. He acknowledged the risks but was determined to proceed, his resolve as hard as steel. The nephew couldn't believe it. How could his own kin turn their back on the family? The betrayal cut deep. The uncle's voice was filled with a bitter resolve. He had spent every waking moment waiting for this day, his patience finally paying off. The truth came out, raw and painful. The uncle had never gotten over losing the seat of patriarch to his brother, the nephew's father. The uncle's ambition was clear. Soon, the Tang clan would be his, and there was nothing anyone could do to stop him. He revealed his secrets, the keys to his success. His mastery of the golden flow and his skill in forging divine artifacts had saved the Tang clan from financial ruin. Without his interventions, the Tang clan would have withered away long before the blood cult's invasions. His actions, though selfish, had kept the clan alive. Despite his selfish motives keeping the Tang clan alive, the weight of his past actions still hung heavy. Chief Overseer Ho Yeol was met with a sharp rebuke, reminding him that his words were no way to address the heir of the Tang clan. Jun Tang, the Chief Overseer of the Heavenly Apothecary, stood firm in his stance, his title carrying the weight of his convictions. The gravity of the situation settled in. Every soul dragged into the Alliance's Hall of Justice had returned either crippled or in a casket. The thought of throwing the young lord into that wolf's den was unthinkable, and it could not be allowed to happen. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but the question lingered: if it was such a dire situation, why even suggest such a risky move? The answer was grim yet resolute. It was the only way to save them all from utter ruin. The Grand Overseer Jian was pressed for answers. Were there any factions willing to turn their backs on Qingqing to side with them? Or did their clan suddenly have a powerful master to fend off their enemies? The questions hung heavy in the air, underscoring their desperate situation. The reality was stark. No one was going to stick their necks out for them now. If the High Lord decided to step in, they were completely finished. Ho Yil's schemes and traps had the clan shrinking away in fear. But there wasn't even a speck of the indomitable spirit that the Tangs were known for. This toxic defeatism rotting them from within was the second fatal poison sending them to their graves. Reflecting on his past life, he admitted he wasn't any better. But now he was different, and that difference might just be their only hope. With his past reflections fueling his resolve, he faced the probing questions of his uncle, who couldn't help but wonder how he managed to defeat the High Lord's latest disciple. The suspicion hung heavy in the air, with accusations of forbidden items being used, as if he couldn't possibly have achieved victory on his own merit. But he wasn't having any of it. With a sharp retort, he warned his uncle to keep digging his own grave, promising to make him bleed 10 times over. And as for those accusations? Yeah, right, like he'd stoop that low. Besides, such questions seemed hardly relevant at the moment. There were bigger fish to fry, and he wasn't about to let his uncle's suspicions derail what needed to be done. The tension in the room was palpable as his uncle's voice cut through, shutting down any further word games. He wasn't there to play around, and every second wasted was a second too many. His uncle wasn't done, though. Admitting he had no clue how he defeated Hozong of Qingqing, he still couldn't resist getting in a dig, calling him a third-rate warrior at best. Ouch. Someone's got a serious case of sour grapes. But his uncle wasn't just talking smack. He was a supreme master in his own right, and with his chi he was sure he'd make him crumble like something that crumbles really easily. Except, plot twist, he wasn't crumbling. In fact, he was standing there, taking it all in stride, leaving his uncle looking more than a little confused. How was he withstanding the torrent of energy being thrown his way? Enough was enough. A commanding voice boomed out, telling everyone to settle down. It was time to get to the bottom of things, and that started with finding out why he'd crossed blades with Hozong in the first place. With a nod, he acknowledged the question, ready to lay out the truth. No embellisments, no exaggerations. Just the cold, hard facts. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. The truth wasn't always pretty, but it was necessary, and he was ready to face it head-on. With a resolve as unyielding as steel, he prepared to reveal the unvarnished truth, promising no embellishments, no half-truths, just the raw, unfiltered reality of what had transpired. With his promise of truth hanging in the air, MC cut through the tension, confirming his words with a simple affirmation. That was correct, he echoed, setting the stage for what was to come. But the agreement was short-lived. His uncle, dripping with disbelief, shot back, questioning the reasonableness of it all. The protagonist, unfazed, stood firm in his stance. The accusation flew like an arrow, piercing the air. He had driven his own kin into mortal peril, yet there he stood brazenly, as if he had done the right thing. Suddenly, a question was thrown into the mix, shifting the focus. What was the Tang clan to him, this uncle? The query hung in the air, demanding an answer. The uncle seemed taken aback, wondering where this was coming from. He spoke of the Tang clan he knew, the one that believed in something greater. He continued, his voice echoing with conviction. All who belonged to this great house were the foundation upon which the Tang clan stood. Whatever calamity may descend upon them, they were to remember this. Let each of them become the shield that guards one another. That was the final will of the former patriarch, he declared. To save their own, no matter the cost. The weight of his words settled heavily in the room. A Tang never shies away from the grave, he asserted. That was the true spirit of the Sichuan Tang clan. His voice rang with a mix of pride and defiance. The words caught the patriarch. Then, a question cut through the silence, demanding to know what exactly had happened to them. The MC echoed, seeking answers in the heavy atmosphere. The question hung in the air, but before it could be answered, a fiery retort shot back. The tension spiked as accusations flew, questioning whether standing by and doing nothing would have been the better choice. The uncle's voice was calm but firm, redirecting the conversation to a more pressing matter. He probed about the suspicions of relying on something forbidden, his words deliberate and measured. The tension in the room shifted, the focus now on a different, perhaps darker, revelation. A simple statement cut through the tension, almost casual in its delivery. It was as if a secret had been revealed, something unexpected and intriguing. The room waited with bated breath for the explanation. Disbelief echoed through the room. The revelation that training daggers had been used against a High Lord's disciple was met with shock. It was an unthinkable act, one that defied logic and expectation. The mystery deepened as the young lord explained his use of primal chi. It was a dangerous power, one that consumed life itself. The room buzzed with murmurs, some questioning the truth, others piecing together how he managed to stand against a formidable foe. Whispers filled the air, some expressing concern for the young lord's well-being, others acknowledging the gravity of his actions. It seemed he had truly upheld the late patriarch's final will, a fact that added weight to the already heavy atmosphere. The young lord's gaze was steady as he asked if this revelation dispelled his uncle's curiosity. It was a moment of truth, a turning point in the conversation. A beat of silence passed, the weight of the revelation settling over the room. It was a moment of reflection, a pause in the storm of accusations and revelations. The question hung in the air, raw and unfiltered. Had he truly risked everything, his very life, to stand against Hozong? It was a query that cut to the core, demanding an answer that could change everything. Doubt crept into the patriarch's voice as he questioned the young lord's claim. He wasn't convinced, his words laced with skepticism. The harmony of his meridians told a different story, one that contradicted the young lord's assertion. The young lord's explanation was swift and sure. By heaven's fortune, High Lord Jinhak and Bo Yun the divine healer had appeared just in time. Their intervention had mended the stagnation of his vessels, a fact that added a layer of complexity to the unfolding narrative. The uncle's patience was wearing thin, his words sharp and cutting. He warned against further fabrications, his tone leaving no room for argument. But before he could finish, a voice interrupted, a plea for mercy or perhaps a cry for help. Just as the uncle's patience was about to snap, a voice cut through the tension, stammering as if struggling to find the right words. The air grew thick with anticipation, and then the words came crashing down like a ton of bricks. There was great trouble brewing. The voice was urgent, almost frantic, as it blurted out that the High Lord needed to be informed right now. It was like someone had just dropped a major plot twist, and everyone was left scrambling to keep up. Silence hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. The weight of the words seemed to press down on everyone, leaving them speechless and frozen in place. Then, out of nowhere, a laugh echoed through the room, sharp and biting. It was like someone had just dropped a mic, leaving everyone to wonder what on earth was going on. The tension was suddenly broken by a booming announcement: the Murim High Lord had arrived. The room seemed to vibrate with the weight of his presence. He greeted the young man, his voice carrying a mix of authority and something almost fatherly. Muyil Tang, the patriarch of the Tang clan, stepped forward, his voice steady and respectful. He greeted the High Lord, his words laced with a sense of honor and duty. Muyil apologized for not inviting the High Lord sooner, his words carrying a weight of regret. But the High Lord brushed it off, his response casual and almost dismissive, as if such trivialities were beneath his notice. The patriarch continued, his voice filled with gratitude and respect. He spoke of the honor the High Lord's presence brought, his words painting a picture of a man deeply humbled by the High Lord's grace. The High Lord responded, his voice carrying a mix of amusement and authority. He brushed off the patriarch's concerns, his words carrying a sense of finality that left no room for argument. MC's uncle spoke up, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. He couldn't believe what the High Lord had just said, his words carrying a sense of awe and reverence. He insisted that the High Lord's presence alone was cause for a grand celebration. Hoyil Tang, the chief overseer of the Manhua caravan guard, stepped forward. His voice was filled with pride and respect as he introduced himself, his words carrying a sense of deep honor. But before he could finish, the High Lord cut him off, his voice carrying a mix of amusement and authority. The High Lord's words left Hoyil Tang flustered, his pride crumbling as he hastily apologized, his voice barely above a stutter. MC, trying to regain his composure, mentioned that he couldn't even offer a proper welcome with tea. The High Lord, however, brushed it off, stating that it was fine and he had to act in his capacity as the master of the alliance. The High Lord began his address, his voice carrying the weight of his position. He started by acknowledging Patriarch Muyil and every soul of the Tang clan. He extended his formal apologies on behalf of the entire martial alliance, his words heavy with regret. The High Lord admitted that he should have instilled absolute discipline in Hozong beforehand. He acknowledged his failure as a mentor, stating that this was the bitter fruit of his own negligence. As a token of penance to the victim and the noble house, the High Lord vowed to ensure that sufficient reparations would be delivered. The Patriarch, however, refused the offer. He stated that their clan had done nothing to uphold the laws of the martial sky that day. But while their hands were idle, His son, Seon Tang, had accomplished what was needed through his strength alone. Therefore, the clan could not accept any payment. The room fell silent, the weight of the words hanging heavy in the air. The silence was broken as his voice cut through the tension, laying down a condition. The patriarch demanded the alliance step forward to ensure the truth wouldn't be twisted. The room leaned in, curiosity piqued. The Qingcheng sect wouldn't take this lying down, MC thought. They'd spin rumors to hide their shame, just like before. Those lies would eventually circle back, striking the clan and its leader. The weight of past lives hung heavy in the air. A solemn oath was sworn, promising to shield everyone from such indignities. The bloodshed that had occurred that day would not be in vain. The alliance listened, a mix of hope and skepticism flickering in their eyes. Qingcheng would not be allowed to pin even a shred of blame on the Tang clan. The voice was resolute, leaving no room for argument. The alliance members exchanged glances, sensing the shift in power. Not bad for a first attempt, MC mused. He had managed to shackle Qingcheng's hands and wash the mud off his father's name. The alliance couldn't help but be impressed, a few nods of approval circulating the room. Now then, there was one final matter to discuss. The room leaned in, anticipation thick in the air. What else could there be? They wondered, bracing themselves for whatever came next. A pause hung in the air, the silence almost deafening. The alliance waited with bated breath, eyes locked on the speaker, ready for the next revelation. Child, he began, softening slightly. The sudden shift in tone caught the alliance off guard. They exchanged confused glances, wondering where this was going. Would you like to become my disciple? The question hung in the air, a collective gasp echoing through the room. The alliance was stunned, their minds racing with the implications of this unexpected offer. Seon stumbled back, his mind reeling. Did he hear that right? The High Lord wanted him to become his disciple? That was something he never saw coming. The crowd erupted into whispers. Did this mean Seon would become the sixth disciple of High Lord Jinhak? But wait, wasn't Hozong Li cast out? That would make Seon the fifth disciple. Every parent sect of the High Lord's disciples had become a core pillar of the alliance. Through this new tie, the power dynamics could shift dramatically. The Tang clan might finally be able to reclaim its lost glory. The implications were huge, and everyone felt it. A chuckle echoed through the room. Well, that was a face no one expected. Seon was finally looking more like a man of his age, the weight of the moment hitting him hard. The room fell silent, the tension palpable as everyone waited for Seon's response. Gratitude hung in the air, but beneath it, panic surged. If he accepted this offer, the carefully contrived power structure would fall apart. The stakes had never been higher. The gratitude lingered, but the panic was real. He had to decline the offer, no matter how gracious it was. As he opened his mouth to apologize, the High Lord cut him off, approving his decision and telling him to rest for the day. The plan was set for the next day, a journey to Kaifeng together. But something felt off, and confusion crept in. The refusal hung in the air, a single word that changed everything. The offer was declined, and the atmosphere shifted. Surprise and curiosity filled the room. It was a first, being turned down, and the question of why echoed through the space. The answer came, a declaration of loyalty to the clan, a path that would one day lead to speaking for them. Just as Wudong held a special place, so did the clan. It was a bond that couldn't be broken, a path that had to be followed. The declaration was clear, the path was set. The clan was the beginning and the end, the only way forward. A moment of silence passed, the weight of the decision settling in. The point was fair and relief washed over. There was gratitude too, a sense of danger avoided, a secret kept safe. The rewards were tempting, but the risk was too great. One look into the soul, and everything would be over. It was a poisoned chalice, a trap that couldn't be fallen into. It was a shame, a talent like that slipping away. But the truth was, it was the same for everyone. A single lesson was enough to open eyes, to see the endless depth of Wudong's arts. The way a single stroke captured the infinite layers of the heavenly poles was beyond imagination. It left him humbled, in awe of the endless depth of Wudong's arts. As the High Lord marveled at the profound depth of Wudong's arts, a sudden realization hit him. The young warrior had gained such deep insight from just a single viewing, leaving him in disbelief. He chuckled, finding himself in quite the dilemma. The young warrior's talent was undeniable, and the urge to take him under his wing grew even stronger. The patriarch was praised for raising such an exceptional talent. The young warrior's skills were a testament to his teaching. Muyul humbly accepted the praise, but noted that the young warrior had his own reasons for his actions. Still, the kind words were appreciated. The figure acknowledged that he couldn't force the young warrior to come along, But he couldn't go back empty-handed either. The crescent moon emblem on the High Lord's attire caught his eye. It was a symbol he couldn't ignore. Considering it a small investment for the next generation of dragons, the High Lord decided to bestow a gift upon the young warrior. He presented the parting moon, a sword of mystic power. It was a blade that would surely aid the young warrior in his journey. The parting moon was no ordinary blade. It was forged from iron recovered from a fallen star, a divine artifact of immense power. Bestowing such a gift was more than a mere offering of steel. It was an official acknowledgement of the young warrior, Seon. To think that the materials to forge a divine artifact would fall into his lap so easily. It was a stroke of luck that couldn't be ignored. Fortune truly favored him this day. The protagonist's future was looking brighter than ever. With fortune smiling down on him, the young warrior couldn't help but feel like he was on top of the world. But the surprises weren't over yet. A magnificent gesture was extended his way, one he couldn't possibly decline. Gratefully he accepted, promising to treasure it forever. The giver was just as pleased, chuckling at his acceptance. But wait, there was more. A personal gift, a token of favor that came with a promise. If ever in need, presenting this would summon aid from across the continent. This wasn't just any token. It was a High Lord's token, a symbol of power that would make anyone treat the bearer's requests as if they were the High Lord's own. Meanwhile, elsewhere, jaws were dropping. First the sword, now the High Lord's token? What was going on? Why was he showing such blatant favoritism? The questions kept coming, each more heated than the last. What the hell made that brat so special? Elsewhere, a drink being poured. Darn it all to hell, the outburst echoed, raw and unfiltered. It was all because of that prick, that miserable swine. The words were spat out, each one dripping with venom. All of Sichuan was in an uproar thanks to the Tang clan. But if the High Lord's eye for talent was still good, the Tangs just might claw their way back to their former glory. As the Tang clan's reputation spread like wildfire through Sichuan, whispers of the Dragon's Shadow's severe punishment and their commander's exile to the Xinjiang branch added fuel to the fire. The High Lord's eye for talent might just be their ticket back to the top. But the drama was far from over. Xinjiang, really? That's basically the middle of nowhere. No one knew the exact details, but one thing was clear: his days of sitting in high seats were done and gone. It was painfully obvious that someone had used the dark arts, but why was he the one paying the price for it? The injustice of it all was enough to make anyone's blood boil. Seon Tang would pay for this humiliation. The vow echoed through the halls, a promise of revenge that hung heavy in the air. The Sichuan Tang clan, a name that carried weight and history, was at the center of it all. Their actions rippled through the land, setting the stage for what was to come. Silence fell, a brief moment of calm in the storm, but it was the kind of silence that hinted at the chaos brewing just beneath the surface. Each second stretching out as if time itself was holding its breath, waiting for the next move. Indeed, he really did worry way too much. The weight of his concerns was almost tangible, a heavy burden that seemed to grow with each passing moment. Orders were clear: double the watch for a potential ambush and absolutely forbid Seon from setting foot outside. Moderation might not be his father's thing, but caution was the name of the game. He didn't wish to be an unfilial son who ignored his father's commands. The internal struggle was real, a battle between duty and desire. Silence again, a brief respite in the storm. But it was a silence filled with contemplation, each second ticking by with the weight of 1,000 thoughts. But he couldn't just sit there and waste his valuable time, could he? The question hung in the air, a challenge to the status quo, a spark ready to ignite the flames of change. What would happen next was anyone's guess. But one thing was certain: the Tang clan story was far from over. And then, out of nowhere, he unsheathed the sword the High Lord gave him. The suggestion to go for a walk came out of the blue. It was such a casual, almost out-of-place idea given the circumstances. It was one of those ideas that was so simple, yet somehow felt profound. Time to sneak out. Where would he go? What would he find? And just like a ninja, he vanished. The air was thick with anticipation, each breath feeling heavier than the last. It's like playing Solid Snake, trying not to get caught. With speed like flash, he instantly dashed. The time for hesitation was over. It was time to act, to move forward. The Tang clan's leader knew that their recent advancements were just the beginning. There was so much more to do, to improve, to achieve. The martial pavilion needed an overhaul, and it was time to craft a primary weapon, a symbol of their strength and unity. The path ahead was clear, the goal set. The journey was far from over, but the Tang clan was ready. They had come so far, and there was still so much further to go. The future was theirs to shape. The Tang clan knoll stood as a testament to their journey, a symbol of their past and a beacon for their future. It was more than just a place, it was a legacy, a promise of what was yet to come. But as the promise of the future lingered in the air, the past told a different story. The once bustling Tang clan Knoll now stood silent, a ghost of its former self. It was just a ghost town now, a shadow of the legacy it once was. The weight of the past hung heavy, but so did the promise of revival. A vow was made in the silence. It wouldn't be long. The wheels of change were already in motion, and the knoll would rise again. The young lord's determination burned bright. He wouldn't just bring the knoll back to life, he would make it the envy of the world. This was more than a promise, it was a declaration. The first ripple of their new, fiery era was about to begin. And it all started at the Manhua forge. Normally, one would need permission to enter, but at this hour, he could slip in quietly. The young lord moved with purpose, his mind set on the task ahead. This was where the future would be forged, quite literally. But fate had other plans. As he stepped into the forge, he was met with an unexpected presence. The forge master, a figure of authority and respect, stood before him. This was the one person he had hoped to avoid. The young lord was taken aback. This was not part of the plan. He had been caught off guard, and by someone he couldn't afford to cross. The forge master's voice cut through the silence. What brought the young lord here at this hour? The question hung in the air, heavy with implication. The young lord composed himself, offering a pleasant greeting to the forge master. But internally he was cursing his luck. This was the last person he wanted to see. Standing before him was the eldest figure of the clan, someone even his father wouldn't dare treat lightly. The young lord knew he had to tread carefully. Seon stood there, sweating a bit more than usual. The elder before him wasn't just any clan member, he was one of the core pillars of the Tang clan. A man who didn't even share their blood but commanded respect like no other. This wasn't just any elder. He was the master of all the blacksmiths of the clan, the iron hand under the soot-covered roof. Seon knew he had to play his cards right. The name echoed in Seon's mind as he stood before the legendary figure. Yongyun-gu, known as Black Hand, a man whose reputation was as formidable as his skills. Staring at the legendary Black Hand, Seon recalled how this man had joined their clan through his bond with the former patriarch, Yutai Tang. Yet, despite his ties, he always kept his distance, staying out of clan politics with a cold neutrality that made him seem almost untouchable. But there was one memory that stood out, burned into Seon's mind like a brand. The day the Manhua caravan guard broke away from their clan, leaving a mark on everyone involved. Black Hand, a man who usually lost himself in the single-minded pursuit of needing iron, had done something completely out of character that day. He left them with Uncle Ho-yeol, a decision that no one saw coming. Before leaving, he didn't say a thing to Seon, simply staring him down with eyes full of a simmering bitterness that made the air between them feel heavy. And then, just like that, he was gone. Seon couldn't understand why Black Hand harbored such a deep grudge against him when they barely even crossed paths. But the pain in his eyes was unmistakable, the kind of betrayal that couldn't be mended with a simple apology. It was a shame, but Seon knew he'd have to push his plans back for now. With Black Hand's grudge weighing on his mind, Seon decided to push it aside for now. He had a sudden urge to visit the forge, a place where he could focus his thoughts. Apologizing for the late hour, he stepped into the forge, seeking solace in the familiar surroundings. As Seon entered the forge, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He couldn't contain the urge to bring his new idea to life, feeling a rush of excitement at the prospect of creating something amazing. Yongyang, the forge master, noticed Seon's enthusiasm and gave him a nod of approval. Without a word, he gestured for Seon to proceed, sensing the young lord's determination. Seon looked at Yongyang, a bit surprised by his permission. The forge master clarified, telling Seon that he could use his forge. Seon felt a surge of gratitude, ready to dive into his work. Yongyang, with a hint of impatience, urged Seon to stop dawdling and get to work. The forge was at his disposal, and there was no time to waste. Just as Seon was about to start, a familiar voice greeted him. It was Seol, someone he had helped before. Seol expressed his gratitude, catching Seon off guard. Seon was taken aback by Seol's sudden appearance and heartfelt thanks. He hadn't expected to see Seol there, but the gratitude was genuine and touching. There was a brief pause as Seon processed Seol's words. The forge was quiet, the only sound being the faint crackle of the fire. Seon responded, saying he was glad to see Seol alive and well. That alone was more than enough for him, showing his genuine care and concern. Yongyang chimed in, mentioning that Seon's father had confined him to his quarters for a week. He suspected Seon had slipped out in a hurry and offered his personal tools for Seon to use at his convenience. Yongyang then turned to Seol, suggesting they leave and not disturb Seon any further. The forge was Seon's space now, and they should respect that. Seon was amazed by Yongyang's generosity, comparing the offer of his personal tools to a warrior lending his closest blade. He vowed to properly express his gratitude later, feeling a mix of excitement and curiosity about the relationship between Yongyang and Seol. As Seol and Yongyang were about to leave, Yongyang turned back, adding that there was one more thing he wanted to say. Seon looked up, curious about what else the Forge Master had in mind. Seol and Yongyang were practically out the door when Yongyang suddenly paused, turning back with a look that screamed, "Plot twist incoming." Seon, who was already mentally planning his next snack, glanced up with the kind of curiosity usually reserved for unexpected plot developments in a manhwa. But just as quickly as the suspense built up, Yongyang waved it off like swatting away a fly. Never mind, it was nothing. The kind of nothing that makes you raise an eyebrow and lean in closer. Seon's face was a question mark. The kind of question mark that comes with a side of "dude, really?" and a sprinkle of "are we doing this or not?" MC, realizing he might have opened a can of worms he wasn't ready to deal with, decided to bury that thought for now. Like literally he was going to shove it 6 feet under and throw away the shovel. With that, they were off. But not before he shot one last glance over his shoulder, because when someone says "never mind," it's usually the start of something mind-blowing. MC couldn't afford to let a golden opportunity like this go to waste. He was practically rubbing his hands together like a villain in a Saturday morning cartoon, plotting his next move with the kind of intensity usually reserved for final boss battles. There was a pause, the kind that hangs in the air like a suspenseful drum roll, making you lean in just a little closer to the screen. Then MC dropped a wisdom bomb talking about how in the Murim, for a martial artist who's basically a legend, a weapon isn't the end goal but just a tool. The kind of deep thought that makes you nod your head and pretend you totally get it. But he wasn't having it. He called it out for what it was: laughable nonsense. The kind of nonsense that makes you snort laugh into your drink. Because whoever came up with that saying clearly had no idea about divine artifacts that were basically the Avengers of the weapon world, soaring past the limits of martial arts like they were breaking the sound barrier. And as for the so-called premium quality work of the Manchiol Forge, he wasn't impressed. It was like expecting a Michelin star meal and getting a microwave dinner instead. With that, he grabbed a weapon, dissecting a piece crafted by the legendary Yongyang, the kind of guy who probably irons his socks and calls it a warm-up. But hold up, this masterpiece? Apparently it's not even hitting the mark. Like, it's good, but not wow, this is life-changing good. Just your average, run-of-the-mill masterwork, no big deal. And then he drops a bombshell. Even without the 10 divine creations, the blood cult is out here flexing with ghost blades and demon steel like it's going out of style. Talk about overachievers. Sure, they might not be on the level of the 10 great weapons of the demon way, but let's be real, those weapons are steeped in blood and all sorts of nasty stuff. Not exactly the kind of thing you'd want lying around. So what's a guy to do when faced with such accursed weapons? Well, find something that measures up, of course. Or, just go ahead and surpass it. No biggie. Normally, shadow leather gloves aren't needed for your everyday forge work. I mean, who needs extra protection when you're just hammering out a simple sword, right? But what is he about to get into? Well, that's a whole different story. It's like comparing a butter knife to a lightsaber. What exactly is he about to get into? Whatever it is, it's clear it's not your average, everyday task. Something big is coming, especially when the fire burns like that. Whatever it is, it's anything but ordinary. Like, forget ordinary, we're diving into the extraordinary here. With a saddened look. The scene shifts, transporting us to Seon's distant past. Memories of a life from a world left behind flood in, painting a picture of a time long gone. The joy of discovering the ability to forge divine artifacts was completely short-lived, as the blood cult launched their massive campaign across the lands. Talk about a buzzkill. As the memories faded, a groan escaped his lips, the weight of the past pressing down on him. He found himself in an unfamiliar place, disoriented and confused. The last thing he remembered was the chaos of battle, the clash of steel, and the screams of his comrades. But now, there was only silence and an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Where was he? How had he gotten here? His mind raced, trying to piece together the fragments of his memory. The last thing he remembered was the battle, the blood cult's relentless assault. He had been certain that was the end, that he would not survive the onslaught. Yet here he was, alive and breathing, but alone. He had been prepared to meet his end, to fall alongside his comrades. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. He was alive, but at what cost? The question gnawed at him, a bitter taste in his mouth. As he struggled to make sense of his surroundings, his thoughts turned to the metallurgical arts, the divine techniques that had been the pride of his clan. The techniques that had allowed them to forge weapons worthy of the gods themselves. But those memories, too, were tinged with sadness, a reminder of all that he had lost. A sudden realization struck him like a physical blow. He was alive, but what of his comrades? Had anyone else survived the blood cult's onslaught? The thought sent a chill down his spine, a cold dread settling in the pit of his stomach. His mind reeled, the weight of his isolation pressing down on him. He had been prepared to die, to fall in battle alongside his brothers and sisters. But to be the sole survivor? The thought was almost too much to bear. He thought back to the metallurgical arts, the divine techniques that had been the pride of his clan, the techniques that had allowed them to forge weapons worthy of the gods themselves. But those memories, too, were tinged with sadness, a reminder of all that he had lost. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, a memory of a time long past. Blood Demon, he had called him. The mythical technique, the one that only the founder of the Tang clan could pull off. He had been accused of forging that myth into reality, of mastering a technique that should have been beyond his reach. The accusation stung, a bitter reminder of the jealousy and resentment that had plagued his clan. But it was true, he had mastered the technique, had forged the myth into reality. And now, it seemed, he was the sole survivor of his clan, the last of the Tang. He suddenly jolted, a sharp cry echoing through the empty space. His heart pounded in his chest, his senses on high alert. He held his breath, as the pressure made him fall. The Blood Demon demanded a blade worthy of his might, promising life in return. The offer hung in the air, heavy with implication. The response was swift and venomous. MC spat out the words, dripping with contempt, as if every syllable was laced with poison. The demon on the receiving end of this fury was clearly not well liked. A beat of silence followed, the tension coiling tighter. The voice returned, colder and more calculated. He probed, testing the waters, suggesting an indifference to the fate of others. The words were a blade, twisting in the dark. A sharp intake of breath, a pause. The silence spoke volumes, a storm brewing in the quiet, ready to unleash its fury. The tension snapped. Accusations flew, lies called out. MC was defiant, refusing to be manipulated. But the response was chilling, dismissive, as if the Blood Demon held all the cards. He continued, painting a grim picture of inevitability. Subjugation was coming with or without cooperation. The threat was clear, the future seemingly set in stone. The final threat was delivered with icy precision. Heads would roll literally. The Blood Demon promised a gruesome gift, a reminder of the power at play. The reality of the situation began to sink in. The protagonist grappled with the possibility, the hope that family might still be alive. But the doubt was palpable, the monster's mercy unlikely. A resolve began to form, a path chosen. He was steely, determined. Whatever came next, it would be on his terms. A single word, heavy with acceptance. The protagonist was ready, whatever came next. MC got up, explaining the nature of his creations. They were tied to his masters, a bond unbreakable. The offer was extended, a shadowy partnership proposed. He laid out its terms. He demanded his techniques in exchange for power, a blade of vengeance sharpened right under his nose. Over the course of 15 long years, 10 weapons of war were forged. In return, 10 powerful techniques were received from the Blood Demon, including the heaven-defying chi. The pact was sealed, the bond unbreakable. These armaments would come to be known as the 10 great weapons of the Demon Way, each one a testament to the dark partnership forged in the shadows. The forge before him was inadequate, its heat paltry compared to the task at hand. Melting down Starfall iron seemed impossible, but the challenge only fueled his determination. With the power of the golden flow at his disposal, he was confident he could get the job done. The forge blazed to life, its heat intensifying under his command. The flames danced and roared, a symphony of heat and light. The Starfall iron began to glow, its resistance slowly giving way to the relentless power of the golden flow. As the iron melted, it took on a new form, its essence being reshaped by the intense heat. The process was meticulous, each moment bringing him closer to his goal. The molten iron was poured into molds, its liquid form taking on the shape of the weapon he envisioned. The craftsmanship was precise, each detail carefully considered. As the weapon cooled, it solidified, its surface gleaming with a dark luster. The weapon was nearly complete, its form a testament to the power that had shaped it. The final product was a cloth designed to fend off any blow while tearing through any defense. It was a weapon unlike any other, a testament to the power of the Demon Way. This masterpiece wasn't just any cloth, it was the signature weapon of Surin Seo, the Demon Empress of the Crimson Satin. But more than that, it was the fourth of the legendary 10 armaments, a collection of weapons that could shake the heavens themselves. The original heavenly weave was said to be made up of 9 separate sheets, each one a marvel in its own right. But with limited resources, crafting even a single sheet was an achievement worth flexing about. Not that any of that mattered, though, because what Seon was aiming for wasn't just a replica of the heavenly weave. Seon's ambition was far greater. He wasn't just trying to recreate the past, he was aiming to surpass it. What he sought wasn't the heavenly weave itself, but something even more extraordinary. He envisioned a string far thinner and more durable than anything across the continent. A creation so remarkable that it would put the legendary heavenly fine silk to shame. The heavenly threads seemed to shimmer with potential, each one a testament to the power that Seon was about to unleash. But before he could revel in his creation, a shadowy figure sprang, poised to attack. The tension in the air was palpable, and Seon knew that his true test was about to begin. The shadowy figure wasted no time, lunging at Seon with deadly intent. The tension that had been building now erupted into action, and Seon braced himself for the impact. But just as suddenly as it began, the attack halted. The figure froze in mid-air, suspended by some unseen force. The attacker was stuck, unable to move. The attacker could sense the threads of energy holding him in place, but the question was, who or what was controlling them? Seon, ever the chosen warrior of the Murim Alliance, couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance at the crude attempt on his life. He stepped forward, his voice calm but firm, addressing the frozen figure. Commander Ugon, or so he used to be known, was the one behind this sudden interruption. Seon, recognizing him, couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. It had been a while since they last met. Seon greeted him with a hint of sarcasm, noting that Ugon was now just Ugon, no longer a commander. But despite the past, he was glad to see him, even if the circumstances were less than ideal. With a smirk, Seon revealed his true intent. He had been itching for a good fight, and Ugon's sudden appearance seemed like the perfect opportunity to break in his new skills. Seon wasn't just ready for a fight, he was practically vibrating with excitement. Ugon had just handed him the perfect opportunity to test his skills, and he wasn't about to waste it. With a smirk, he thanked Ugon for saving him the trouble of finding a test subject. Ugon wasn't having it, though. He snapped back, telling Seon not to get ahead of himself. With a fierce determination, he declared he'd cut the thread, connecting them in a heartbeat. The tension was rising, and Ugon doubled down, his voice echoing with resolve as he finished his threat. Seon, ever the cool customer, shot back with a dismissive retort, making it clear he wasn't intimidated. And just like that, Ugon's sword shattered, leaving him weaponless and vulnerable. The stakes had just gotten a whole lot higher. MC took a moment to size up Ugon's situation, noticing the makeshift weapon in his hand. It was clear he had grabbed whatever he could find, probably to cover his tracks. Seon couldn't help but call him out on it, pointing out that Ugon was clearly improvising. This wasn't his usual gear, and it showed. With a challenge in his voice, Seon taunted Ugon, wondering just how much longer he could hold out without his real weapon. Seon wasn't playing around anymore. Ugon could feel the shift in the air, like the calm before a storm you know is going to wreck your whole day. Ugon was on edge, his usual confidence shaking like a phone on vibrate. He tried to steady himself, but Seon's taunts were getting under his skin. Ugon's thoughts were spiraling. He cursed Seon, trying to figure out his next move. Left, right? It was like trying to pick the right answer on a test when you hadn't studied. Seon noticed Ugon's strategy, wrapping himself in a shell of fortifying chi, trying to weather the storm of lashes like a turtle in its shell. But Seon wasn't having it. Seon decided it was time to show Ugon the ultimate technique of the sect of the Divine Maiden. No more holding back, no more playing around. The air crackled with energy, like when you know the Wi-Fi's about to cut out right when you're about to win a game. Ugon braced himself, but he was already on the back foot. Seon's words hit him like a truck, and he knew he was in for a world of hurt. Seon wasn't done yet. He had Ugon right where he wanted him, and he wasn't about to let up. Ugon let out a cry of pain and frustration. Seon wasn't holding back, pointing out how Ugon's plan to cover his trail had failed spectacularly. Seon taunted Ugon, saying he should have drawn his blade before his face ended up looking so lopsided. Ugon was feeling the burn, literally and figuratively. The battle was intense, and Ugon was struggling to keep up. Seon was in his zone, and Ugon was just trying not to get left in the dust. Seon pressed on, his technique leaving Ugon barely able to keep up. Ugon was on the ropes, and Seon wasn't about to let him catch his breath. Seon's relentless assault pushed Ugon to the brink, leaving him barely able to keep up. The battle's intensity reached new heights as Seon's technique seemed almost unstoppable. The crowd watched in awe, realizing that a fully unleashed sword chi could only be countered by another sword chi. Agon, however, hadn't even begun to tap into his true potential. With Seon's dominance on full display, victory seemed within his grasp. The momentum had shifted, and Agon's struggle to counter Seon's technique made the outcome appear inevitable. Seon's confidence grew with each passing moment, his technique leaving Agon scrambling for a response. Agon's desperation was palpable as he tried to counter Seon's relentless assault. The crowd watched with bated breath, wondering if Agon could turn the tide or if Seon's victory was truly inevitable. The battle reached a fever pitch, with Seon's technique leaving Agon crashing. MC, seemingly out of options, managed to counter Agon's technique with an improvised shield made of threads. Agon gasped in disbelief, wondering what had just transpired. The shockwave of MC's counter reverberated through the arena. Agon, caught off guard, struggled to comprehend how a shield cobbled together from mere threads could halt his technique. Agon's confusion was evident as he tried to process the turn of events. A shield made of threads had stopped him in his tracks, leaving him questioning how such a feat was possible. MC, seizing the moment, taunted Agon, suggesting that his sword was too weak. He wasn't done yet. He revealed that he was just getting started, introducing the Divine Maiden's seamless veil, a technique that went beyond mere hardening like the iron-wrought skin. The Divine Maiden's seamless veil wasn't just about toughening the skin. It reinforced whatever MC was wearing, turning it into armor as hard as plated steel. MC's threads, though appearing flimsy, possessed the raw strength of the heavenly weave, forged from starfall iron. His confidence in his heavenly weave threads was unshaken, believing he could withstand even a well-crafted thunder bomb. But the raw power of the attack sent a jolt of pain through Agon, making him stagger back in shock. A guttural sound escaped him as he struggled to maintain his footing, the pain threatening to overwhelm him. Agon couldn't believe his eyes. The man who was supposed to be invincible was crumbling, his power seemingly no match for the terrifying force he faced. Silence fell over the battlefield as the reality of the situation sank in. Agon's grand ambitions seemed to be slipping away. He murmured in disbelief. So much for his grand ambitions, he thought. The monster before him was unstoppable. How could someone so young, who had yet to reach the first peak of mastery, wield such terrifying power? The protagonist assured that death wasn't on the table. The plan was to hand Agon over to the Hall of Justice, so killing him was out of the question. But before that, a little roughing up seemed in order, just like what had been done to Hozong. Agon's eyes widened in horror. Hozong? He'd rather die than suffer the same fate. The thought of living with a shattered dantian was unbearable. He refused to accept such a fate. Silence fell once more as Agon grappled with his despair, the weight of his situation crushing him. The protagonist watched, waiting for Agon's next move, the tension palpable. There was an expectation of more struggle, but Agon seemed to have reached his limit, the fight draining out of him. Agon's strength was fading, and what was once a formidable opponent now felt like an annoying pest that wouldn't go away. The once mighty warrior was reduced to fleeing, his pride wounded as he ran like a scared dog with its tail tucked. But those eyes, they haunted him, a reminder of the power that still pursued him relentlessly. He had exhausted every ounce of his energy to quicken his escape, pushing his body to its very limits. Logic dictated that his pursuer shouldn't be able to track him at this distance, not with his vastly superior chi reserves. Yet, the real headache was figuring out where to go from here, his options dwindling as quickly as his strength. The Alliance would surely shut its gates to him now, leaving him to consider following the Yangtze and seeking refuge with the dark factions. A thought struck him, a glimmer of hope in his desperate situation. If he traded away the secrets he held, he might yet carve out a place for himself. The treacherous and their duplicitous ways remained unchanged, even through the passage of time, and he knew he had to tread carefully. But as he pondered his next move, the voice echoed in his mind again, a reminder of the betrayals he had faced before. The treacherous and their duplicitous ways remained unchanged, even through the passage of time, and he knew he had to tread carefully. The treacherous and their duplicitous ways remained unchanged, even through the passage of time, and he knew he had to tread carefully. But the voice that echoed in his mind was sharp and mocking, questioning the very intelligence of his choices. Fleeing to this place seemed like a desperate move, one that might not end well. The black bamboo forest loomed ahead, its trees known for their unyielding strength, almost as if nature itself was steel. It was a place of legend and perhaps a place of final stands. Energy was running low, and the realization hit hard. Wrapping his blade in chi was out of the question now. The situation was dire, and desperation began to set in. With no other options left, he decided to put everything into one final, piercing strike. It was a gamble, but it was all he had left. If he could just skewer his opponent's heart in one swift move, victory might still be within grasp. The thought fueled his determination. But as he prepared to strike, doubt crept in. As his foot flew into the air, every second felt like an eternity. Silence enveloped the forest, and all you hear is Ugon tumbling through the forest. He crashes hard into a tree. The anticipation was killing, as threads wrapped around bamboo. Then the threads wrapped around Ugon. In the blink of an eye, the calm shattered. The clash began, the forest erupting into a flurry of motion and energy. MC's chilling voice echoed through the trees, declaring that escape was impossible. The heavenly threads had sunk in their fangs, and they would never let go of their prey. A shudder ran down the spine of Ugon, the sensation feeling almost primal, like an ancient instinct awakening. Realization dawned on his face. So that was the secret. This opponent had gone completely mad. A desperate plea for mercy cut through the air, directed at MC. The plea continued, begging for forgiveness just this once, swearing that he didn't know what had come over him. What a wussy. But mercy was not forthcoming. MC's cold voice dismissed the plea, calling the supplicant a miserable worm. A guttural sound escaped the miserable worm as he continued, warning him never to show his revolting face again. Ugon rang out, addressing him as great master and offering 1,000, no, 1,000,000 thanks to him. The forest fell silent, the aftermath of the clash hanging heavy in the air. The silence was brief, however, as Ugon grinned. Ugon's voice cut through the silence, chastising MC for letting down his guard, calling it an open invitation for the Reaper. He continued, telling him to meditate on his words as he made his journey below. With those final words, the fate of the combatants hung in the balance. As the dust settled, the weight of the battle's outcome became clear. Ugon's left arm lay severed, a stark reminder of the price paid in his fierce struggle. Seiyun stood firm, his gaze piercing through the chaos. He wasn't about to let his guard down, not even for a second. With a voice that cut through the silence, he made it clear that he was still very much in control. Seiyun's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. He knew better than to trust someone who couldn't be trusted. The battle might have taken a toll, but his resolve was unshaken. With his resolve unshaken, Seiyun charged forward, his determination burning brighter than ever. Trust was a luxury he couldn't afford, not when the stakes were this high. A heavy exhale escaped him, the weight of the battle pressing down. But he couldn't stop now, not when he was this close. There, lying before him, was Ugon, finally defeated. One down, Seiyun thought, a grim satisfaction settling in his chest. Meanwhile, chaos unfolded elsewhere. The commander of the Dragon's Shadows had apparently attempted to assassinate MC. The news sent shockwaves through the crowd, disbelief and outrage erupting in equal measure. If only they had listened to the High Lord's command and punished the E-Guard from the start, perhaps this mess could have been avoided. The regret hung heavy in the air, the weight of their inaction now painfully clear. The weight of regret still hung in the air as voices began to rise, demanding answers. How could they possibly explain the chaos that had unfolded? No one had seen this coming, and now they were all left scrambling to pick up the pieces. The elder was called to step up, tasked with the monumental responsibility of making things right for the Tangs. The pressure was on, and the stakes couldn't have been higher. Seiyun's actions had sent shockwaves through the Orthodox Murim, and now, in the quiet of Ho Yil Tang's chamber, the gravity of the situation settled in. A low murmur of contemplation filled the room as the reality of their predicament became clear. The question lingered in the air, heavy with anticipation. Had they finally reached a decision? The silence stretched on, thick with tension. The room fell silent, the weight of the moment pressing down on everyone present. The air was thick with uncertainty as they grappled with the gravity of their next move. Dal Jiang, deputy overseer of the Hall of Governance, voiced his concerns. Hiring top-tier sellswords seemed like a solid plan, but was it really foolproof? The unease in his voice was palpable. The idea of diverting the Alliance's reparations for their own gain didn't sit right with everyone. The moral weight of the decision bore down on them, making the path forward anything but clear. But in the end, none of that mattered. With a supreme master on their side, what could possibly go wrong? The reassurance seemed to calm the nerves in the room, at least for the moment. Besides, they were moving in secret. What could possibly go wrong? The confidence in the room seemed to grow, the earlier doubts momentarily forgotten. A leader with grand ambitions needed a heart wide enough to hold a grander vision. The words echoed in the chamber, a reminder of the stakes they were playing for. Deputy Overseer Dal felt the weight of those words more than anyone. The promise was made, the die was cast. Once the delivery was complete, the current Tang clan would be brought to ruin. In its place, a new Tang clan's caravan guard would rise, with the high seat promised to someone new. The room buzzed with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. The pieces were set, the players ready. All that was left was to see how the game would unfold. As the game began to unfold, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation, each moment carrying the weight of decisions yet to be revealed. The MC's uncle echoed with satisfaction, praising the choice made, as if everything was going exactly according to plan. Laughter filled the air, a mix of relief and triumph. The meddling of an unknown troublemaker had nearly thrown a wrench in the works, but fate had a funny way of turning things around. What seemed like a disaster turned into an unexpected windfall, leaving him gloating over his sudden stroke of luck. Meanwhile, at the protagonist residence, MC training doing Pilates. With a speed that shook the air, he punched down. He raises his hand, and with an even stronger power, punched down. That must be a workout because man is he sweating. The recovery phase was underway, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place, setting the stage for what was to come. Time had passed, the kind of time that feels like an eternity when you're waiting for something big to happen. The aftermath of pushing beyond limits was taking its toll. Pain radiated from within, a fierce and unforgiving reminder of the cost of power. It started from a deep, crippled core and spread outward, a relentless wave of agony that touched every part of the body. The pain was next level, like 100 invisible knives hacking away at the flesh. The agony was so intense that consciousness flickered in and out, a cruel game of fade to black. Pushing to the absolute limit to test the current mastery had backfired. The primal energy had been abused too soon after the divine forging, and the body was paying the price. There was no need to go all out, using the threads of pursuit against a small fry like Ugon. Overkill was an understatement. Surin Seo, the demon empress of the Crimson Satin, true to her origins in the sect of the Divine Maiden, was one of the finest practitioners of the mystic arts across the lands. Each of her 9 blood silks, the heavenly weaves, was imbued with unique spells. Her ring finger, too, was enchanted. The only secret art currently unsealed was the threads of pursuit, imbued into her ring finger. Its power to never lose a target remained intact, but the energy reserve was running low. Recovery was essential. Every second counted. After all, Ugon, who had fully reached the realm of supreme mastery, was worth less than a common foot soldier in the blood cult. But against the deputy cult commander, who was at the early true supreme stage, it would be a different story. And against a cult commander of one of their halls, who was a full true supreme master, 50 exchanges would be the absolute limit. The odds were stacked, and the clock was ticking. But the story changes with Formless, the demonic weapon of divine slaughter. It was a game-changer, a wild card that could turn the tables. But there was a catch. For now, it could only be used for a quarter of a quarter hour. 15 minutes. That was all the time there was to turn the tide. The countdown had begun. But suddenly, a loud voice demanded to be let in. The guards were taken aback, wondering who could be making such a bold request at a time like this. The voice was recognized as Saran's, and it was clear she was not to be trifled with. The guards pleaded for her to stand down, but she was having none of it. The Lord's orders were clear, no one was to enter. It was a command meant to keep out assassins sent by her brother. But Saran was not an assassin. She was his sister, and she was not about to be turned away. The guards hesitated, unsure of what to do, but Saran's determination was unwavering. She wasn't going to be silenced. With a sigh, the Lord gave in. Saran was allowed to enter, and he invited her to sit down. The room was silent for a moment, the tension palpable. Saran's expression was unreadable, leaving the protagonist to wonder what she was thinking. He couldn't help but wonder if Saran was angry with him. He had, after all, caused quite a bit of trouble recently. He had been warned not to stir up any more trouble after the Hozong incident. But he had done the exact opposite, and now he was facing the consequences. He tried to reassure himself that Saran wouldn't actually use the stick on him. He was too old for that kind of discipline, reserved for unruly children. Saran broke the silence, commenting on how well he looked considering the chaos he had just stirred up and walked through. He apologized, regretting causing her such worry, but he could tell she was furious. Saran handed him a drink, telling him to drink it. He couldn't help but wonder what it was, but he trusted her and took a sip. After taking a sip, Saran revealed that the drink was a century-old snow ginseng that she had brewed for 2 days. She mentioned that it should do wonders for his battered body. He was taken aback, wondering how he could possibly take such a precious item from her. Saran insisted that he had earned it as his prize at the Dragon Phoenix Summit. He was confused and asked why she would even offer it to him in the first place. Saran jokingly replied that she figured she would finally get rid of it since it was only collecting dust in the cellars. He thought to himself that Saran was lying. He remembered how she fought tooth and nail alone to stand among her generation's 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes. Yet right now, Saran had been stuck in a mire in terms of her progress. He recalled the look in her eyes and how happy she was that the ginseng helped her overcome her limits. Whatever the case, he felt that he must turn it down, insisting that it was hers and she should take it. Saran asked if he was really going to slap away her gesture. He thought about how that icy stare used to chill him to the bone when they were children, but now it just felt a bit contrived. An awkward silence fell between them, and a flashback. Memories started to fill his mind. MC seeing his sister with swords stuck into her. The memory was suddenly broken as a voice called out for Seon, the concern evident in their tone. Saran chimed in, asking what was wrong and if Seon was all right, the worry in her words palpable. Seon reassured her that he was fine, though he admitted to feeling a bit lightheaded for a moment. She insisted that Seon take the decoction, warning him not to refuse again or face a real punishment. Seon hesitated, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Realizing that trying to bend her iron will was a fool's errand, he decided to accept her grace and guide her to a realm she could only dream of. With a deep breath, he asked her to guard him as he absorbed the decoction. Some time later, night fell. Time seemed to stretch on, each second feeling like an eternity. Saran admitted that she hadn't thought Seon could gain any chi from the decoction, hoping it would merely facilitate his body's healing. But as she observed, it became clear that this was far beyond what the century-old snow ginseng could offer. Seon had absorbed at least 15 years of cultivated chi from it. As the process came to an end, Seon felt a sense of lightness wash over him, the weight of his previous injuries lifted. Feeling lighter than he had in ages, Seon couldn't help but acknowledge how much the process had truly helped. With a grateful heart, he thanked Saran for her assistance. Curiosity sparked as the conversation shifted to his weapon of choice, with a question about his trusty iron fan. It was vintage, but it worked. Seon confirmed it with a nod. Yes, the iron fan was indeed his go-to. An invitation was extended for a visit to the forge once his protective confinement was over. Seon began to consider the offer, but before he could fully commit, suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as the Lord Patriarch made his entrance. Seon's eyes widened in surprise. Father was here. First Saran, now his father. What was happening today? The surprises just kept on coming. Respects were paid to the Patriarch, but it was clear that Saran hadn't been expecting him either. A brief pause hung in the air, the weight of the moment settling in. Panic set in as Saran realized she had taken the ginseng out without her father's knowledge. She stumbled over her words, trying to explain that it wasn't what it looked like. The Patriarch dismissed Saran, telling her to leave them for now. She thanked him and quickly exited the scene. As Saran ran out, Seon couldn't help but feel a pang of betrayal. Traitor, he thought, the weight of the word heavy on his heart. The Patriarch's voice cut through the tension, calling out Seon's name with a firm, commanding tone. Seon stood tall, responding with a respectful and steady yes, father. The air grew thick with tension as his father's gaze bore into him, the weight of his words hanging heavy. I know, he began, his voice low and measured, that you, my son. A dramatic pause filled the space between them, the kind that could make your heart skip a beat or two. Are hiding something from me? His father finally dropped the bomb, leaving Seon sweating bullets. Seon's father dropped another bombshell, accusing him of hiding something major, not just from him but from High Lord Jinhak himself. Yikes, talk about family drama. Seon was sweating bullets, wondering how his father knew. But his father just dropped some wisdom, saying a father can always sense even the tiniest changes in his child. Like dad goals much? But then, in a surprising twist, his father backed off, saying he wouldn't press him any further. Phew, Seon caught a break, but the tension was still there, lingering like an awkward family dinner. Seon was feeling all the feels, wishing he could spill everything to his dad. He wanted to say how much he missed him, how grateful he was, and just how sorry he felt for everything that went down. Cue the waterworks. Then, out of nowhere, Seon's father dropped another question, asking if Seon knew why he hadn't sought him out until now. Seon's mind went straight to his past crimes, wondering if that was the reason. The plot thickens. But his father shocked him again, saying it was because of him, not Seon. Seon was like, huh? What do you mean by that? Confusion level 100. Silence filled the room as Seon waited for an explanation, his mind racing with possibilities. His father finally broke the silence, revealing that he had always placed his faith in the alliance and walked the path of honor. But plot twist, That very rigidity was what caused their clan's fortunes to decline in the first place. Mic drop. The weight of his father's words hung heavy in the air. He admitted that his heart had always carried the burden of guilt for their kin, yet he never once regretted standing firm in his beliefs. But now, for the first time, something shifted within him. A bitter taste of regret filled his mouth, a feeling he had never experienced before. It was as if the very foundations of his convictions were beginning to crack. He wasn't a hero, nor a righteous warrior. He was just a fool who couldn't keep his only son safe from the storm that was coming. The realization hit him hard, and he called out his son's name, Seon. Seon responded with a respectful yes, sir. His voice steady but his heart pounding. He could sense the weight of the conversation that was about to unfold. His father continued, acknowledging that while Seon's actions had been crude and reckless, they were undeniably just. He urged his son not to stray from the path he had chosen, no matter what. He promised to shed his old ways and stay ahead of Seon, to stand as the sturdy oak that would shield him from the winds. But there was a condition, a promise he needed from his son. Seon agreed without hesitation, promising his father anything. The old man's eyes bore into his son's, his voice steady and serious. He warned Seon that no matter what storms came his way, he must not allow his spirit to waver. But he also acknowledged the darkness within his son, a bloodlust that churned as strongly as his righteous heart. Seon listened intently, knowing that his father spoke the truth. He could feel the darkness within him, a shadow that threatened to consume his light. His father cautioned him that if he used his hands only to cut down the wicked, their darkness would stain him, leaving him no different from them. The words hung heavy in the air, a warning that Seon took to heart. Seon admitted that he didn't fully understand what true righteousness was. His belief was simple: those who deserve death must die. But he knew that his father worried about the darkness within him, and he was determined to guard against it. MC acknowledged that there were evil men whose natures were so fundamentally rotten they could never change. But he also knew what he must guard against, and he trusted his father to do the same. With his father's wisdom still echoing in his mind, Seon made a promise. Just once, he would give any wicked soul a chance to redeem themselves. But that chance would only be given if they weren't monsters who truly deserved their fate.
No capítulo.
His father nodded, satisfied with his resolution. Felt like the right call. With his thoughts settled, he moved forward, ready to face whatever came next. A fortnight later, a carriage moving, ready for whatever adventure awaited. The voices had expected a quiet countryside, but the town before him was bustling with life. This place was lit. A stern voice quickly scolded her, reminding her to mind her words. That was a major L for not watching what she said. Chongyunjin, the first disciple, tried to defend herself, pointing out what she was seeing. But the grand disciple of the Ame sect, Hyang, wasn't having it. She shrugged, thinking that even if it came off as rude, who would dare scold the great Ame sect? But her senior sister's warning clearly meant nothing to her, and she was about to find out the consequences. The Grand Abbess Gumwa, head of the Ame sect, ordered her to assume the horse stance until they reached their destination. The body's toil would discipline her mind, she said. This was going to be a long journey. As she grappled with her thoughts, the town continued to surprise her. A murmur of awe spread through the crowd, her curiosity piqued by the unusual sight before them. The Tang Clan Knoll, once a place of obscurity, was now the center of attention. The crowd buzzed with whispers of its past, their breaths visible in the cold air. Amidst the jostling crowd, tempers flared. Accusations of pushing and cutting in line filled the air, adding to the chaos of the gathering. The sheer number of people was staggering. It seemed as if every sick person in the region had gathered here, far outnumbering those on Mount Ame. Rumors spread like wildfire. Who could have guessed that the young lord possessed the hands of a divine healer? Word had it that there wasn't a sickness he couldn't cure with a single needle. Some even whispered that the divine healer herself had taught him the craft. The Manhwa caravan guard might be what they were known for now, but the Tang were healers and smiths first in the old days. With the line this long, some wondered if it wouldn't be better to seek the help of the Ame sect. Surely they were more capable in the healing arts than these people. Ame was where the rich folks went. Commoners like them couldn't even get their pulses read. Besides, unless you got the divine healer's touch, their young lord was a far smarter choice. Just the other day, he supposedly fixed up someone that even Ame had given up as a lost cause. The crowd buzzed with excitement and hope. Amidst the chatter, a voice of dissent rose. Chongyunjin couldn't believe the rumors, silencing the crowd with a stern warning. But the accusations continued. This man was openly dragging their sect's name through the mud. Had the Grandmaster's warnings slipped right out of their heads? The accusations were stinging, but the sect had a mission to focus on. Representatives of the Murim alliance were being sent to make amends with the Tang clan. The rightful heir of the Tang clan surely had much to teach them, and they were to carry themselves with the proper dignity of a Mei. Caution was key here. There could be no friction, no trouble. If even a whisper of conflict reached their ears, the punishment would be severe, even for the successor. Haeong offered to announce their arrival to the Tang clan, but the master had other ideas. This could be a good opportunity to learn new medical techniques from them. The next patient was called in, and the observers were eager to see if his skills truly rivaled those of their sect. Patient after patient was called in, the pace was relentless. The speed at which he was seeing patients was astonishing. How was he treating them so quickly? It seemed impossible. The next patient was called, and the master couldn't help but comment on the speed. It was preposterous. They speculated that he likely numbed the patient's pain to give them the illusion of being cured. In other words, a fraudulent practice. A sigh of relief was heard. An apology was offered for the wait. The next patient had been waiting quite a while. They were kindly asked to follow. As the patients settled in, the atmosphere grew tense. Taking their silver was one thing, but robbing them of the time they had left to seek real help was the most despicable sin a healer could commit. Determination flared within her. She wouldn't let this injustice slide. The patient was asked to wait for a moment as the young lord would come for the examination. The patients expressed gratitude, hoping for some relief. Silence hung in the air, heavy with anticipation and unspoken thoughts. The tension was palpable as the healer slightly creaked the door open. The focus turned to the security of the place, or rather, the lack thereof. They didn't put much effort into security there. Plus, the person in charge looked quite sleazy, which didn't help the situation. The plan was set. The moment they locked down a shred of evidence, they would pounce. A mother pleaded for help for her child, who tried to comfort her. The protagonist assured them he would do all he could to relieve her affliction. He asked the child what brought her to his door. She revealed that other healers had said she would never walk again. The healer questioned if she had recently cast herself out of harm's way. The mother explained that about 3 months back, she had dove out of the way of a runaway carriage. The protagonist suspected as much. It was a case of foot drop. The nerve near the shin was damaged, leading to acute muscle paralysis. Despite the accurate diagnosis, skepticism filled the air. The man's methods seemed questionable, almost as if he was improvising the entire treatment on the spot. Yet, the diagnosis was confirmed swiftly, leaving everyone in awe of the man's medical prowess. His diagnosis was spot on, and the room buzzed with a mix of surprise and curiosity. The atmosphere shifted as the focus turned to the young girl's condition and the possibility of her recovery. Questions arose about the treatability of her condition, and hope flickered in the eyes of those present. Confidence filled the room as MC assured everyone that he planned to send her home that very day, fully cured. Murmurs of disbelief and unease spread through the crowd. The needle he used was as dark and twisted as his reputation, creeping her out. A tense silence fell over the room as the needle's eerie appearance left everyone on edge. Despite its thin appearance, the needle held up under an immense amount of chi, defying everyone's expectations. The silver-hair needles crafted at the Baekje Forge paled in comparison. This needle was something else entirely, possibly even a divine artifact. Strange vibes filled the air as if the needle and its wielder were ignoring her, adding to the mystery. We have ourselves an attention whore, folks. Suddenly, a joyful exclamation broke the tension. The young girl could move her leg again, her face lit up with gratitude and relief. This wasn't just a temporary fix. The man's skill had brought about a genuine miracle. He had re-established the link between her meridians and the nerves, a feat that left her in awe and disbelief. The crowd was left in awe, murmuring about the prodigy who had just performed an unimaginable feat. The air was thick with admiration and a hint of disbelief. But then, a sudden realization hit her. If what they had just witnessed was true, then their current actions seemed rather questionable. Especially Gumwa, who was known for her fiery temper. She needed to keep it in check, or else their situation could escalate quickly. They were, after all, acting suspiciously, like rats sneaking around the Tang clan's treasure. As the young girl prepared to leave, promising to visit again, MC sternly warned her against returning. Her healing days were over, and she needed to stay away from healing houses. The girl expressed her longing, but the protagonist lightened the mood, inviting her to return any time for the clan's famous sweets. A moment of silence passed, the weight of the situation settling in. Alas, the reality of their circumstances was inescapable. The elder sighed, blaming himself for the predicament they found themselves in. It would be wise to come clean and plead for forgiveness, but the tension was palpable. A brief pause hung in the air, and a flash of light. Suddenly, a sharp gasp echoed through the room, breaking the silence. Everyone jumped, startled by the sudden outburst. The protagonist explained that he had prioritized the patient's well-being, letting the others off the hook for a while. But now, it was time to face the consequences of their actions, especially for prying into the family's secret arts. The weight of their actions hung heavy in the air, and Seon's voice cut through the tension like a knife. He wasn't playing around anymore. None of them were walking out of there alive, his tone chillingly final. Moments ago, in a flash, a weapon hurtled through the air, aimed straight for the spy. The tension was palpable as the projectile closed in, leaving no time to react. The weapon struck the wall with a resounding thud, missing its target by mere inches. The impact sent debris flying, adding to the chaos of the scene. As if guided by an unseen force, the weapon suddenly changed direction, recalling back towards its owner with an eerie precision. The weapon continued its trajectory, swiftly retracing its path through the air with an almost supernatural grace. In a final, fluid motion, the weapon settled back into the main character's hands, as if it had never left. The spies, still in shock, could only watch in disbelief. As the main character strode through the door, a voice echoed with disbelief, questioning the impossible technique that had just unfolded. Haeyoung stood nearby, her mind racing. Only masters of the transcendent realm could pull off such a feat, yet here was a second-rate martial artist wielding it with ease. The confusion was evident on her face as she tried to make sense of the situation. The elder attempted to calm the main character, her voice steady and reassuring. She introduced herself as being from the Ame, but her words were abruptly cut off by a furious outburst. Chong Yinjin's anger flared as she confronted, accusing MC of ambushing her. The protagonist responded with a calm but firm voice, quoting the wise saying that no soul comes knocking without an agenda. His words carried a weight that silenced the room, the truth of his statement hanging heavy in the air. The woman, her patience worn thin, launched into an attack. She declared that her tempest-scattering sword art would have him on his face in the dirt. The clash was imminent, the room filled with the promise of a fierce battle. The main character looked on, his gaze steady and unyielding. He watched the woman's movements with a calm focus, ready to respond to her attack. In a swift and decisive motion, a hand countered the woman's attack with a powerful karate chop. The strike was precise and effective, leaving the woman stunned and defeated. But the victory was short-lived, as the elder suddenly appeared and knocked her out cold with a single blow. She grabbed her, her grip firm and unyielding. With a swift motion, she threw her across the room, her body crashing against the wall. But he was already in motion, his body coiled like a spring ready to unleash. She barely blocked his strike in time, the force of his blow echoing through the room. It was too late to dodge his strike, she realized, her eyes widening in surprise. But Haeyoung caught Chong Yinjin just in time. She cried out to her master, her voice filled with urgency and concern. The main character and her master clashed, their movements a blur of speed and precision. The elder blocked his attack, her expression one of surprise and admiration. The boy surely felt the vast disparity in their martial prowess, yet he refused to yield. His foundation was anything but shallow, his skills honed to a fine edge. He leaped into the air, his body moving with a grace and agility that belied his youth. He threw his weapon sheath, the movement swift and precise. Could it be that his healing arts weren't the only thing their master wanted them to see? As the weapon sheath soared through the air, the old lady swiftly dodged, her eyes narrowing with realization. He was forcing her into a trap, using the flying knife to limit her movements. The main character stood poised, his gaze locked onto his target. There was only one obvious move left, and he was ready to make it. But then, something unexpected happened. A smile crept across his face, sending a chill down her spine. What was he planning? The Haeyoung's eyes widened in shock as she called out for her master, her voice echoing with desperation. Her heart pounded as she noticed the knife that had flown past her somehow returning, defying all logic. With a swift movement, the main character attacked, his strike precise and powerful. The old lady gasped, caught off guard by his sudden advance. She quickly grabbed his arm, her grip firm and unyielding, trying to gain the upper hand. With a burst of yellow aura, she flipped him over, her strength and agility defying her age. She followed up with a palm strike, hitting him squarely. He grunted in pain, the impact sending a shockwave through his body. The force of the palm strike sent him flying through the air, his body tumbling like a ragdoll. The impact was brutal, leaving him disoriented and struggling to regain his footing. As he hit the ground, A sharp pain shot through Chongyunjin's head, making her wince. Through the haze, she heard a familiar voice calling out to her, concern laced in every word. Haeyoung's voice echoed in her mind, urging her to respond. Confusion set in as she tried to make sense of what had just happened. The events leading up to this moment played back in her mind like a blur, leaving her questioning her own actions. A realization that seemed to hold the key to understanding the situation she found herself in. Silence filled the air as he tried to gather his thoughts, the weight of his emotions threatening to overwhelm him. She realized that her emotions had gotten the better of her, clouding her judgment and causing her to lose control. He was barely older than 20 years of age, yet the weight of her actions bore down on her like a ton of bricks. The realization that she had failed to restrain herself was a bitter pill to swallow. The way he had used void seizing as if it were second nature was a genuine surprise. It was a technique that required precision and control, yet he had wielded it with ease. A thread of something unfamiliar seemed to weave through his actions. But MC knew he had to push through the confusion and finish what he had started. The time for hesitation was over. With a deep breath, he steeled himself for what was to come. The resolve to see things through to the end burned within him. The elder had never even heard of a martial art that employed threads. The concept was foreign to her, yet it seemed to be a part of what she had just experienced. Had he reached a level of mastery to forge his own discipline? The question lingered in her mind as she prepared herself for the challenges that lay ahead. With his mind set, he stepped forward, ready to face whatever came his way. The warriors of the Tang clan stood before him, their presence filling the air with tension and anticipation. The command was clear and resounding. Subdue the enemy. No more words were needed as the warriors prepared for battle. Amidst the chaos, a familiar name echoed, Muyil. The mention of his name brought a mix of confusion and urgency to the scene. The call for father added another layer of complexity. Voices rang out, addressing the young lord. The urgency in their tones was palpable, drawing attention to the unfolding drama. Concerns for his safety was voiced, but warnings to keep distance were also shouted. The tension escalated as the scene became more chaotic. Apologies and offers of help were made, but the sincerity behind them was questionable. The air was thick with uncertainty and mistrust. A stern warning was issued, leaving no room for doubt. The stakes were high, and the consequences of any misstep were clear. The Hall of 1,000 Rains loomed ahead, its grandeur a stark contrast to the turmoil unfolding within its walls. Silence fell momentarily, the calm before the storm. The tension was almost tangible, everyone holding their breath for what was to come. Patriarch Muyil's name was invoked, a reminder of shared history and past alliances. The weight of their collective past hung heavily in the air, shaping the present confrontation. With Patriarch Muyil's name lingering in the air, the tension spiked as someone claimed the entire incident was just a terrible misunderstanding. But he wasn't having it, questioning what part of this mess could possibly be misunderstood. Was it the part where they hid their identities and sneaked into the Tang clan under false pretenses? The accusation hung heavy, and the room seemed to grow colder. Or maybe it was the part where suspicion clouded every interaction, especially after seeing the sick lining up at their doors. The past was a tangled web, and every word pulled at another thread. The elder stumbled over her words, trying to smooth things over with an old friend. But the damage was done, and the air was thick with unspoken grievances. The question was fired back, sharp and unyielding. If not that, then what was it? The room was on edge, and the confrontation was reaching its boiling point. The Grand Abbess of Amay had struck with deadly intent, leaving his son with internal injuries. This was far from a simple misunderstanding, and the stakes were higher than ever. The question was posed, cutting through the tension. Were they here to finish what Ugon couldn't? The implication sent a chill down everyone's spines. A plea was made, calling the accusation absurd. But the damage was done, and the room was left in a state of uneasy silence. The weight of the situation crashed down, with Chongyunjin admitting it was all her fault. If only she hadn't charged in blindly, maybe things would be different. Haeyoung hopes were thought for the man's recovery, praying his injuries weren't too severe. The room was filled with a mix of concern and regret. A moment of silence passed, the weight of the confrontation lingering in the air. The tension was palpable, and everyone was left with their thoughts. Heavy footsteps entering. Suddenly, the Tang clan's deputy leader, Seon, stepped forward, greeting the Lord Patriarch with a formal tone. The atmosphere shifted slightly, but the tension remained. Apologies were offered to everyone present, acknowledging the burden of concern that had been placed on them. The words were sincere, but the road to resolution was still long. The weight of the apology still hung in the air, But the mood shifted as concern took over. The patriarch, laced with worry, asked if he was truly all right. He nodded, insisting that a quick nap had done wonders and he was as good as new. He admitted to pushing himself too hard lately, the fatigue finally catching up with him. The room seemed to exhale a collective sigh of relief, the tension easing slightly. But then, a question hung in the air, laced with disbelief. Fatigue? Was that all it was? The implication that there might be more beneath the surface sent a ripple of unease through the room. The question was met with confusion. Internal injury? From what? The words seemed to echo, a puzzle that no one quite had the pieces to solve. The explanation came, a revelation that the divine art of the Golden Summit should have ravaged his insides. Yet he stood there seemingly unscathed. A misunderstanding, it seemed, had taken place. Apologies were offered once more, this time directed towards the Grand Abbess. The weight of the situation seemed to press down, the realization of who stood before them sinking in. He admitted to lashing out blindly, a fool who hadn't recognized the Reverend Mother. The words hung heavy, the air thick with regret and a touch of embarrassment. The Grand Abbess, a figure of authority and grace, asked for silence. She needed a moment, a pause in the storm of revelations and apologies. The pieces started to fall into place. It had been a misunderstanding, a case of mistaken identity and misplaced power. If she had struck him with full force, he wouldn't be standing there. A plea was made, a request to cast aside the need to endure pain for the sake of honor. The words were gentle but firm, a call to let go of unnecessary suffering. It was clear as day that he was forcing himself to bite down on the agony. But he insisted, with a hint of a smile, that it was all an act, a performance to keep the peace. The revelation left him stunned. Why would he do such a thing? The question lingered, a cliffhanger in the air, as the room waited for an answer. Then, out of nowhere, MC thoughts cut through the silence, smooth as butter but with a hint of something mischievous? He admitted this might seem a bit out of left field, unnecessary even, but hey, could everyone just roll with it for once? Like, trust his lead on this. The room was still processing, but you could practically see the emoji-filled thought bubbles popping up over their heads. What was this, some kind of prank? A social experiment gone wild? Silence. Absolute, crickets chirping silence. The elder dripping with skepticism. What exactly was this about? What was the young lord trying to pull here? This wasn't some casual request, it felt more like the setup to an epic plot twist, and nobody wanted to be the side character who missed the memo. But then, just as the tension was about to snap, his thoughts came again, calm and steady, like a hand waving everyone down. Chill out, he seemed to say. No need for the side-eye or the dramatic gasps. Everything was under control, or at least, that's what he wanted everyone to think. Turns out, this wasn't just some random power move. The young lord had a plan, and it was a big one. He was about to settle the score between two massive factions. But plot twist, this wasn't some selfless hero moment. Nah, he was about to cash in big time. Like, King's ransom level big. And suddenly, the room wasn't just stunned, they were on the edge of their seats, wondering just how this wild ride was about to unfold. And just like that, the room was left speechless. The young lord had just dropped a bombshell, and everyone was trying to pick their jaws up off the floor. This wasn't just about settling scores or making a quick profit. Nah, this was about to get a whole lot more interesting. Seon, with his fiery reputation, wasn't exactly known for his patience. But Gumwa? She saw right through him from the start. No surprises there, this woman had eyes like a hawk and a mind to match. With a single, smooth move, Seon had just played his hand, and it was a doozy. He'd basically just put Gumwa, one of the big shots from the 10 Great Sects, in his debt. And not just any debt, but the kind you can't just shrug off. Gumwa wasn't about to just roll over, though. She had a plan of her own, and she wasn't shy about laying it out. Seon? He was all ears, ready to play along for now. Gumwa cleared her throat, trying to smooth things over. She'd wanted to test his skills without all the baggage of her reputation getting in the way. But oops, turns out hiding who she was might have backfired a bit. She asked if he was really okay, probably already knowing the answer. Seon brushed it off, saying it was just exhaustion talking. Classic tough guy move, but hey, it worked for him. Gumwa gave him props for saving an old lady's dignity, her words, not ours. The crowd, though, they were still trying to piece together what was going on. Misunderstandings, divine healers, and now this? It was a lot to take in. And just like that, the room was buzzing again. Trivial misunderstandings? Sure, but when you're dealing with people like this, even the small stuff can blow up in your face. But as the dust settled, Seon just felt grateful. His condition hadn't worsened despite the chaos, and that was something. Gumwa, still a bit shaken, agreed. It was a blessing, truly, that things hadn't spiraled further out of control. The father figure wasn't convinced. He pressed Seon, demanding to know if everything he'd said was the truth. Seon stood firm, confirming it was. Seon couldn't believe the accusation. How could they think he would use the Amasek's name to weave a lie? The father's anger exploded. He called Seon a fool, his act nearly dragging them all into a bloodbath. Even if Seon believed they were stealing a peek at their clan's hidden arts, he couldn't just recklessly strike at their throats. The patriarch was furious, and Gumwa tried to calm him down. Seon admitted he made a horrendous judgment. He thought he could give them a scare, but the patriarch wasn't having it. He didn't care if it was a dulled throwing knife, it didn't excuse what Seon had done. Wait, it was a blunt practice dagger? But Chongyunjin had even pulled out her real steel against him. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. It looked like they had all jumped to conclusions too quickly. An apology was offered for how they responded that day. Please do not trouble yourself. The disciple was equally responsible for jumping in. Forgive me, Lord Patriarch. Amaze Sword Maiden was kneeling before him. Just what could she have done to beg like that? The room fell silent, the weight of the situation hanging heavy in the air. Since when do disciples of the great Orthodox sects throw their knees away so easily? The Tang clan might be ruthless when it comes to holding grudges. The Tang clan may hold grudges, but they don't force a woman to her knees over a few sharp words. Was he seriously trying to downplay an assassination attempt as just a few barbed words? The realization hit hard. How could they have been so blind as to attack a man like this? Thankfulness and regret filled the air. Forgiveness was sought, and gratitude was expressed for the young lord's understanding. The blood of youth runs hot, sometimes boiling over before one can stop it. But dropping to one's knees isn't enough to wipe the slate clean. The young lord was praised as the very image of his father's noble spirit. Humility and gratitude filled the room as old friends reminisced and exchanged heartfelt words. With the cobwebs of past misunderstandings swept away, it was time to get down to business. The alliance's message, previously forgotten, was brought back into focus. In the spirit of peace, a generous offer was made. 3 requests from the young lord would be granted. A moment of silence hung in the air as he grinned. Reflecting on the past, Haeong for sense of deep perception was revealed, seeing beyond the surface and into the hearts of people. Her memories of being driven out by frightened villagers, accused of being possessed, surfaced with a hint of sorrow. The weight of those memories still lingered as Gumwa's voice echoed in her mind, calling her condition a blessing, a gift of golden eyes meant for greatness. But something felt off, like the man before her had shifted, his righteous demeanor slipping away like a mask. Questions swirled in her mind. Which face was real, and why had he chosen this place of all places? The abandoned mine on Mount Wool was barren, meager, but its proximity to the Qingqing sect made it a difficult request. A sudden pain in his dantian made him wince, but he pushed through, knowing the Amei sect would step in if needed. Next, he asked for the Alliance's main forge, a request that subtly preyed upon their guilt. The response was hesitant. The permission of the Great Old One, the Alliance's master smith, was required, and a sudden throbbing pain shot through his left arm. But a promise was made, a personal vow to see that they reach a settlement. Confusion lingered, no malice was felt, yet something was undeniably off. With a polite gratitude, he made his final request, asking for the strategist of the Alliance's military wing to serve as his bodyguard. A sharp rebuke followed, a reminder to be more considerate in his requests. A strategist as a bodyguard made no sense. He was reminded to bring home things that added weight to the Tang name. Shaking someone down for coins was for those who couldn't see the bigger picture. Besides, if he revealed his greedy paws now, he would lose whatever trust he had built with the Grand Abbess. This was the wisest course open to him at the moment. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning. A memory surfaced, one he had tried desperately to contain. It was a memory he had tried to bury deep within himself. The memories he tried so desperately to contain were washing over him like an unstoppable tide. When the Murim High Lord was slain by the Blood Cult, the alliance fractured in two. The Anti-Blood Coalition, willing to shake hands with the Dark Factions just to fight back, and the White Path Coalition, who would sooner die than compromise their pride. One of the 3 heads of the Anti-Blood Coalition was the Sword Empress Ha Youngdu. Strangely enough, they kept running into each other. If you wanted revenge, you should have kept it between yourselves. At this point, what makes you any different from the Blood Cult? The question hung in the air, heavy with implication. In her eyes, he was a demonic acolyte who had severed his cord to the White Path. She couldn't comprehend how someone could corrupt even that gentle child. No matter what it took, she vowed to personally bring him to justice. The determination in her voice was unmistakable. A moment of silence passed, the weight of her words lingering in the air. He was sorry, so sorry. He was too late. She was someone who deserved to know the better version of him. Young lord? The voice seemed uncertain, almost hesitant. Seuntang, the name echoed, pulling him from his thoughts. What seems to be the problem? She asked, trying to regain his composure. Forgive me, he said. His mind wandered for a moment. It seems his condition is not yet stable. The observation was made with a touch of concern. Make rest your priority until you've fully recovered. The advice was given with a gentle firmness. She shall now relay the alliance's official stance and reparations. The tone shifted, becoming more formal and serious. The terms remain unchanged, but the numbers have increased. The announcement was met with a sense of anticipation. You may either undertake 2 additional mid-tier escort missions or choose 20 lower-tier commissions. The options were laid out clearly. Did she just say we are already engaged in a mid-tier escort? The question was asked with a hint of surprise. Indeed was the response. Didn't the Manhua caravan guard depart 7 days ago? The confusion was palpable. The confusion deepened as the realization hit that the caravan should have nearly arrived by now. Suddenly, a frantic voice cut through the tension, declaring there was trouble. Heavy breathing filled the air as someone struggled to speak, barely managing to utter the name Bane. The baneful demon, a name that sent shivers down the spine, was mentioned with a mix of fear and dread. A plea for mercy echoed, as someone desperately begged to be spared. It was revealed that the baneful demon had plundered the caravan's goods, leaving devastation in its wake. The gravity of the situation became clear as it was declared the Alliance caravan raid incident. The very event where an entire escort guard vanished without a trace, and it was suspected that So's hand was behind it. Amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope emerged with the possibility of more survivors. Orders were swiftly given to prepare for immediate departure, leaving only the bare minimum to guard the manor. Gomwa volunteered to join, declaring that the baneful demon was a plague to the world that the righteous path could not ignore. With companions by his side, the leader expressed gratitude to the Amei sect for their support in the battle ahead. The weight of responsibility was clear, but so was the determination to see this through. Turning to his son, the leader commanded that he stay behind to oversee the clan, a duty that couldn't be ignored. The son acknowledged the order, but there was a hint of reluctance in his voice. The protagonist revealed his intent to apprehend Uncle Ho Yeol for his betrayal, a task that needed to be handled swiftly. The plan was to deal with the traitor first and then join the fight against the baneful demon without delay. Concerns were raised about facing Ho Yeol while injured, but MC was adamant. He insisted on handling the situation immediately, knowing that waiting would only make things worse. He tried to intervene, acknowledging Ho Yeol's strength and urging his father to focus on the bigger threat. But the leader was resolute, his mind set on severing the rot before it spread. He thought that the situation was too volatile to leave any loose ends. A rotten branch had to be cut off entirely before it could infect the rest of the tree. With a final declaration, he stated his intent to execute Ho Yeol and then immediately pivot to chase the baneful demon. There was no time to waste. Meanwhile, in Ho Yeol's chamber, the tension was palpable. The traitor knew that time was running out, and the walls seemed to close in around him. Ho Yeol muttered to himself, realizing that once the Grand Abyss connected the dots, there would be no escape. The clock was ticking, and he needed to act fast. He planned to grab as many promissory notes and jewels as he could and flee before anyone could stop him. But as he turned, a sudden blast shook the room, leaving his fate hanging in the balance. The blast echoed through the chamber, a sudden and violent interruption. Ho Yeol's plans were shattered in an instant, leaving only chaos in its wake. As the dust settled, Ho Yeol could barely process what had just happened. His mind raced, confusion and panic setting in as he stumbled over his words, demanding to know who this mysterious figure, Inox, was. But the intruder wasn't interested in answering questions. With a smirk, he commented on Ho Yeol's surprisingly spry condition, given the circumstances. The intruder's words echoed in Ho Yeol's mind, his confusion only growing deeper. Ho Yeol's smirk faded as he uttered a single, cryptic word, the protagonist. The atmosphere shifted, MC's demeanor turning cold and serious. He addressed Ho Yeol as uncle, his voice echoing with a sense of finality. It was time, he declared, for Ho Yeol to pay for his sins. Seon's voice echoed with a chilling finality, declaring that the time had come for Ho Yeol to pay for his sins. Ho Yeol stumbled back, his voice trembling as he questioned what Seon meant. With a nervous chuckle, he claimed to have no idea what his nephew was talking about. Ho Yeol's eyes darted around, desperately trying to come up with an excuse. He pointed at a nearby figure, suggesting that Seon must have misunderstood the situation. He began to explain that someone had sent an assassin after him, But MC cut him off, refusing to hear any more excuses. Seon's gaze was steady and unyielding. If Hoyeol truly valued the legacy of their clan, he should surrender himself with the dignity of a man who knows he's beaten. A tense silence filled the room, the weight of Seon's words hanging heavily in the air. Hoyeol let out a sigh, a hint of resignation in his voice. Fair enough, he muttered, as if finally accepting the inevitability of the situation. Hoyeol's demeanor shifted, his tone turning cold and hard. He supposed they were both done playing nice. The atmosphere in the room grew even more tense, the air thick with anticipation and unresolved conflict. Seon evaded, his resolve unwavering as he faced his uncle, ready for whatever came next. Hoyeol's eyes narrowed as he studied Seon, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He asked Seon if this newfound arrogance of his was something to be proud of. Hoyeol's sarcasm hung in the air as he questioned if Seon was really propped up by the worthless petals behind him, his tone dripping with skepticism. Before Seon could respond, Chongyunjin's voice cut through the tension, commanding silence and calling Hoyeol evil scum. Haeong quickly followed, warning Chongyunjin not to let her temper get the best of her. Despite the Tang clan's fall into ruin, she reminded everyone not to underestimate Hoyeol Tang, the poison toad, his reputation still striking fear. She noted that their master had been right to send them with Seon, acknowledging that at the very least, he stood within the same realm of mastery as they did. The abbess had likely headed straight for the fray, and fortune, it seemed, was dining at his table that day. Their master's absence changed nothing for Hoyeol, the tension in the air thickening as the standoff continued. Hoyeol was urged to yield, just as his men had done, with the promise that he might be spared if he did so. The demand for surrender hung in the air, and it was clear that the others had already fled as suspected. MC observed how Hoyeol concealed his malice with a pensive brow, waiting for them to drop their guard, his dirty ways unchanged. Frustration filled the air as Hoyeol dismissed their words as wasted breath. But then a pause, a realization that the weapon Hoyeol possessed could drop even a supreme master. The weight of the situation sinking in as everyone considered their next move. Hoyeol decided to start with one of them, the confrontation reaching its peak. Chongyunjin called out to Haeong, trying to reassure her that she didn't need to worry. But a blade was fastly approaching her. Out of nowhere, threads appeared. Then, she questioned if the concern was really about her. Suddenly, she was wrapped in threads and pulled away. She screamed, adding to the chaos and confusion of the moment. Amidst the chaos, she wondered aloud when the attack had been launched, and what those mysterious threads were. It was realized that this must be the young lord's main weapon, and without those threads, the attack would have been devastating. Hoyeol chimed in, expressing pity and a desire to send at least one of them below. Haeong retorted, questioning the lack of shame, and Hoyeol responded to her of acting like a child who hadn't learned the Murim's oldest adage. He ominously stated that dead men or women tell no tales. The phrase hung in the air, a grim reminder of the stakes at hand. Haeong exclaimed about the incredible speed of the attack, catching everyone off guard. It was clear that the attacker was not in the lower ranks of supreme mastery, but at least 2 or 3 peaks higher, leaving everyone in awe and fear. With the attacker's strength far surpassing initial expectations, she knew coordination was key to survival. He stepped up, taking charge with a plan forming in his mind. He declared his intent to lead, calling the shots in this high-stakes battle. But then he paused, offering an unexpected alternative. If anyone disagreed with his leadership, they could step aside and he would face the formidable foe alone. Shock rippled through the group. Alone? What did he mean by that? The tension spiked as they grappled with his bold declaration. Before anyone could respond, the young lord sprang into action, directing precise movements to dodge the incoming attacks. The battle intensified, each move calculated and swift. The young lord's ability to predict and counterattacks left everyone stunned. He was tracking movements even seasoned warriors struggled to follow. The attacker, frustrated, challenged his luck, but the young lord remained unfazed, his focus unwavering. With swift precision, he continued to call out directions, ensuring his team stayed one step ahead of the relentless assault. It wasn't just luck. The young lord was reading his opponent like an open book, anticipating every move with eerie accuracy. The realization dawned on everyone this wasn't just quick thinking. He was in complete control, turning the tide of the battle with his strategic brilliance. As the fight raged on, the young lord's leadership and foresight kept his team alive, proving his worth in the face of overwhelming odds. Despite the young lord's best efforts, the tide of battle seemed to shift against them. The enemy's relentless attacks left little room for counterplay, and the team found themselves on the back foot, barely dodging the onslaught. The question hung heavy in the air: what now? They couldn't keep this up forever. The situation was spiraling out of control, far beyond what anyone had anticipated. The protagonist's strategic mind raced, searching for a way to turn the tables. Amid the chaos, Haeyoung cut through the tension, desperate for acknowledgement. It was clear they were struggling to keep up, and the offer to take command was met with a mix of frustration and urgency. Reflecting on past battles, it was hard to believe how much they had all grown. The once inexperienced team had faced countless challenges, but this was different. This was a fight for survival. The enemy, sensing his advantage, struck with renewed vigor, aiming to end the battle once and for all. The tension reached its peak as the young lord's team braced for impact. A warning cry echoed through the battlefield, a desperate attempt to save a comrade from an unseen threat. The enemy's cunning tactics were on full display, masking their true intentions beneath a veil of deception. The realization hit hard. The enemy had hidden their true attack beneath the chaos, and it was too late to react. The trap had been sprung, and the team was left vulnerable. The tables had turned, and it was clear who was now in danger. The young lord's team was on the brink, and the enemy was poised to strike the final blow. A cry of pain pierced the air, a stark reminder of the stakes. The battle had taken its toll, and the team was struggling to keep up. Amid the chaos, a moment of gratitude shone through. Chongyunjin acknowledged a debt, a rare moment of vulnerability in the heat of battle. There was a hint of nostalgia, a longing for the simpler times when they were just starting out. The enemy, sensing victory, taunted them, his words dripping with contempt. He mocked the team's survival tactics, comparing them to vermin scurrying for cover. The team's pride flared in response, their loyalty to their master unshaken. They refused to let their master's name be sullied, and a desperate plea to halt the enemy's advance echoed through the battlefield. Chongyunjin, fueled by the team's unwavering loyalty, scoffed at the enemy's advance, declaring she could handle anything he threw at her. The battlefield tension escalated, as the whip wrapped around the blade. Hoyeol then flung her. A desperate cry echoed across the battlefield as Chongyunjin recklessly charged forward, only to be swiftly reprimanded for her impulsive action. Concern filled the air as allies rushed to check on the fallen comrade, her voice trembling with worry. The enemy, reveling in the chaos, taunted them, urging them to try and parry the next attack, his laughter echoing ominously. A gasp ran through the team as they realized the enemy was wielding a whip aura, a technique only those at the pinnacle of supreme mastery could use. MC quickly urged them not to be distracted, insisting it was nothing more than an illusion, a trick to throw them off their game. The enemy, brimming with confidence, mocked his young opponent, vowing to tear them apart. The leader explained that a true whip aura envelopes the entire length of the weapon, not just a part of it, hinting at the enemy's potential weakness. The enemy's partial envelopment of the whip aura revealed a crucial detail: he had reached the final peak of supreme mastery, but just barely, and this knowledge could be the key to turning the tide of the battle. With the enemy barely holding onto their supreme mastery, the stakes were higher than ever. If he was this shaken by a half-baked threat, how would he stand up to the true monstrosities of the blood cult? This skirmish was merely a preliminary lesson, a harsh prep for the battles to come. It wasn't just Haeyoung who had a crucial role to play as the third pillar of the anti-blood coalition. Chongyunjin too would have her moment to shine when the time came. As the blade flew, the stage was set to move outside. The tension was palpable, and everyone needed to stay sharp. A scoff echoed through the air. Did they really think such a cheap trick would save them? The threads he wielded was bizarre, annoying even, but they were far from enough. With a surge of determination, the resolve was clear: the enemy would be put down first, no matter what. A cry of frustration echoed, the tension reaching its peak. Silence fell, the calm before the storm, as everyone braced for what was to come. The moment hung heavy in the air, the anticipation building with each passing second. A laugh broke the silence, mocking and cold. How laughably cheap their attempts were. The tension was thick, the outcome uncertain, as the battle raged on. A taunting laugh echoed, the enemy mocking their desperate rush to flee. Hoyeol's voice cut through the chaos, promising a painless end if they would just stop squirming. He urged everyone to steel themselves, the final moments of preparation before the decisive strike. The protagonist stood firm. Now was the time to return the strike, to turn the tide of the battle once and for all. The moment of truth had arrived, the climax of the battle hanging in the balance. The battle's climax hung in the balance, and Hoyeol couldn't help but wonder if Seon had deliberately lured him out into the open. What seemed like a coward's retreat was actually a calculated move, the young warrior strategizing on the fly. But Hoyeol wasn't about to let the boy's tactics shake his confidence. Unfortunately for Seon, his cleverness wouldn't be enough to turn the tide. With a smirk, Hoyul declared that nothing would change the outcome. The battle was his to win, and no amount of strategy could save Seon now. Seon, however, knew better than to meet Hoyul's fury head-on. Dictating the field of engagement was the first step toward victory, and he wasn't about to let his opponent control the pace. The whip cracked through the air, but Seon was ready. He wouldn't meet the whip's fury head-on. That would be a rookie mistake. Instead, he treated it like an advancing tide, thrusting forward to part the waters. It was a risky move, but Seon knew it was his best chance. But even as he parried the whip, Seon didn't let his guard down. He knew better than to celebrate too soon. The tension in the air was palpable, both warriors poised for the next move. Because a whip, as Seon well knew, was most dangerous on its return. And Hoyul's whip was already coiling back, ready to strike again. The whip cracked through the air, coiling back with deadly precision. Hoyul's technique was flawless, each movement calculated and swift. The tension in the room was palpable as everyone watched, waiting for the next strike. A sudden scream echoed through, the sound of pain and surprise mingling together. Murmurs of awe rippled through the crowd. Hoyul's skill was undeniable, his experience in battle clear for all to see. He moved with a grace and power that left everyone in awe, whispering about his incredible prowess. The battle was far from over, and everyone was eager to see what would happen next. A voice cut through the tension, urging action. It was time to respond, to counter the attack and show their own strength. Then a huge explosion occurred. The sounds of weapons clashing, moving at insane speeds. "I'm tired of this fat frog-looking ass Hoyul." With a sudden cry of effort sliced through the air, clearly irritated. Hoyul wasn't done, his voice booming with frustration, declaring he'd had enough of the struggle. They could feel the fury rolling off them in waves. With a final snarl, he pressed his advantage, declaring them finished. For a moment there was stillness, the calm after the storm. But then Chongyunjin appeared behind him. A sudden cry of pain echoed through the arena, barely dodging. The fighters circled him, the air thick with anticipation. A sharp sound of frustration cut through the air, his annoyance clear. He muttered under his breath, frustration clear. Just when he thought he had one opponent on the back foot, another came at him from a different angle. A laugh echoed through the arena, chilling and mocking. He praised his opponents for knowing the basics of strategy, attrition. But the laughter held a dark edge, a promise of overwhelming might. He continued, declaring that against overwhelming might, all was for naught. The words sent a shiver through, the weight of his power clear. With a battle cry he lunged, his power on full display. He urged his opponents to rip and tear, to howl in their despair. The whip nearly striking Haeong. But our MVP was ready, not allowing disaster to fall them. A surge of energy rippled through the air, and threads gripping. The combatants stood poised, because our MVP was not going to let them get hurt. Hoyul couldn't believe his eyes. How had these rookies managed to dodge his attacks? And to make matters worse, one of them had even launched a counterattack while being off balance. His mind raced, trying to comprehend the impossible. His confusion was evident, his brow furrowed in disbelief. He had never encountered such skill, such defiance, from opponents so young. With anger on his face, he readied his whip. The battle had taken an unexpected turn, and no one knew what would happen next. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon caught his eye. Threads, shimmering and ethereal, began to weave through the air. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. His eyes widened as he realized what the threads might mean. Could it be? Was his nephew involved in this? Before he could finish his thought, a voice rang out, clear and confident. It was his nephew, greeting him with a calm and collected demeanor. He let out a cry of frustration and shock. His nephew's sudden appearance and the mysterious threads had thrown him off guard. As the dust settled, he struggled to process the chaos unfolding before him. His nephew's sudden arrival and the enigmatic threads had turned the tide of the battle, leaving him grappling with the unexpected turn of events. A taunting voice echoed, questioning if he was having trouble keeping up, adding fuel to the already intense situation. Hoyul's mind raced, trying to piece together the puzzle that had just been thrown at him. The battlefield seemed to freeze for a moment, the tension palpable as he awaited the next move. He continued, hinting at little pieces of something, leaving him even more confused and on edge. His frustration grew, his mind scrambling to make sense of the cryptic messages and the sudden shift in the battle. In a sudden outburst, he cursed, his emotions getting the better of him as the situation spiraled further out of control. Just then, MC yanked his threads with a purpose. Everyone held their breath. What was this? A sudden scream, sending a jolt through the battlefield and leaving everyone on high alert once again. Ho Yeol braced himself, knowing that whatever came next would change the course of the battle and perhaps his life forever. MC, calm and collected, watched as the attack approached. A huge blast, shaking the battlefield. Suddenly, a cry of pain, followed by a desperate shout. The young lord had fallen, his fate hanging in the balance. Ho Yeol echoed through the battlefield, cold and triumphant. One pesky little thorn had been removed, but he knew this was far from over. He, sensing victory, declared his intention to flee for now, but his words carried a promise of return, a vow to claim everything and leave no one standing. His grip tightened on his weapon, determination burning in his eyes. Confusion rippled through the battlefield as the enemy's words sank in. He couldn't help but wonder what this meant for the future. He stood amidst the chaos, his mind racing with thoughts of why his foot is not attached to his leg. His retreat was a tactical move, but it was cut short and he tumbled through. He then finally crashed. With a deep breath, MC released more threads. A loud boom and smoke followed. He barely had a moment to catch his breath when a sudden wave of disorientation hit him. The world around him seemed to spin, and he stumbled, barely managing to stay on his feet. He groaned in pain and confusion, trying to make sense of what had just happened. As he tried to regain his bearings, MC's voice echoed through the battlefield, seemingly from nowhere. It was a voice he hadn't thought to hear, and it sent a chill down his spine. The protagonist was calm, almost mocking, and it seemed to be coming from all directions at once. Ho Yeol's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the voice. Couldn't be. Could it? He turned around, scanning the battlefield for any sign of the speaker. His mind raced as he tried to process what was happening. He had seen some crazy things on the battlefield, but this was on a whole new level. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, and he couldn't help but wonder if he had somehow managed to deflect every single noxious cloud of the crane's bane. He spoke, this time pleading. It was his nephew, and he was begging for his life. He spoke of family, of the bond they shared, and asked for mercy. The protagonist could hear the desperation in his voice, and it tugged at his heartstrings. MC's expression hardened as he thought about his uncle's request. He remembered the promise he had made to his father, a promise to give everyone a chance to turn over a new leaf, no matter how dark their past. But then he remembered the atrocities his uncle had committed, the lives he had ruined, and the pain he had caused. He thought about the promise he had made to his father, and he knew that some people were beyond redemption. The protagonist's eyes narrowed as he came to a realization. His uncle was one of those people, and he knew what he had to do. He steeled himself, ready to face his uncle and bring an end to the madness. His voice was cold and final as he spoke. He told his uncle that he was well past the point of redemption, and that the grave was the only end for him. The protagonist stood firm, his resolve unshaken. He was ready to face his uncle, ready to end the cycle of pain and suffering. The wind howled through the battlefield, carrying with it the weight of his resolve. But just as steel met steel, a desperate plea cut through the tension. Uncle was trying to stop the inevitable, his voice barely audible over the chaos. The pleas grew more urgent, a last-ditch effort to halt the violence. The protagonist stood firm, his breath steady, his heart resolute. He finally killed the frog-ass Ho Yeol. Ho Yeol's voice cut through, a bitter curse escaping his lips. Even in the depths of despair, his fury was unrelenting, a vow of vengeance echoing in the hollowed ruins. His words were a promise, a dark oath that hung in the air. The battlefield fell silent once more, the echoes of Ho Yeol's curse lingering like a specter. The MC's resolve remained unshaken, his focus unwavering. The cruelty of the moment was stark, the MC's actions seemingly devoid of emotion. It was a chilling display, one that could easily be mistaken for the work of a cold-blooded killer, a man lost to the demon way. Yet, there was a glimmer of hope. Seon wouldn't give in to such darkness, but the truth had to be seen firsthand. His actions were a mystery, a puzzle that needed solving. A true mad soul would be reveling in the thrill of the kill, soaking in the chaos. But he stood silent, his actions speaking louder than words. His resolve was a beacon in the darkness, a testament to his unyielding spirit. Was it all an act? His hardened exterior hinted at a life of brutality, a man numbed by the weight of his past. His actions were a puzzle, his true intentions hidden behind a mask of stoicism. The weight of his past was a burden, one that couldn't be easily understood. The protagonist's enigmatic aura left her questioning. What was it about him that seemed so familiar yet so distant? His stoic mask hinted at a story untold, a past that whispered rather than spoke. His gaze met hers, a connection that felt almost eerie, like recognizing a ghost from a past life. The intensity in his eyes was unnerving, as if he held secrets that time itself had forgotten. His presence was a puzzle, one that everyone felt compelled to solve. As the weight of unanswered questions lingered in the air, the atmosphere shifted subtly. The puzzle of the uncle's presence remained, but something else was about to unfold, something that would leave everyone even more perplexed. Seon stood there, his gaze fixed on the lifeless body before him. The reality of the situation sunk in, and a cold, hard truth echoed in his mind: he's gone. With a shrug, Seon figured he might as well make the most of the situation. A little looting never hurt anyone, right? He began to gather the fallen warrior's belongings, stuffing them into his pockets. As he sifted through the items, his mind wandered. The gravity of what he had just done seemed to fade into the background, overshadowed by the potential gains. His eyes widened as he examined the spoils. Crane's Bane, the most potent plant-based poison, and the forbidden hidden weapon, Soulseeker. Not a bad haul, all things considered. Seon continued to pocket the items, his movements mechanical, almost detached. The clink of the objects hitting the bottom of his pockets echoed the hollowness he felt inside. A heavy silence fell over him. This was what he had become, entirely numb to the act of taking a life. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks, but he pushed it aside, focusing instead on the task at hand. He tried to justify his actions, telling himself that the man he had struck down was evil, that he had invited his own ruin. But the justification rang hollow, even to his own ears. Yet, there he was, already weighing the benefits of his actions, calculating the gains and losses like a merchant at a market stall. The coldness of his own thoughts surprised even him. It was no different from how a demonic acolyte might think, he realized. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, but he quickly brushed it off, focusing instead on the items he had acquired. As he stood there, lost in thought, the world around him seemed to fade away. The gravity of his actions, the potential consequences, all of it seemed distant, almost surreal. But the silence was not to last. Something was about to shatter the stillness, something unexpected and jarring. Suddenly, a loud, guttural sound echoed through the room. It was a sound that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, a sound that sent a chill down Seon's spine. As the eerie sound faded, a voice cut through the tension, asking if she was all right. Chong Yinjin, still shaken, managed to reply that she was fine, just a little rattled. The Tang clan's way of dealing with traitors was not for the faint-hearted. It was clear that the outsiders were not prepared for such a display. Apologies were offered, acknowledging the severity of the situation. It was explained that anyone caught using forbidden techniques like Soulseeker or Crane's Bane was immediately marked for execution, even by the Alliance. The gravity of the situation was not lost on anyone present. Seon, still processing the information, admitted that he had not known the extent of these rules. The weight of his ignorance was evident, but there was no time to dwell on it. A moment of silence passed as everyone collected their thoughts. Haeong-du, the grand disciple of the Ame sect, broke the silence. She expressed her gratitude, vowing not to forget the noble grace shown in saving their lives. The sincerity in her voice was unmistakable. Chongyinjin of Ame echoed the sentiment, offering her thanks as well. Seon, however, brushed off the praise, feeling unworthy of such high regard. The humility in his response was genuine. Haeong-du insisted, pointing out that without Seon's intervention, they wouldn't even be standing there. The debt of gratitude was clear, and Seon's modesty only highlighted his noble character. Seon, still uncomfortable with the praise, quoted an old saying about a cup that overflows being no different from an empty one. He felt they were flattering him too much, but the gratitude in the room was undeniable. The others insisted that they were not mistaken. They had been in a tight spot, and Seon's aid had been crucial. The debate over the extent of his help continued, but Seon remained modest. It was noted that many sought Haeong's favor, yet here was Seon, waving off the title of her savior as if it were nothing. The contrast was striking, and it didn't go unnoticed. The situation was equally strange for Haeong. Known for her cold demeanor, her reaction to Seon's modesty was unexpected. It was a side of her that few had seen before. Finally, Seon accepted their thanks, albeit reluctantly. He mentioned that a carriage had been prepared and urged them to make haste and rejoin the Grand Abbess. As they prepared to leave, a question hung in the air: would Seon be joining them? As the question of Seon joining them lingered, he made his stance clear. He had no intention of pursuing the enemy alone, setting the tone for what was to come. With a resigned sigh, the senior sister accepted his decision, and just as she was about to speak, the other chimed in, declaring their intention to accompany Seon as well. Seon was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. He hadn't expected them to join him, and the realization that he wouldn't be going alone seemed to shake him slightly. Knowing how stubborn Seon could be, it was clear that there would be no talking him out of this. His mind was made up, and he was ready to face whatever came next. Seon stated that he had no objection to their company, but made it clear that he wouldn't be keeping an eye on them. This left them wondering what he meant by that. It quickly became apparent that if they fell behind, they would be on their own. Seon wasn't going to slow down for anyone. It was clear that Seon was trying to shoulder all the burden by himself, not wanting to rely on or be responsible for anyone else. A moment of silence passed as everyone considered their positions, the weight of the journey ahead settling in. Despite Seon's warnings, Haeyoung declared that she was still coming with him, determined to be an asset rather than a liability. With a nod, Seon agreed to move out without further ado. But the question of why they would leave behind a perfectly sound carriage hung in the air, unanswered. As they began to move, Chong Yunjin called out, urging them to wait. It seemed that not everyone was quite ready to leave just yet. The group set off, their determination palpable, each step taking them further into the unknown, their resolve unshaken. Their journey continued, the group pushing forward with heavy breaths echoing their exhaustion. The unknown loomed ahead, but their determination didn't waver, each step a testament to their resolve. And holy shit, they are climbing like it's normal thing to do. One of them looked particularly worn out, her face contorted in a mix of fatigue and determination. She was clearly struggling, but the thought of giving up never crossed her mind. The struggle intensified, Chong Yunjin feeling like she was on the verge of collapse. The thought of falling behind was terrifying, but the fear of failure was even worse. Her mind warning that a fall from this height would be disastrous. I'm with you, Chong Yunjin. She, barely keeping up, called out for a slower pace. The climb was taking its toll, and she needed a moment to catch her breath. It was clear that Lady Chong Yunjin was reaching her limit. The protagonist noticed her struggle, concern etched on his faces. A suggestion was made for Haeyoung to descend and rejoin the group below. The concern was genuine, but the mission was far from over. She appreciated the concern but refused to back down. As a disciple of Ame, she had a duty to pursue the baneful demon, a task of great importance. She wouldn't call out for something as trivial as fatigue. Her determination was unwavering, and she made it clear that her call for help was due to the gravity of their mission. Chong Yunjin, trying to lighten the mood, confirmed they were on the right path. Assurance came from an unexpected source. MC had been guiding them by reading tree rings. It was a peculiar skill, but it had kept them on track. With a renewed sense of direction, they continued their ascent. The mountain was unforgiving, but their resolve was stronger. Questions arose about her guide's knowledge of the mountains. Was he an herbalist? How did he know the terrain so well? The mystery added to the intrigue. The protagonist's stamina seemed endless, leaving the others in awe. They couldn't help but wonder at his boundless energy. As they reached a critical point, the decision was made to split up and cover more ground. The search for the baneful demon was far from over, and every moment counted. With the team splitting up, the urgency of the hunt for the baneful demon weighed heavily on their minds. Each member set off in different directions, determined to scout their assigned sectors thoroughly. The plan was clear: gather intel, and reconvene in an hour to share their findings. Like ninjas, they immediately dispersed. This distance should be far enough to cover ground efficiently. His thoughts echoing as he pushed forward, eyes scanning for any sign of the demon. The fundamental rule of tracking was ingrained in his mind: observe one's surroundings with surgical precision. Every rustle, every snapped twig, could be a clue. His senses was heightened, each breath measured as he moved silently through the undergrowth. Anything artificial, anything out of place was treated with suspicion. The tracks of wild beasts littered the ground, but it was the footprints of a commoner, someone with no knowledge of martial arts, that caught high attention. Sung Yayul, the baneful demon, was somewhere out there, and he was determined to hunt him down. A sudden hobble recall, followed by a maniacal laughter that sent shivers down his spines. He, the sound echoed, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. The voice of a hidden figure rang out, praising the craftsmanship of the ink-scale rings. Dearest disciple, your smithing skills truly deserve to be called peerless across the ages. The rings, it seemed, were a work of true brilliance, granting the wearer poison immunity and the ability to expel and manipulate internal toxins at will. The ink-scale rings, a marvel of smithing, were indeed a work of true brilliance. Their properties were almost mythical, offering protection and power beyond imagination. It was clear why the demon had spared the life of the smith. The craftsmanship was too valuable to waste. But if the demon hadn't held the remnants of the smith's clan over their head, the outcome might have been very different. But the smith's defiance was far from over. The demon's leverage might have forced his hand, but his spirit remained unbroken. With a burst of defiance, the smith declared he would never have crafted such vile instruments for the demon. The demon's laughter echoed, taunting the smith about his regrets. The demon continued, certain that the smith had felt the true weight of the poison and healing arts he had traded. The martial arts he had given him, he said, fit him like a glove. A clever lad like him couldn't have missed the fact that they were bound together as master and student, a bond that couldn't be severed. The demon laughed, calling his expression a true masterpiece. Confusion set in as a man wondered where he was. He remembered fleeing from the baneful demon. A chilling thought struck him. Had the demon captured him in the end? Everything felt unnaturally heavy. Something was definitely wrong. It felt as though he was hanging upside down. Panic set in as he realized the gravity of his situation. The demon's voice echoed again, mocking his abysmally slow recovery speed, calling him trash. The demon then asked if he knew what was essential for a flower to bloom, leaving him in suspense. The demon's voice echoed, shifting between tones as if two beings spoke as one. The man couldn't help but wonder how a single entity could possess such a chilling duality. The demon's patience was wearing thin, threatening to take more than just an arm if answers weren't given soon. A sinister laugh followed, pressing for a response. The question hung in the air, what brings a blossom to life? The man's mind raced, trying to piece together the riddle. Earth, rain, and sunlight, the essentials for life. The man muttered the answer, hoping it would be enough to satisfy the demon's curiosity. The demon's laughter filled the air, mocking yet somewhat approving. It seemed the man had managed to impress, at least for the moment. The demon confirmed, indeed, no ordinary bloom survives without those elements. The man felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe he was getting somewhere. But then the demon's tone darkened, speaking of a singular flower, one born of a seed that craved none of those things. This flower harbored a deep-seated hatred for all things pure. The man couldn't help but think, he holds a divine blade, yet speaks of seeds. The contrast was baffling, to say the least. Silence fell between them, the weight of the demon's words hanging heavy in the air. Suddenly, the demon lunged, catching a mysterious flower in its grasp. The man's eyes widened in shock. The demon readied his attack, red energy swirling around its form. It seeks no water, the demon declared, its voice echoing with a dark finality. With a swift motion, the demon slashed, and the man's head was severed from his body. Blood tears lament, the demon whispered, as the man's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. As the lifeless body hit the ground, a sinister chuckle echoed through the air. The moment the blood tear blooms, the voice sneered, savoring the chaos. He continued, dripping with malice, declaring that with this power, he would ascend as a true sovereign of poisons. It didn't matter who stood in his way, righteous or evil. He repeated, evil or righteous, it made no difference. The intent was clear, and the threat hung heavy in the air. A trail of blood began to form, snaking its way across the ground. The voice vowed to reduce everyone to a crimson tide, the finality of the words sending a chill down the spine. Suddenly, Seiun appeared, his eyes locked onto the source of the voice. There you are, he murmured, his voice steady but laced with determination. Heian's gaze remained fixed as she stepped forward, the forest around her a blur of motion and shadow. Chongyunjin called out, confirming Haiyang's presence. The tension in the air was palpable, the weight of the situation pressing down on them. She revealed she had found traces of a survivor, but there was more to it. The situation was more complex than it seemed. Haiyang responded, her voice steady but laced with concern. It appeared that both sides had encountered the same issue. The realization hung heavy in the air. Haiyang explained that the trail of the survivor had cut off abruptly, as if they had employed a technique to vanish without a trace. The gravity of the situation became clear. If the baneful demon had reached the peak of the transcendent realm, they were in serious trouble. They would need the help of Amaze grandmasters or senior nuns. Seiun stepped in, his voice calm but firm. That wouldn't be necessary, he declared, a hint of determination in his eyes. He explained that the survivor hadn't vanished but had merely scrubbed his scent to shake them off. With a slight smirk, he offered them a whiff of the truth. The revelation hit them like a ton of bricks. The scent-dispersing liquid was real, and it was right in front of them. Haiyang identified the liquid, her voice a mix of awe and concern. Seiun confirmed her suspicions, the weight of the situation pressing down on them. Seiun explained that it was a divine tonic formulated to strip a living creature of all scent. The reality of their predicament set in, leaving them momentarily speechless. Hyang expressed relief that the baneful demon's arts hadn't reached such a terrifying peak. But the question remained, how were they supposed to track down a man they couldn't smell? Seon's eyes gleamed with determination. He could stay on him by pushing his senses to the limit. The resolve in his voice was unmistakable. With a final glance at his companions, Seon took the lead. "Come," he said, his voice steady and sure. "I will lead the way." As Seon stepped forward, Hyang couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Primal Chi? She thought, her mind racing. There was no way he could have tapped into such a power without consequences. She watched as he pressed on, his determination unwavering. It was hard to believe he would burn through his own life force without a second thought. But here he was, doing just that. A true hero, she thought, her voice barely above a whisper. Truly, no other words did him justice. "I see a ship between them." The group moved swiftly, their footsteps echoing in the silence. As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew thicker, the scent of gore almost overpowering. It was clear they were getting closer to their destination. "This is the place," MC muttered, his voice steady despite the grim surroundings. The stench of gore was so thick that even the scent-dispersing liquid couldn't mask it. Yes, this had to be it, another agreed, their resolve strengthening. Fortunately for them, the entrance was not guarded. It was an opportunity they couldn't afford to waste. "Lady Chongyunjin, return to the main host and summon reinforcements for us," MC ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. She hate to admit it, but she only get in the way by staying. Lady Chongyunjin, her voice filled with reluctance. But she knew it was the truth. With a final glance at her companions, she turned and left, her footsteps echoing in the silence. "You have my thanks," MC said, his voice filled with gratitude. "And Lady Hyang," he continued, turning to face her. "I would be honored to have you at my side," he finished, his words hanging in the air. "Are you in?" he asked, his voice steady and sure. "Of course," Hyang replied, her resolve unwavering. They stepped forward. But as they ventured deeper, the atmosphere shifted, and an unsettling darkness began to close in around them. The darkness was much thicker than they had anticipated, making it hard to see more than a few steps ahead. It was like walking into an abyss, and the unease was palpable. As if the darkness wasn't enough, the path ahead was littered with obstacles. The team hesitated, sensing that something was off. The path was lined with mechanical traps and intricate formations, each one more complex than the last. It was clear that this was no ordinary cave, but a carefully crafted maze designed to ensnare the unwary. MC took a deep breath, feeling a mix of fear and determination. They were lucky to have each other, and that thought alone gave him the courage to press on. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the silence, halting the group in their tracks. There was an urgency in the tone that made everyone freeze. A trap lay right in front of them, hidden in the shadows. It was almost too late, but the warning had come just in time. The situation was far from good. One wrong move could spell disaster, and the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. A firm command echoed through the group. No one was to touch anything. The traps were more intricate than they had initially thought. Even the hollowed-out rock was a trap, rigged to release a volley of bolts at the slightest touch. The group exchanged nervous glances, realizing the gravity of their situation. A frustrated voice piped up, asking for a little more warning next time. The response was a nervous stammer, an apology laced with fear. She suggested using chi transmission to sense any nearby presence, but it was clear that the traps were not their only concern. The group decided to pick up the pace, moving carefully but swiftly through the treacherous path. They relied on each other to guide them through the traps, their bond growing stronger with each step. With their bond stronger than ever, the group pushed forward with renewed determination. The path before them was a maze of hidden dangers, each step a potential trigger for disaster. They moved with caution, their eyes scanning the ground for any sign of traps. Suddenly, a voice echoed in their minds, warning them of the peril beneath their feet. The entire ground was rigged with traps. They were instructed to utilize the stones protruding 3 thumb widths and traverse the driest ones overhead. 3 paces ahead, they were warned to avoid the second stone on the left. It was like a high-stakes game of hopscotch, but with way higher consequences. As they navigated the treacherous path, MC couldn't help but reflect on the power that once threatened him. That power was dreadful when he had to face her as an enemy, but now it was more dependable than ever. Her dragon eyes, capable of perceiving the hidden order of all things, were a force to be reckoned with. It was a power that once hunted him down, but now it was his guiding light. The memory of being pursued by those very eyes sent a shiver down his spines. It was a stark reminder of how far they had come and how much they had overcome. For a moment, there was silence as they each reflected on their journey. The silence was broken by a soft sigh, a reminder that they were still in the baneful demon's lair. As they looked up, bloody bodies hung all around the ceilings. As they ventured deeper, Haeong couldn't help but wonder how anyone could create such a treacherous path. How could anyone do something like this? She thought, her mind boggled by the sheer malice of it all. The question hung in the air, unanswered. They knew they might never understand the mind behind such cruelty, but they couldn't let it distract them. They had to keep moving. With a deep breath, they steeled themselves for what lay ahead. There were survivors, and they would face whatever came their way with courage and determination. The first priority was clear. The child had to be rescued no matter what. Haeong moved swiftly, her determination pushing them forward through the chaos. Every second counted, and they knew they had to act fast to save the child. Their hearts pounded with urgency, but they couldn't afford to waste any time. Suddenly, they noticed the child had lost too much blood. This was bad, he needed immediate attention. A scream of agony echoed through the air, sending chills down their spines. Something was terribly wrong. Confusion set in as they tried to understand what was happening around them. The situation was spiraling out of control, and they needed to find a way to regain control. Amidst the chaos, they couldn't help but feel a sense of unease, as if something more sinister was at play. A sudden burst of energy surged through the air. This could only mean one thing: Bloodtear's lament had gone berserk. The realization hit them hard. They had to act fast before the situation worsened. MC called out for Haeyoung, his voice filled with concern and urgency. Amidst the red energy wave, she protected the child. Something strange was happening. The shock wave they expected seemed delayed, adding to their confusion. As they waited for the inevitable impact, a sense of dread washed over them. They whispered amongst themselves, trying to make sense of the unfolding chaos. As they braced for the worst, a voice cut through the tension, trembling with regret. Haeyoung was sorry, really sorry. The weight of those words hung in the air, heavy and raw. Then urgency took over. A child needed to be taken to safety, but the unspoken question lingered: what about the person making the plea? The stakes were high, and time was running out. This was it, the moment they had been waiting for. The chance to take down their enemy was finally here, and there wasn't a second to waste. The tension was palpable, the kind of tension that made your heart race and your palms sweat. The child's fate was placed into the hands of Lady Haeyoung. It was a huge responsibility, and the trust was absolute. No pressure, right? A promise was made to return as fast as possible, but the weight of uncertainty hung in the air. Would she make it back in time? A warning was given to watch his back until then. The noble warrior had their work cut out for them, and the stakes couldn't have been higher. Silence fell. Regret crept in. If only he had pushed a little harder, maybe, just maybe, things would have been different. But if only was a game no one won. The question echoed: could he have saved them in time? It was the kind of question that haunted you, the kind that kept you up at night. Doubt gnawed at him. If he hadn't stopped away lives, if he had just acted sooner, would it have made a difference? The guilt was heavy, but there was no time to dwell on it. The moment stretched, tense and full of unspoken words. A chilling flashback. Someone was proud, boasting about reducing hundreds to nothing. It was the kind of pride that made your skin crawl. The conversation shifted, a mention of completing the Poison King's triad. It was a big deal, but the timing? Not so great. More laughter, more boasting. The techniques fit like a glove, he said. But at what cost? One innocent life against another? The moral dilemma was real, and it was messy. Focus was key. The goal was clear: put that monster in the dirt. No distractions, no second-guessing. Just action. With his sights locked on, he charged forward, ready to put an end to this once and for all. The monster was right there, victory within reach. But just as he was about to strike, something felt off. The monster's energy was fluctuating, its movements erratic. A sudden cry echoed through the battlefield, the monster writhing in what seemed like pain. What was going on? Seon hesitated, watching as the creature stumbled, its usual menace replaced by something almost vulnerable. The monster groaned, its body convulsing as dark energy swirled around it chaotically. Seon realized it: the monster had failed to absorb the Bloodtear's toxic energy, and now it was backfiring. This was it, his opening. The monster was weakened, its power destabilized. Seon knew he had to act fast. Gripping his weapon tighter, he prepared to strike. No hesitation, no mercy, just the final blow. But before he could move, the monster's form flickered, its movements unpredictable. Something wasn't right. Seon's instincts screamed at him to hold back. This wasn't the time to rush in blindly. The monster suddenly dodged, its movements quicker than Seon expected. How was it still this agile? Seon barely had time to react, his eyes widening as the monster's attack grazed past him. That was too close. Then it hit him. The monster had been hiding something. A little rat, tucked away out of sight, was the source of its sudden agility. This fight just got a lot more complicated. Seon's mind raced as he processed the revelation. There was no way the monster could have evaded Formless on its own. This was bigger than he thought, and the shock of it all left him reeling. Seon knew he had to act fast, but the pieces just weren't adding up. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the room. A demon, lurking in the shadows, found amusement in Seon's predicament. The situation was spiraling out of control, and the demon was loving every second of it. The demon's grin widened, his delight palpable. He was thoroughly enjoying the chaos, and Seon's frustration was just the cherry on top. Seon could feel the demon's hand nearly piercing through him. The air was electric with malice and something else, anticipation. The demon's voice dripped with mockery as he identified Seon. The Tang clan boy had walked right into his trap, and he wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. Seon's blood boiled as the demon mentioned his grandfather, Yutai. The demon's words were like venom, and Seon wasn't about to stand there and take it. With a fiery glare, Seon shot back, warning the demon to keep his grandfather's name out of his filthy mouth. The tension in the room reached a boiling point. The demon's laughter echoed once more, clearly amused by Seon's sharp tongue. This was turning into quite the showdown, and the demon was here for it. Seon stood his ground, his resolve unwavering. He knew he had to tread carefully, but he wasn't about to back down. The demon's eyes gleamed with malice, his grin widening as he savored the moment. He was toying with Seon, and he was loving every second of it. Seon's mind raced as he tried to find a way out of this mess. He had to act fast, but the demon seemed to be one step ahead. Seon knew he had to make his move, and fast. The demon wasn't about to let him off the hook that easily. Seon was sweating buckets. He could feel the demon's gaze burning into him, like a cat playing with its food. Seon's mind raced as he tried to come up with a plan. He was in a tight spot, but he wasn't about to give up without a fight. He just needed to find a way to turn the tables. As the demon lunged at him, Seon barely managed to dodge. He was running on fumes, but he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Not even for a second. Seon's heart pounded in his chest as he barely managed to stay one step ahead of the demon. Just as Seon suspected, he could hold his own against the demon. He might be in rough shape, but so was his opponent. It was anyone's game now. Seon knew he couldn't use his formless technique as much as he'd like. His chi reserves were running low, but the demon wasn't in much better shape. Maybe, just maybe, he had a shot at coming out on top. But where was the divine artifact? Seon couldn't help but wonder. He needed to find it, and fast. It might just be his ticket out of this mess. The demon sneered, telling Seon to hand it over nice and easy. Maybe then his death would be painless. But Seon wasn't about to drop the act. He'd been the one screaming like a stuck pig just a second ago, and he wasn't about to let the demon forget it. Seon knew he had to be careful. The demon was playing dirty, and he couldn't afford to let his guard down, not even for a second. As the demon lunged at him, Seon barely managed to dodge. He was running on fumes, but he couldn't afford to let his guard down, not even for a second. He recognized the technique the demon was using, Bloodtear's Lament. It was a brutal move, but Seon wasn't about to back down. The demon seemed surprised that Seon knew the name of the technique. He was an amusing puzzle, the demon said. Maybe he'd reveal some more of his secrets. If Seon could just hold on a little longer. Seon's heart pounded in his chest as he barely managed to stay one step ahead of the demon. He was running on pure adrenaline, but he knew he couldn't keep this up forever. If the demon relieved him of an arm, it would all be over. Seon's heart was racing, and his lungs felt like they were on fire. He knew he couldn't keep running forever, but he had to try. The demon was hot on his heels, and if he stopped now, it would all be over. Just as Seon thought he was done for, he summoned every last bit of strength he had left and managed to block the demon's ultimate technique. The energy that radiated off him was something the demon had never seen before. The demon was taken aback. This boy, who was supposed to be easy prey, had not only blocked his ultimate technique, but was also emitting the purest form of demonic chi he had ever encountered. The demon couldn't help but find this situation amusing. He had been chasing Seon, expecting an easy victory, but now he was genuinely intrigued. The demon was shocked. How did this boy block his ultimate technique? And the energy coming off him was unlike anything he had ever seen. The demon couldn't believe it. This was the purest form of demonic chi he had ever seen. He was genuinely impressed. The demon found this situation endlessly amusing. This boy was full of surprises, and he couldn't help but be entertained. The demon had made a decision. He would grant Seon the honor of becoming his disciple. He wanted to see just how far this boy could go. Seon, however, was not interested. He had a policy against being taught by fools, especially those who had lost their arms due to their own incompetence. The demon couldn't help but laugh. This boy had a sharp tongue, and he was genuinely amused by his boldness. The demon decided that he would teach Seon a lesson. He would start with the stick, and he was looking forward to seeing how this barb-tongued pupil would fare. Seon braced himself, ready for whatever the demon had in store. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but he was determined to stand his ground. The demon lunged at Seon, his stick aimed right at him. Seon barely had time to react, but he was ready. This was just the beginning of his first lesson. Seon stood his ground, ready to face the demon's attack. This was his first lesson, and he wasn't about to back down. The demon swung his stick with a fierce determination, aiming straight for Seon. With a swift motion, the demon declared his intention to claim Seon's arm as his first prize. Seon barely had time to process the demon's words before he found himself on the defensive. The tension in the air was palpable as Seon struggled to keep up with the demon's relentless assault. Seon's mind raced as he countered the demon's attacks. He knew he had to think fast if he wanted to come out of this battle unscathed. Seon's focus was unwavering, as he perfectly used his threads. He could feel the pressure mounting. The baneful demon's panic set in as he realized his chi conversion wasn't fast enough to keep up with MC's defense. He desperately tried to find a way to defend himself, but MC's threads was overwhelming. His mind raced, searching for a solution as MC's threads grew more intense. Cutting fingers. In a flash of insight, Seon remembered the teachings of the immortal sage, focusing on defense and incapacitating the enemy without direct strikes. With the immortal sage's teachings fresh in his mind, Seon realized the art itself suited his nature perfectly. But for the kind of vengeance he craved, he needed something far more aggressive. The technique he had been using was tougher than diamond, but it wasn't enough. A fascinating little thread, indeed, but not quite what he needed. He needed a martial art forged solely to wipe out and destroy the enemy. And so, he began to reshape the seamless veil of the immortal sage into its polar opposite, a technique designed for pure destruction. The transformation was not going to be easy, but Seon was determined. The path to vengeance was clear, and he was ready to walk it no matter the cost. A sinister laugh echoed in his mind as he realized the potential of the new technique. The power was intoxicating. Demon couldn't believe it. MC had been sitting on a secret technique all this time, and now it was his. The irony was not lost on him. The new technique was forming, a dark mirror of the seamless veil. It was brutal, aggressive, and perfect for his needs. Seon could feel the power surging within him. This was what he had been searching for, a way to exact his revenge. The transformation was complete. The seamless veil of the immortal sage was no more, replaced by something far more sinister. Seon stood there, the new technique humming within him. He was ready to unleash it on his enemy. The stage was set, and the time for vengeance was at hand. Seon's journey had led him to this moment, and he was ready to embrace it. The moment of reckoning had arrived, and the intensity of the situation was almost palpable. Seon stood there, ready to unleash his vengeance, but what unfolded next was truly incredible, beyond anyone's wildest imagination. The revelation about the left hand left everyone in shock. It was something no one saw coming. With a newfound determination, the baneful demon realized he had to make his opponent his own, no matter the cost. The battle was heating up, and the tension was through the roof. The fight was getting brutal, with both combatants pushing their limits. Even if it meant dissolving into a puddle of blood and gore, neither was willing to back down. Like the flash, the demon became a blur. He was not holding back anymore. He was going to pummel every last bit of power his opponent had, determined to emerge victorious. The battle raged on, each moment more intense than the last. The sheer force of his attacks was shaking the very foundations of the arena. Both fighters were giving it their all, their movements a blur of speed and power. The outcome of this battle would change everything. The intensity of the fight was reaching its peak. Every punch, every kick, was a testament to their unyielding spirit and determination. The adrenaline was pumping, like hellfire rushing through his veins. The thrill of the battle was intoxicating, driving them to push beyond their limits. Despite the odds, Seon's opponent was not only holding his own but getting quicker. Finding a moment, MC countered the baneful demon's strikes. He then flipped back onto the ceiling. While on the ceiling, he threw a knife. With no effort, the demon had deflected the knife, sending it crashing to the ground. The demon energy loomed over, his eyes gleaming with a mix of curiosity and malice. He wanted to understand his opponent's strength, to unravel the secrets of his power. With a smirk, he praised MC's cultivation and the artifact he possessed. He acknowledged that MC's skills were formidable, and that he would surely be counted among the masters of poisons. But the battle wasn't over yet. He taunted his opponent, urging him not to give up so easily. He wanted more. He wanted to see what his opponent was truly capable of. The demon groaned, his body racked with pain, but he wasn't ready to throw in the towel just yet. He gritted his teeth, determined to give it his all. With a sudden burst of energy, MC launched a counterattack. The demon blocked the attack, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He wanted more. He wanted to see what his opponent was truly capable of. The battle raged on, the demon slashed upwards. And MC dropped his weapon and dropped to his knees. The demon smirked, his eyes gleaming with a mix of curiosity and malice. He acknowledged the beauty of the poison he possessed, a deadly and beautiful substance. He revealed the name of the poison that had paralyzed his opponent, the crane's red crest, one of the 8 supreme poisons under the sun. His voice echoed through the tension, demanding to know what he would do next. A brief pause hung in the air, the weight of the moment pressing down. The atmosphere shifted as MC raised his hand. He then shot something towards the demon. The demon voice, cold and sharp, cut through the quiet, dismissing the previous trick as a waste of time. The demon's voice slithered through the air, declaring it was time to pay the price for failing. With a dramatic flair, the demon announced the introduction of the second of the 8 supreme poisons. The demon's voice dripped with menace as he revealed the name, the ichor of the bloodied dove. The weight of the demon's words sinking in. The demon's voice softened slightly, but his words were no less chilling, reminding MC never to forget what he had carved into his flesh that day. The demon's chilling reminder still hung in the air as he let out a sinister chuckle, admitting he had been holding back his full power to avoid killing MC. He couldn't help but acknowledge the surprising resilience of his opponent's body, which had withstood more than he had anticipated. With a taunting edge, the demon called out, wondering if Yutai was watching the unfolding scene, relishing in the control he had over the situation. He reminded that his precious grandson was at his mercy, a cruel twist of fate that he seemed to enjoy. Suddenly, the demon let out a pained grunt, his body convulsing as if struck by an unseen force. The demon gasped, realizing that the backlash of using the true blood-body fortification technique was hitting him sooner than expected. Confusion and pain flashed across his face as he struggled to understand why the effects were manifesting so quickly. Seon, watching the scene unfold, let out a quiet TSK, seemingly unimpressed by the demon's predicament. Seon calmly pointed out that the demon had only siphoned 4, yet it seemed he had already reached his limit in dispensing them. But Seon wasn't done yet. He taunted the demon, suggesting he had one more stashed away, hidden from view. Seon's words hung in the air as he spoke of the 8 supreme poisons, a revelation that seemed to strike a nerve with the demon. A tense silence filled the space between them, the weight of Seon's words sinking in as the demon processed the implications. The demon, his voice laced with venom, called Seon a brazen little pup, the insult dripping with malice. His fury boiled over as he accused Seon of playing him for a fool, the demon's pride wounded and his patience wearing thin. As his anger reached its peak, a tremendous surge of toxic energy erupted around him, dark and suffocating. The air grew heavy with malice, a single thought echoing through the chaos kill. His rage narrowed to a single target, MC. The name burned in his mind as he vowed to end him. The energy around him pulsed, a storm of dark intent gathering, ready to be unleashed. Silence fell for a brief moment, the calm before the storm, as the poison sizzled. There it was, the technique he had been waiting for, 7-step soul-shattering powder. The very thought of it sent a chill down his spine. With a sudden burst of energy, he unleashed his attack, a scream tearing from his throat as the power surged forward. The aftermath of the attack left him panting, the energy dissipating as quickly as it had come. A voice echoed in his mind, sarcastic and mocking. "You're a gift that keeps on giving, master. Either that..." He paused, the weight of the words sinking in, his mind racing with doubt and frustration. "Or you're just a fool incapable of learning," he finished, leaving him to question his every move. The voice echoed in his mind, leaving him to wonder if he was truly a fool. But before he could dwell on it further, a new revelation struck. The heaven-defying chi, the root and source of all demonic arts, seemed to be the key to everything. The demon punched, but our boy easily blocked. He then slides back. The storm of thoughts raging within the demon. Moments ticked by, and like he was turning Super Saiyan, his energy surged. Like he was throwing Kai Blast, the demon threw a massive energy. And then, just like that, an explosion. The words hit like a freight train, leaving no room for doubt or denial. The demon's existence was intertwined with the very essence of the heaven-defying chi. As far as he was concerned, the pieces of the puzzle were starting to come together, painting a picture that was as clear as it was terrifying. The realization dawned on him, a chill running down his spine. The truth was out there, and it was closer than he thought. As the weight of the truth settled in, a chilling voice echoed in his mind, declaring that the very thing he sought was nothing more than a giant elixir, waiting to be consumed. He sneered, calling him little, as if his existence was nothing more than a trivial obstacle. MC taunted him further, promising to beat some sense into him, for starters. A promise of pain and humiliation. And then an explosion as the demon crashed. The demon voice returned, questioning what was happening, as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. He grew more frantic, admitting that despite his incomparable levels of mastery, he was somehow pushing back. The realization seemed to shake the voice, as if it was struggling to comprehend the situation. MC challenged him, refusing to believe that he had given all he had to offer. MC releasing threads from above the baneful demon. Fear seemingly seems to have frozen the demon. Suddenly, a laugh echoed, a chilling sound that seemed to find the whole situation ridiculous. The laugh echoed through the room, sending shivers down the spine. It was a sound that didn't belong, a stark contrast to the attacks that came out of nowhere. Silence followed, a brief moment. Suddenly, a gasp broke the silence. MC was shocked, his surprise palpable even in the stillness. The tension was building up again, like a roller coaster climbing to the top of a hill. Demon voice rang out, taunting and playful. It was clear that he was enjoying this game of cat and mouse a little too much. He commented on how his opponent had dodged another attack, his fascination evident in his tone. Then, a revelation. The centipede, a demonic armament, was mentioned. It was a game-changer, a twist that no one saw coming. It was a lot to take in, a lot to process. A centipede weapon? But MC was effortlessly blocking. But the range for the centipede was insane. With a leap onto the sword. The demon, taunting and challenging. It was clear that he was enjoying this, that he was playing with his food. Then, a groan of frustration. It was a sound of defeat, of resignation. But just as the weight of defeat seemed to crush all hope, a shift hung in the air. The kind of silence that comes right before a storm. You could practically hear the universe whispering, "Hold my coffee." The demon, raw and determined, sliced through the tension. It was time. Time to stop the pity party and get down to business. The words hung there, heavy with finality. This was it. The moment where everything would change. No more playing around. No more holding back. It was time to end this once and for all. The air crackled with energy, and he let off a powerful strike. You could feel the shift, the tide turning. But the MC was ready with his threads, blocking the attack with ease. His threads effortlessly pushing the blade back. Then the unthinkable happened. The centipede, the big bad of the show, was getting dismantled. Like what even? How was this happening? It was like watching a bulldozer getting taken apart by a toddler with a toy hammer. But the demon wasn't about to just roll over and take it. Oh no, he had other plans. This wasn't going to be easy, and he knew it. The frustration growing within the demon. He was scrambling, trying to figure out his next move. But it was clear he was running out of options, and fast. And like a coward, the demon stated, running away. Man, what happened to all that good shit he was talking about? Then, a challenge. A taunt. The protagonist wasn't about to let him run without a fight. But he wasn't having it. With a cry of pure determination, he pushed back, ready to finish this once and for all. MC wasn't backing down, his determination burning brighter than ever. With a chilling calm, he declared it was time to collect the rest of what was owed. His voice echoing with a finality that sent shivers down the spine. The protagonist braced himself, ready for whatever came next, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and resolve. The demon watched in disbelief as MC began absorbing the essence of the blood tear, something even he couldn't tame. Panic set in as he realized MC was stripping him of his power. The protagonist stood firm, his body glowing with the newfound power, ready to turn the tables. In a shocking turn, the demon severed his own arm, the sheer willpower leaving MC in awe. The demon sneered, calling out MC's insatiable greed, his voice dripping with disdain. MC shot back with a smirk, unimpressed by the demon's final words, his confidence unwavering. The demon warned the protagonist, his voice cold and calculated, about the consequences of failing to strike when the opportunity presented itself. A mystic seal appeared, binding the MC. The demon taunted, claiming brute force was futile within these new constraints. MC realized this was the demon's backup plan all along, his mind racing for a way out. He conceded, for now, his voice laced with venom as he promised to leave the demon with a parting gift. He called it a gift to his esteemed master, who wasn't worth his salt, his words dripping with sarcasm. He revealed his true intent, leaving the demon with a curse instead of poison, knowing it would only strengthen him. The demon screamed in agony, his voice echoing as he struggled against the unknown force now coursing through him. The demon's agony filled the air, his screams echoing through the chamber as an unknown force coursed through him. But just as suddenly as it began, MC's cold voice cut through the pain, demanding he leave at once. With a final cry of frustration, the demon was sent flying, his body crashing through the cavern walls. And just like that, he was gone, leaving only dust and silence in his wake. The dust settled, the cavern falling eerily quiet, but the stillness didn't last long. MC, dripping with venom, echoed through the empty space. Next time, he vowed, the demon's head would be his no matter the cost. A promise of vengeance that sent a chill through the cavern. Meanwhile, the cavern itself groaned under the strain of the battle, its walls buckling from the shockwaves of the fight. Seon knew he had to get out, and fast. The place was coming down around him, and he wasn't about to stick around for the collapse. But with his energy depleted, escape was looking more like a gamble than a guarantee. Seon groaned in frustration, his body betraying him at the worst possible moment. Of all the times for his cursed body to act up, it just had to be now, when the cavern was seconds away from becoming his tomb. He gritted his teeth, willing himself to move, to do anything but lie there waiting for the inevitable. But then, something unexpected happened. The pain, the agony, the force that had been tearing at him, it was gone. Just like that, Seon froze, confusion replacing his earlier panic. What was going on? Why wasn't his body falling apart like it always did? For once, his cursed existence had thrown him a curveball he wasn't sure how to catch. As Seon stood there, confused about his sudden stability, he noticed something even more bizarre. His body wasn't just holding itself together, it was actually absorbing the chi in the air, like a sponge soaking up water. And if that wasn't wild enough, tendrils of energy started reaching out from him, stretching toward Bloodtear's lament. What in the world was happening now? Just as Seon was trying to wrap his head around his body absorbing chi like a human sponge, his mind drifted back to the past. The blood cult had hooked him up with all sorts of martial arts, but there was always that one party pooper, the Heavenly Core, messing with his plans. No matter what he tried, the Heavenly Core was always there, throwing a wrench in his schemes. It was like trying to play a video game with a controller that had a mind of its own. Even the big brains of the blood cult sorcerers couldn't figure it out. The only thing they could tell him was that the curse carved into his soul was some kind of constraint called the main restriction. Great, just what he needed, more cryptic jargon. Seon found zero answers about the Heavenly Core. How foolish did he feel? Like he'd been trying to solve a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. There was no way to escape it. The Heavenly Core was stuck with him, like a bad roommate who never paid rent. But then, a thought hit him. What if the Heavenly Core wasn't a curse, but a blessing? Mind blown. Seon couldn't help but wonder, what was this power? Really? It was like finding out his old, beat-up car was actually a secret supercar. This was the energy of the Heavenly Core, so potent that even reverse heaven energy, which usually devoured poison energy, couldn't touch it. It was like the ultimate energy drink, but for his soul. Seon couldn't help but wonder, what could be inside the remnants of the heavenward tear blossom? It was like finding a secret level in a video game, and he was itching to find out what was inside. The mystery was killing him, but one thing was for sure he was about to find out. This was the heavenward tear blossom's root, the core of all this vengeful energy. It was filled with a dark power, the very source of the poison that was spreading through him. The realization hit hard, and the weight of the situation started to sink in. Rocks hung in the air, the kind that made his skin crawl with anticipation. Damn it, this place was going to collapse earlier than expected. Escape seemed impossible in his current state. If this was truly what the Heavenly Core wanted, he had no choice but to risk it all. The decision weighed heavily on him, but there was no turning back now. He steeled himself for what was to come, the tension coiling tighter within him. Goh! Ugh! The pain was unbearable, but he pushed through, gritting his teeth. Every fiber of his being screamed in protest, but he couldn't give up now. The vengeful victim to the poison demon, what horrifying vengeful energy. It was almost too much to bear. But if he were to give up so easily, it would all be for nothing. He wouldn't have started this journey if he was going to back down now. Using the function of the golden energy strengthening art to control the energy throughout his body, he might just bring the heavenward tear blossom's vengeful energy and the heavenly core's energy together. This could be his way out. Blurg, the effort was taking its toll, but he held on, determined to see it through. Pushing through the exhaustion, he let out a guttural cry, feeling the strain of his efforts weighing heavily on him. The chaos around him was anything but harmonious. Instead of unity, there was only conflict and consumption, a far cry from the balance he sought. The discord was overwhelming, a stark reminder of the task at hand. He knew what he had to do. Maintaining balance was the key, and he was determined to see it through. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, preparing for the challenge ahead. There was no time to waste. The balance needed to be adjusted, and it needed to be done now. The weight of the task bore down on him, but he was ready to face it head-on. He had to control the two energies, ensuring neither overpowered the other. It was a delicate balance, one that required precision and focus. He couldn't afford to let either side tip too far. It was now or never, and he was ready to make his move. By reducing the heavenward tier energy and filling the gap with the heavenly core's energy, he hoped to restore the balance and bring harmony to the chaos. With the balance restored, a new energy began to take shape, swirling and pulsing with an unfamiliar power. The energy crackled and shifted, forming something entirely unexpected. It was as if the very essence of the heavenly core and the heavenward tier had combined, creating a force that defied all known realms. The realization hit hard. This was not just any energy, but something revolutionary. The energy pulsed with a dark, almost sinister glow, hinting at a power that could transcend the boundaries of the supreme peak realm. The thought of a new poison energy being created this way was mind-blowing. The poison arts alone had already crossed into uncharted territories. This energy, born from the fusion of the heavenly core and the heavenward tear blossom, was something else entirely. It needed a name, something that captured its divine yet toxic essence. Divine poison energy, it had a ring to it. The energy swirled and settled, as if acknowledging its new identity. For the first time in forever, there was a sense of triumph. The heavenly core had been overcome, and a new inner energy had been forged. The realization was exhilarating. The divine poison energy was not just a fluke, it was a breakthrough. If this energy could be accumulated and harnessed, the possibilities were endless. A sense of awe washed over, the weight of the discovery settling in. This was just the beginning. With the weight of discovery still fresh, a grim realization settled in. Time was running out, and the collapse was imminent. The moment of truth had arrived. There was no more time to waste. The only option left was to make a break for it and get out while he still could. Meanwhile, hearts pounding with a mix of fear and determination. Every step felt heavier than the last, the urgency of the situation pressing down on them. Panic set in as they reached the entrance. It was blocked, sealing off the only escape route. There was no choice but to force their way through. Every second wasted only increased the danger he was in. But one figure stood firm, believing that working from the outside would be enough to save him. Tensions flared as accusations flew. They had been called because of the breaking enchantment, and now they were stalling. Were they really going to abandon an alliance member? Frustration boiled over. This was not the time for hesitation. The harsh truth was laid bare. They were abandoning him, but how could they possibly save him now? The poison energy was running rampant, spreading chaos and destruction in its wake. If something went wrong now, the consequences would be dire. Gumwa's voice cut through the air, dripping with disdain. She wasn't happy with how things were going down, and she wasn't afraid to call it out. But before things could escalate further, another voice rings out, desperate to stop the clan head in his tracks. The situation was spiraling, and someone needed to put on the brakes. The clan head wasn't having it, though. He was determined to move forward no matter what. But the pleas kept coming, each one more urgent than the last. The clan head's patience was wearing thin. He repeated his command, voice steely and unyielding. He wasn't going to back down, not now, not ever. The stakes were laid bare. If the clan head walked away now, the clan would be left in shambles. The weight of responsibility pressed down, heavy and unrelenting. The tension was palpable, and then, like a bombshell, a revelation drops. The young clan head was waiting inside, and suddenly, everything was on the line. The clan head needed to calm down, and fast. Emotions were running high, and if he didn't get a grip, things could go south real quick. Gumwa steps up, ready to enter the fray alongside the clan head. She wasn't going to let him face this alone. And just like that, the cavalry arrives. Others were ready to jump in, their eyes sharp and focused. They had the clan heads back, no matter what. But then, out of nowhere, a shockwave hits. Everyone's caught off guard, and the game changes in an instant. A loud explosion at the entrance. No one knows what's coming next, but they can feel it in their bones. Something was very, very wrong. What is this explosion? The cave, the young clan head, everything hangs in the balance. The pieces are on the board, and the next move could change the game forever. Like that awkward pause when you realize you've sent a text to the wrong group chat. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through, shattering the silence. Someone called out for the clan head, her voice laced with urgency and a hint of panic, like when you realize you've left your phone at home on a day out. Everyone was on edge, waiting for what would happen next. The silence stretched on, and a mysterious figure loomed. Then, a shout rang out, shattering the silence like a glass dropped on a hard floor. Someone was there, an unexpected presence that sent a jolt of alarm through the group. The tension ratcheted up another notch as Haeyong recognized the presence. It was young Master Tang, but something was off, and the cave seemed to grow colder with the realization. The air in the cave grew thick with tension as a wave of intense poison energy washed over everyone. It was like walking into a room and immediately knowing something was very, very wrong. Someone wondered if it was the poison demon, their voice shaking with fear. The command to prepare for combat rang out, sharp and clear. It was like the teacher calling for order in a chaotic classroom, but with much higher stakes. Everyone snapped into action, their training kicking in as they readied themselves for whatever was coming. The cave was silent once more, but it was a different kind of silence. Everyone was on edge, their eyes darting around, trying to spot the enemy before the enemy spotted them. Gumwa called out, sharp and urgent. It was like the sound of a whistle blowing, signaling the start of a match. Everyone's attention snapped to the source of the voice, their bodies coiling tight with anticipation. Suddenly, Haeyong ran. She commanded to stop, and lower weapons echoed through the cave. It was like a parent stepping into a room full of squabbling siblings, her voice cutting through the noise and bringing a sudden, tense silence. The tension in the cave shifted as she realized it wasn't the poison demon. The relief was palpable, but it was quickly replaced by a new kind of tension as MC recognized the presence as his father. The cave was filled with a new kind of urgency as someone spotted the mark of the half-hound blood plasma, a symptom of the 8 great poisons. The command to fall back was given, and everyone scrambled to retreat, their earlier bravery replaced by a sudden, stark fear. A name was called out, echoing through the cave like a bell tolling. It was Suwon, and the way the name was called sent a chill down everyone's spines. The name hung in the air, heavy and ominous. Then he cut through the tension, low and commanding. The protagonist stepped forward, his voice echoing with an eerie calmness that seemed to make the very shadows tremble. He called out, urging someone or something to not come near. Seon's strength gave out, and he collapsed, his body hitting the cold ground hard. Out of nowhere, Haeyong lunged forward, her arms outstretched just in time to catch him before he hit the ground. She held him tight, her voice steady but urgent as she assured him she had him. She shook him gently, trying to wake him up, her voice rising in panic as she called out for young Master Tang. The urgency in her tone was palpable, her fear for him clear as day. But Seon was out cold, his body limp and unresponsive. Then a flicker, a small smile played on Seon's lips, barely there but unmistakable. Haeyong's voice lit up with relief and urgency as she called out for young Master Tang again, hope surging through her. As hope flickered in Haeyong's voice, the story shifted to a man telling a story. Decades ago, Sichuan trembled under the shadow of a great demon, the poison demon. The land was gripped in fear, until Tang Yuite, known as the Poison Lord, made the ultimate sacrifice, giving his life to vanquish the terror that haunted them all. But the nightmare wasn't over. The poison demon, that terrifying existence, had clawed his way back from the depths of death, returning to spread his venom once more. And just when it seemed all hope was lost, a hidden dragon emerged from the Tang clan, a family many thought had faded into obscurity. The hero of Sichuan, the Tang clan's emerald dragon, Tang Suwon, stepped into the light. His name alone carried the weight of legend, a beacon of hope in the darkest of times. He was the one who had once purged the corrupt Tang Hoyol from their ranks. Now he carried on Tang Yuite's will, facing the poison demon head-on. Alongside the Amaze Sect's Silver Phoenix, he pierced through countless traps and terrifying formations, all to rescue a hostage held captive by the demon's forces. But whispers spread like wildfire. The hostage wasn't even an escort warrior of the Tang clan, just some vagrant warrior. People couldn't believe it. Why would Tang Suwon risk everything for someone who wasn't even bloodkin? What kind of martial artist from Sichuan would do such a thing? The disbelief grew louder. Seriously, the young Tang clan head facing the poison demon himself? Did that even make sense? But anyone who dared to question his courage was quickly silenced. Say something like that elsewhere and you'd get beaten to death. It was an officially recognized fact by the Murim Alliance. And if that wasn't enough, rumors swirled that he had nearly lost his life in the battle against the poison demon, a fight that pushed him to the very edge. Despite the rumors of his near-death experience with the poison demon, the fact that the 10,000 demon sect leader was personally treating him spoke volumes. It was a rare honor, but also a cause for concern. Everyone hoped nothing would go wrong, as he was hailed as the greatest warrior in all of Sichuan. The hero of Sichuan, a title that echoed through the halls, carried the weight of both respect and expectation. Inside the room, the atmosphere shifted. The grandeur of titles faded into the quiet urgency of the moment. Hyang wrung water from a towel, her face etched with worry. The scene was a stark contrast to the battle-hardened exterior she usually presented. It had been over 3 days, yet his fever still showed no sign of breaking. The Silver Phoenix, as she was known, found herself at a loss. Hyang couldn't help but feel a pang of self-doubt. Was she truly deserving of her title if she couldn't heal him? Just then, the master and the Tang clan head arrived. Hyang quickly composed herself, addressing them with a mix of surprise and respect. The master reassured everyone, not wanting to trouble those caring for his child. His words carried a weight of gratitude and concern. Thankfulness was expressed on both sides. The master was grateful for the constant care given to his son, a sentiment that was deeply felt by all in the room. The question of his condition hung heavy in the air. The response was somber, as there were no signs of improvement. The fault seemed to lie with the elder herself, who felt a pang of guilt for being weak in this time of need. In this time of peace, she had forgotten the true duty of a martial artist, a realization that weighed heavily on his heart. Lost in her thoughts, she barely registered the voices around her suggesting she take a break and get some fresh air. He seemed to think she needed some time alone, but her mind was still stuck on her forgotten duty as a martial artist. Silence enveloped as she stepped outside, the weight of her thoughts pressing down on her like an invisible burden. The cool air did little to clear his mind, but it did give him a moment to breathe, to reflect on the path that had led him here. He knew he couldn't explain the advanced martial arts he had gained, nor could he reveal the injuries he had sustained in his battles. It was a secret he had to keep, a burden he had to bear alone. He felt a pang of guilt as he realized the amount of undeserved concern and help he was receiving from those around him. They were giving him so much and he was giving them so little in return. The weight of their kindness only added to his internal struggle. As he looked around, he couldn't help but wonder what this all meant, what he was supposed to do next. The demon's voice broke through his thoughts, asking for his opinion on something, but he barely heard the words. All he could think about was the path he had chosen, the sacrifices he had made for his clan's survival. He had no choice, or at least that's what he told himself. But as he stood there, lost in his thoughts, a harsh voice cut through the air like a knife, demanding he stop the self-pity party. The voice reminded him of the power he wielded, the blood demon's bane sword that had taken down countless foes before. It was time to embrace the power of the demonic weapon he had created, to fully accept the path he had chosen. He was now a true member of the blood cult, and there was no turning back. The weight of his choices settled heavily on his shoulders as he stood in silence. The reality of his situation was undeniable, and he knew he had to face it head-on. There was no denying the truth anymore. He couldn't be forgiven for what he had done, and he couldn't let it happen again. He had already dealt a significant blow to the poison demon, buying himself some time. He had also obtained the divine poison energy and reached the stage before becoming a poisonousian. He was only one step away from achieving the poison body. With newfound determination, he vowed to become even stronger. The path ahead was clear, and he was ready to face whatever challenges lay in wait. With the path ahead clear and his determination unwavering, he knew what he had to do. To surpass the poison demon and stand against the blood demon, that was the path he had to walk. The item he had urgently requested from his master had finally arrived. This was something that wouldn't normally even be permitted for trade with outsiders. The significance of the item weighed heavily on his mind. However, it seemed his master was also moved by the child's accomplishments. She had actually sent him the lesser golden elixir, a legendary medicine that could save anyone so long as they were still breathing. To think they would offer something so precious. Surely this wasn't brought for Sewun, or was it? He owed his gratitude to the sect leader. He would definitely repay this debt. The sect leader was upset. Did she seem like some petty person who was seeking a reward from their benefactor? This child had demonstrated his sense of righteousness most admirably. It was only fitting to provide this without any recompense. After witnessing the child's sense of righteousness, the sect leader was moved. Gratitude filled the room as the father expressed his thanks for the sect leader's generosity. The young Master Tang was also praised as a benefactor, his kindness echoing in the hearts of those present. A moment of silence passed, the weight of the situation settling in. The child's sincerity had left a lasting impression, and the atmosphere was filled with a sense of respect and admiration. The sect leader then turned to MC, his voice gentle yet firm. She instructed the child to carefully swallow something, a crucial step in the process that was about to unfold. It was the Amei Sex elixir, a powerful substance that would require careful handling. The protagonist, trusting in the sect leader, thanked her and placed his meridians in the leader's capable hands. But then an apology was offered. MC saw an opportunity in this moment, a chance to gain the energy of the lesser golden elixir. Confusion set in as those present tried to understand what was happening. The golden energy was being drawn out, a surprising turn of events that left everyone in awe. The revelation of the heavenly core within MC sent shockwaves through the room. It was an unexpected discovery, one that hinted at a powerful force dwelling within him. The sect leader sensed a ferocious monster within his body, its energy palpable and intense. The situation was more complex than anyone had anticipated, and the tension in the room rose. A groan escaped her lips, a sign of the struggle she was enduring. The process was taking its toll, and she was reaching her limit. Silence fell once more, the weight of the situation heavy in the air. Gumwa's voice rang out, declaring that she had hit her limit. It was a moment of truth, a realization that the process was pushing her to her breaking point. Concern filled the voices of those present as they asked if she was all right. The sect leader, having done all she could, looked on with a mix of concern and determination. The question of what happened hung in the air, a cliffhanger that left everyone eager for answers. As the sect leader's gaze lingered, the weight of uncertainty pressed on. All she could do now was hope that MC would find the strength to overcome whatever lay ahead. A sudden cough broke the silence, and eyes widened in surprise. MC was already stirring, showing signs of consciousness much sooner than anyone expected. His father called out, filled with urgency and relief. MC's eyes fluttered open, and he weakly uttered a single word, his voice barely above a whisper. He let out a sigh, his expression a mix of regret and exhaustion. He admitted his failure, the weight of his words heavy with disappointment. But the father wasn't having it. He scolded his son for apologizing, pointing out the absurdity of it all. After all, they had managed to find the poison demon's severed arm in the cave, a significant achievement. The protagonist admitted his martial prowess hadn't been enough to finish the job completely. But the father cut him off, insisting that his achievements were still worthy of commendation from the Alliance. He wasn't done yet. He dismissed his son's words as nonsense and quickly changed the subject, asking Haeyoung to lend him something for a moment. A brief pause followed, the air filled with a mix of anticipation and confusion. Haeyoung looked taken aback, her expression a mix of surprise and curiosity. She wasn't sure what to make of the father's request. MC seemed to sense something in the energy around them, his eyes narrowing in concentration. The energy in the air was palpable, and he couldn't help but wonder if they were planning on teaching him the Amei Sex martial art right then and there. The thought was almost too much to process, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something incredible was about to happen. As he stood there, heart pounding with anticipation, the world around them seemed to shift. The rampant Tempest sword art unfolded before his eyes, but it was nothing like what Chongyun had shown before. This was something entirely different, something breathtaking. The principle of reflection shimmered in the air, a concept so profound it sent chills down his spine. If only he could integrate that into his own martial arts, the possibilities would be endless. His mind raced, trying to process the incredible sights and ideas unfolding before him. It was almost too much to take in, but he couldn't look away. A moment of silence passed as he absorbed everything he had just witnessed. A deep breath escaped her lips, a sign of the overwhelming emotions she was feeling. This was a turning point, a moment that would change everything. Gratitude welled up inside MC as he turned to the Amei sect leader. This insight would be invaluable going forward, a gift he never could have imagined receiving. He wondered how such precious secrets could be shared with someone who wasn't even part of their sect. It was a question that lingered in the air, heavy with curiosity and gratitude. The Amei sect leader simply smiled, her eyes holding a depth of knowledge and mystery. She had her reasons that would soon become clear. The leader posed a question that sent MC's heart racing once again. Would he be willing to come and meet their master, the divine physician? But why would they want that? MC's mind whirled with possibilities. The leader's gaze was steady, her voice calm. If he was willing, there was more to come, more than he could ever imagine. The protagonist's breath hitched as the leader continued. She wanted the MC to request something monumental. The leader's words hung in the air, a life-changing proposition. They wanted him to ask the divine physician to take them on as a disciple. The weight of the request settled over him, a mix of excitement and trepidation coursing through their veins. The weight of the request still lingering in the air, Seon's mind raced with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Suddenly, a thought struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly stunned. What? He had assumed that he had already asked for a lot from them. But now, this request seemed to dwarf all the previous ones combined. This was going to be a tough one. Then, a realization hit him. Wasn't that place a sacred ground where men were strictly forbidden? This just kept getting better and better. Gomwa couldn't help but tease, pointing out how the protagonist was finally acting his age instead of being all serious and mature. She made it clear she wasn't joking around, her tone firm as she warned not to take her words lightly. The protagonist's father chimed in, wondering if they were talking about the Amei sect leader. The protagonist connected the dots, realizing that if it was the Amei sect leader's master, it had to be someone he encountered when dealing with Li Hozong. The protagonist recalled that the grand sect leader of the Amei was known as the finest divine physician in the entire realm. With her incredible healing arts, the protagonist thought he might finally have a shot at overcoming the heavenly core. Gomwa reassured him, saying there was no need to worry about being bound to the Amei sect. She had plans to ask for him to be accepted as an outer sect disciple. Gomwa continued, saying that becoming an outer sect disciple of the grand sect leader would not be his worry about not being able to leave his clan. The group was shocked, thinking it was too much. Hyung pondered what it would mean if he became the grand sect leader's disciple. She wondered if that would make her his senior. Gomwa trailed off, still processing the thought of him becoming the sect leader. Seon expressed his gratitude for the offer. But he declined, saying he couldn't accept and apologized. He thought that the world was changing and he needed to move swiftly. Plus, the whereabouts of the poison demon were still unknown. Gomwa finally understood the alliance leader's aching heart. Seon reassured her that he wasn't looking down on or disrespecting the Amei sect in any way. He asked her to be magnanimous and understand his situation. Gomwa retorted, asking if he was trying to deal the blow first and then offer the cure. Yes, they chatted. Seon's father reflected on his journey, from following the alliance leader to being offered to become the divine physician's disciple. He wondered when his son had grown so much. As he marveled at his son's growth, a shadowy figure mused about the irony of someone like him occupying such a place. The scene looking like a Resident Evil game. A voice broke the silence, expressing annoyance at the situation. The sword demon vice leader of the blood cult had arrived. The tension escalated. A brief step. A sinister chuckle echoed, questioning the purpose of his visit, the intent behind his presence. The sword demon noted how his body had grown light, the change evident and intriguing. A bizarre offer was made, suggesting an attachment of his arm, the proposal hanging in the air. The tension snapped, a threat to cut off a presumptuous mole was thrown out, the reason for the visit questioned. It seemed the blood demon had sent him, the pieces of the puzzle starting to fit together. As the pieces of the puzzle started to fit together, a chilling voice echoed, questioning if he truly had a death wish. The sword demon grew louder, more insistent, demanding to know if he really had a death wish. With the quickness, the sword reached the baneful demon. And a splattered of blood. The blood raining like its waterfall. A low, rumbling laugh broke the silence, sending a shiver down his spine. The baneful demon, dripping with malice, asked if he found the situation beautiful. The sword demon thinking, revealing that he had crossed the wall and even reached the peak of the evolutionary realm. The baneful demon marveled at his astonishing power, then ordered him to go and tell him something. The message was clear: the poison demon had finally obtained the heavenward tear blossom. After reaching such a realm, the sword demon asked. He asked about the state of his arm, leaving him to wonder what other horrors lay in store. As the echo of the voice's question lingered, a chill ran down his spine, the weight of the unknown pressing down on him like a physical force. Suddenly, a voice boomed, the words dripping with a mix of awe and disbelief, like someone had just witnessed the impossible. The air seemed to vibrate with an eerie laughter, sending shivers down his spine as the sound echoed around him. He stood there, frozen, smiling like he got the last pizza. Then he frowned. It was like listening to someone flip a switch, going from 0 to 100 and back again. A hint of affection in his tone. He grew softer, almost gentle. There was a promise in those words, a vow to reunite soon. Meanwhile, in Gansu province, the scene shifted, the atmosphere changing as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a new chapter in this unfolding saga. A hooded person holding a bag. The door opened. The hooded person walked towards a man sitting. A bag with a severed head was presented. A sudden gasp broke the silence, followed by a rushed apology. The lady was flustered, like someone who had just realized they'd made a grand entrance without an invitation. The masked man chimed in, brushing off the interruption like it was no big deal. Apparently, this was just a quick pit stop, a target already handled before crashing the party. The mood shifted as the man acknowledged the hard work done, insisting it was time to eat first. But the response was a dismissive denial, brushing off the compliment like it was nothing. He continued, downplaying the task as if it was no big deal, like he had just run a casual errand instead of something far more intense. Curiosity shifted the conversation as he wondered aloud about the taste of the tea, like they were testing the waters for something more. The tea was met with a grimace, its bitterness so intense it could have passed for poison. And the reaction? Pure, unfiltered disgust like he had just taken a sip of disappointment. Cue the dramatic gasp from onlookers because apparently, making a face like that in front of the clan head was a big no-no. The man piped up, claiming this was supposed to be the finest tea, but the damage was done. The bitter taste lingered, and it wasn't just the tea leaving a bad aftertaste. In an attempt to salvage the situation, he quickly suggested bringing out desserts, like sweets could somehow erase the memory of that disastrous sip. The urgency in their voice? Pure panic. With the tea fiasco behind them, the conversation pivoted, ready to move on from the bitter debacle. The question hung in the air, blunt and to the point: who was supposed to be the target? The weight of the question lingering like an unspoken challenge. The head man broke through, appreciating the boldness of the question, like he was impressed by the sheer audacity of it. The tone shifted, a promise of a reward befitting the Lee clan merchant group's reputation. But then the mood darkened. The one who made my son like this. The words trailed off, leaving a chilling silence in their wake. The chilling silence was broken by a declaration that sent shivers down the spine. The rightful heir of the Sichuan Tang clan, a name that carried weight and history, was the target. The air grew colder as the demand echoed through the room. A demand for Tang Suwun's head, a chilling reminder of the ruthless world they inhabited. The room seemed to darken. One could almost hear the gears turning, plans being made and discarded, the air electric with anticipation and dread. A low, thoughtful hum broke the silence. Then, a refusal, a single phrase that seemed to echo with finality. I refuse. Your son. The words were spat out, a venomous reminder of the past. Deserved to die anyway, he echoed, cold and unfeeling. A voice declared, a twisted pride in the words. I killed Tang Suwun, the name echoing like a death knell. The room seemed to spin, the reality of the words sinking in. Young master, a voice whispered. A plea or a prayer, it was hard to tell. The question hung in the air, a desperate plea for confirmation. Is Hinsiha alive? The voice asked, a thread of hope woven into the words. The air filled with a primal scream. Die, the voice roared, a command that sent a shiver down the spine. A scream echoed in response, a sound of pure terror. The voice was cold, calculating. So you were hiding here, he declared, a statement that sent a chill down the spine. I'm right, aren't I? The voice pressed, a twisted smile in the words. The accusation hung heavy, the voice dripping with malice. You demon, you were hiding here, he declared, a twisted smile in the words. The command was cold, final. Kill without fail, he declared, a chilling reminder of the ruthless world they inhabited. What a pain in the ass, the assassin muttered, the annoyance palpable even through the cold, hard tone. With no effort, the assassin leaped over him, laced with confusion and a hint of disbelief. What is this? It questioned, the words echoing in the stillness. A pause, then a slow, calculating response. Interesting, he mused, the single word hanging in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. I've changed my mind, he declared abruptly, the words sharp and decisive, cutting through the tension like a blade. I'll accept the request, he continued, the decision seemingly made in an instant. A beat of silence, then a questioning response. Why so suddenly? The head asked, the confusion evident in the tone. Prepare the money, generally, he commanded, the words quick and efficient, leaving no room for argument or delay. I need to know, he insisted, the words low and urgent, a demand wrapped in a question. How the Tang clan 4 members know my secret technique? He questioned, the words laced with a mix of curiosity and suspicion, the question hanging heavy in the air. The atmosphere did, signaling a new beginning. Suddenly, a loud announcement echoed, declaring the arrival of the clan head. The energy in the room shifted, anticipation filling the air. Congratulations poured in for the Tang clan head on the opening. The Ju clan head from Sichuan's small-medium sect greeted him, noting how long it had been since they last met. The Tang clan head acknowledged their presence, a sense of authority in his voice. The room buzzed with excitement and curiosity. The guests eagerly expressed their loyalty and excitement, emphasizing that they wouldn't miss such an important occasion. The Tang clan head's presence was magnetic, drawing everyone in. With a hint of apology in the air, the Tang clan head acknowledged the past month's tensions, smoothing over any lingering discomfort. As the formalities wrapped up, the Tang clan head wished everyone a good day and invited them to enjoy themselves before heading home. The guests, slightly flustered, bid him farewell with respect. Whispers filled the room as the guests dispersed. They marveled at how the Tang clan head had changed, noting that his new position had certainly made him more formidable. Rumors swirled about the Tang clan head's prowess, with some even questioning if he had truly cut off one of his own arms to prove his strength. Others envied his unmatched talent in Hubel, making him a figure of admiration and intrigue. With whispers of the Tang clan head's legendary prowess still echoing, the scene shifted to a bustling gathering. The crowd was massive, a sea of faces stretching as far as the eye could see. It was clear that the Tang clan escort agency had become a powerhouse, representing the very heart of Sichuan. The Tang clan's success seemed unstoppable, a juggernaut of prosperity. And of course, much of that success was credited to the young Master Tang. His reputation preceded him, a rising star in a clan already shining brightly. Amidst the chatter, the Tang clan head himself became a topic of conversation. It seemed the young master was still unattached, a fact that didn't go unnoticed by the observant crowd. The realization hung in the air, a silent question mark over the young master's marital status. It was a detail that sparked curiosity, a thread of conversation waiting to be pulled. As the crowd murmured about potential matches and future daughters-in-law, another observation was made. The young clan head was noticeably absent from the gathering, a fact that piqued the interest of the attendees. The question of his whereabouts lingered, a mystery that added to the intrigue surrounding the Tang clan. Where could he be at a time like this? The crowd's curiosity was palpable, a shared sense of anticipation hanging in the air. The young master's absence was a puzzle, one that everyone seemed eager to solve. Amidst the sea of speculation, Saran and MC were wandering in the forest. She pleaded for a slower pace was met with a hint of impatience. Assurances were given that the destination was close, but skepticism lingered. After all, similar promises had been made before, and yet the journey continued. With a final declaration, the promise of arrival was made once more. This time it was insisted it was for real. Since the crack of dawn, preparations had been underway, each step more grueling than the last. This wasn't just any outing, it was a mission that demanded everything. Moving one's body was always beneficial, or so he said. Yet the toll it took was evident. In the past, this would have sparked anger, but now it only brought a quiet sulkiness, a weariness that ran deep. Sewon wasn't sure he understood. Was it really acceptable not to see off the Amei sect? There was a pang of sorrow, a sense of indebtedness to the Amei sect for their precious offering. But moving forward, distance seemed the wisest course, a necessary precaution. To prevent something terrible from happening, constant movement was key. There was no time for idle farewells or lengthy goodbyes, not when the stakes were this high. It was a complication no one needed. The root of their displeasure? A request for a scholar of the Alliance to serve as a security escort instead of them. It was a slight they weren't ready to overlook. Everyone had their own thoughts on the matter, but concern was a common thread. Even the most steadfast among them couldn't shake the unease. The Dark Flower Corps remained a question mark, their intentions shrouded in mystery. What were they truly after? Words went unspoken, yet the complaints never ceased. It was a frustrating cycle, one that threatened to wear thin the patience of even the most composed. The Dark Flower Corps was clearly overstepping, their actions bordering on insubordination. It was a delicate situation, one that required careful handling. Sewon, Saran called out, a hint of urgency in the tone. The situation was escalating, and swift action was needed. It wasn't just about selfish interest. There was more at play here, a deeper motive that had yet to be uncovered. But there was more to leadership than just hidden motives and political maneuvering. Soothing the heart of a sullen comrade was also a virtue a young clan head must cultivate. A lesson to remember, especially when dealing with those closest to him. With a sigh, he accepted the burden, knowing that his role required more than just strength and strategy. The weight of responsibility settled on his shoulders, a reminder of the path he had chosen. A playful scolding echoed through the air, a reminder of the bonds that tied them together. But beneath the teasing, there was a hint of frustration, a longing to be seen as more than just a child. In the eyes of his sister, he was still just a child, a memory of a time long past. But he had grown, and the reminder stung more than her cared to admit. A living proof of the passage of time, a stark contrast to the memories that lingered. The past and present collided in that moment, a reminder of the journey that had led them here. The abandoned mine loomed ahead, a relic of the AVENGES past. A warning echoed through the cavern, a reminder of the dangers that lurked within. The air was thick with a toxic miasma, a silent threat that demanded caution. The poison miasma was incredibly potent, a mystery that defied logic. How could something like this exist in an abandoned mine? The danger was real, and the urgency to leave was palpable. But there was no time for hesitation. Instructions were given, a path to survival laid out. From now on, every step would be a test of her resolve and skill. With the path to survival laid out, the next challenge was presented. Instead of the usual method, a risky alternative was suggested. The poison miasma was to be taken in through the annihilation point, and core energy was to be channeled inward. Disbelief echoed through the air. Taking in poison with a method meant to resist it seemed counterintuitive, even reckless. The potential for energy deviation loomed large, casting a shadow of doubt over the proposed plan. In a moment of quiet intensity, a plea for trust was made.
Satan.
A brief pause. Saran began to recall, her mind laced with a mix of emotions. Honesty was about to be served, raw and unfiltered. Her words cut deep, a stark command to go away. Hate had once been a familiar emotion, but it wasn't always that way. The past was a tangled web, and Saran was unraveling it thread by thread. The pain of Sewon was evident, and Saran's plea was heartfelt. As the older sister, she urged giving in, a confession of her own childhood needs spilling out. The raw emotion was a punch to the gut, a reminder of the complexities of family. A moment of silence, the weight of the words settling in. The pain of her past words echoing in her mind. Regret was a bitter pill to swallow, and she was about to confess something she wished she could take back. In a fit of childishness, she had uttered words that cut deep. The wish to be alone instead of together was a regret that haunted her. Suddenly, a cry of alarm pierced the air. The young clan head was in trouble, and the urgency was palpable. The tension spiked, a new challenge presenting itself. The call for the medicine hall master was urgent. Burns from the forge needed immediate attention. The danger was real and the clock was ticking. As the urgency of the burns from the forge demanded immediate attention, Saran was consumed by guilt. She blamed herself entirely, convinced that the terrible wish she had harbored was the root of all the chaos. The weight of her regret was palpable, a heavy silence filling the air as she grappled with her emotions. In the midst of her turmoil, she couldn't help but reflect on the past, on the moments that had led them to this point. Seon, despite the urgency of the situation, wanted to give her something, a token of his affection and care. It was a gift, something he had crafted with his own hands, a symbol of his feelings for her. Saran remembered the day she made a vow, a promise that had shaped her actions ever since. She vowed to trust and protect Seon until the very end, no matter the cost, even if it meant losing her own life. In the present, Saran decided to try the gift Seon had given her, a small act that could change everything. But as she did, she felt something strange. The miasma, a dark and dangerous force, was accumulating inside her body. It was beyond mere accumulation. The miasma was becoming a part of her, intertwining with her very being. Saran realized the gravity of the situation. This was something far more serious than she had anticipated. Confused and alarmed, Saran turned to Seon, asking him what was happening. Seon, trying to stay calm, assured her that it was nothing special, but the tension in the air suggested otherwise. Seon tried to play it cool, brushing it off like it was no big deal. He mentioned something about borrowing techniques from the AVENGES resistance art, but let's be real, he was totally downplaying the fact that it was actually the poison demon's martial arts. No way was he going to drop that bombshell on Saran. Seon quickly backtracked, saying it was just a simple application of those techniques. Yeah, sure, Seon. Keep telling yourself that. He decided to take it up a notch, guiding Saran deeper into the technique. From that moment, the poison miasma would start working in her favor. Or at least that was the plan. Saran was blown away. She couldn't believe Seon had just whipped up some next-level martial art like it was nothing. She wondered if her brother had the mad skills of a true martial arts founder. Like, was he some kind of hidden genius or something? Saran felt like she was chugging the essence of 100-year-old snow ginseng on repeat. The technique's power was flooding her system, filling her energy core with poison miasma. Half of the poison miasma was building up as a weapon, while the other half was transforming into pure inner energy. It was an unbelievable ability, and Saran could barely contain her excitement. At this rate, she was about to level up big time.
Sa un bat siya cluseli, expecting nga reacti un any sakon.
Saran's cultivation and enlightenment were about to hit a major breakthrough. He knew her energy had already maxed out her current level. It was like her power was overflowing, ready to bust through to the next stage. Seon figured getting into a state of enlightenment would be a breeze now. Saran was already at the entry stage of the peak realm, so the next level was practically within her grasp. The air around them crackled with anticipation. Saran's energy was surging, her body humming with the power of the poison miasma. Seon stayed focused, ready to guide her through whatever came next. The breakthrough was coming, and it was going to be epic. The energy in the room was electric, and Seon couldn't help but reflect on how far they'd come. There was a time when he felt powerless, when he couldn't do anything to help her. But now, things were different. With a true energy infusion, Saran might even surpass the peak realm. The possibilities were endless, and Seon was here for it. Seon encouraged her, pushing her to go just a little further. The breakthrough was within reach, and he wasn't about to let her give up now. Energy surged around them, the air crackling with power as Saran pushed herself to the limit. With a final exhale, Saran let go of all her doubts and fears, embracing the power within her. Seon looked at Saran with pride, knowing that she had finally broken through her plateau. The moment was intense, emotional, and totally worth the grind. Seon couldn't help but congratulate her. This was a huge deal, and he was genuinely happy for her. The top of the peak realm was finally within reach. Saran had done it, and the future was looking bright. Saran turned to Seon, her eyes filled with gratitude. She thanked him, knowing that she couldn't have done it without his support. Seon smiled, brushing off the thanks. It was all thanks to her, he insisted. Her determination, her strength, her refusal to give up. That's what got her here. As the glow of it began to fade, Saran turned to her brother, gratitude shining in her eyes. She thanked Sewon, her voice filled with sincerity and warmth. Sewon, however, brushed off the gratitude, insisting that it was all thanks to her. The bond between them was palpable, a mix of familial love and mutual respect. Saran smiled softly, acknowledging his humility, but also recognizing the truth in his words. Sewon had indeed become the Tang clan's greatest martial master, a title well-deserved and hard-earned. She promised to repay him for his kindness, but Sewon waved it off, insisting there was no need for such talk. His focus was on their shared journey, not on keeping score. Sewon attributed their success to Saran's hard work, but she quickly reminded him that he hadn't accomplished it alone. It was a team effort, a collaboration that had brought them this far. Saran expressed her gratitude once more, but Sewon felt a twinge of awkwardness. He wasn't used to such heartfelt thanks, especially from his sister. Changing the subject, Saran asked if this was truly the end of their journey. The question hung in the air, a hint of anticipation and uncertainty lingering between them. As they stood there, a sense of unease began to creep in. Saran could feel it now that she had climbed higher into the peak realm. Something was spreading a poison miasma around them. MC nodded in agreement. They both knew what had to be done. With a shared glance, they decided to venture deeper into the unknown, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The poison around them was unlike anything they had encountered before. Ordinary poison herbs or flowers couldn't even compare to this potent miasma. It had to be a poisonous creature coiling up somewhere nearby. They steeled themselves for what was to come. A life-or-death battle might be inevitable, but if they obtained the elusive treasure they sought, it would all be worth it. With the weight of their impending battle still lingering, the group pressed on, their eyes scanning the unfamiliar terrain. The promise of a treasure that could aid Sewon's heavenly core kept their spirits high, even as the path ahead remained uncertain. Suddenly, something caught their attention. A peculiar sight that made them pause and exchange curious glances. The area was devoid of any Foniosos creatures, and even the usual poison herbs and poison flowers were nowhere to be found. It was as if the very essence of the place had been stripped bare. The desolation was almost eerie, with not a single trace of life or danger in sight. It was a stark contrast to the treacherous lands they had traversed thus far. Their eyes fell upon a peculiar substance, discarded and seemingly insignificant. It was black waste, or a mineral that had been overlooked and ignored by all. Upon closer inspection, they realized that this unassuming mineral held a secret. If exposed to air for over 10 years or infused with inner energy, It released extreme toxicity. It was a mineral poison, long dismissed as a myth, now revealed to be very real and very dangerous. The discovery sent a ripple of excitement through the group. They had only read about such things in books, but now they were seeing it firsthand. Curiosity piqued. She wondered how this knowledge had come to light. It turned out that a miner who had worked in the area had visited the medicine hall, where the terrible poison miasma accumulated in his body over time had been discovered. The connection was made, and the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. The miner's condition had led to this remarkable insight. It was a fortunate turn of events, as there had been no definitive proof of the mineral poison's existence until now. With this newfound knowledge, she couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. They had stumbled upon something extraordinary, and it might just be the key to turning the tide in their favor. But their triumphant moment was short-lived. As they dug deeper, the truth started to unravel. The information he had uncovered was nothing but a lie, a deceitful ploy by the blood cult. Still, there was a silver lining. The Black Waste could be the key to reviving their poison arts, which had been on the decline due to lack of funds. The Tang clan's poison arts could be revived with this discovery. The anticipation was palpable, as she couldn't wait to see their father's reaction. The excitement was shared among them, each one looking forward to the new possibilities that lay ahead. Without wasting any time, they decided to begin their work immediately, though not everyone was clear on what exactly they were supposed to be doing. Confusion filled the air as they looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, wondering what all of this was. Fortunately, the miners had left behind some tools, shovels and pickaxes, which would make their task a bit easier. In their clan, only 2 people had the ability to handle the poison miasma from the Black Waste, and those 2 people were none other than themselves. With a sense of determination, they called out to each other, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. With their spirits aligned and determination set, MC couldn't help but notice her swinging a pickaxe like she was trying to dig to the other side of the planet. He couldn't resist calling out, questioning who taught her such a bizarre technique, and insisted she needed to swing it properly. He wasn't done, urging her to put her back into it, swinging with full force. She declared that from now on, things were going to change. But not everyone was on board with this sudden training montage. She dramatically declared she was never going on an outing with him again, clearly not feeling the whole team-building exercise vibe. Meanwhile, at the Tang clan's grand training grounds, the atmosphere was tense, the weight of expectations hanging heavy in the air. One of the trainees voiced the question on everyone's mind, wondering what the point of all this training really was. A frustrated sigh escaped someone's lips as they questioned what was going on now. They couldn't help but wonder if they would ever get another chance to prove themselves. Tensions were running high as someone pointed out that, by requesting a scholar as a security escort instead of a martial artist, they had essentially been declared unnecessary. Despite the setback, they were prepared to surrender their lives for the Tang clan, their loyalty unwavering even in the face of doubt. The weight of their failure to stop the assassin was heavy on their minds, and they couldn't shake the feeling that it was all their fault the young clan head didn't trust them. The realization hit hard. They had failed to stop the assassin, and now they had to face the consequences of that failure. The weight of failure still hung heavy in the air as a stern voice cut through the tension, urging the rookie to learn when to speak and when to stay silent. The rookie was blamed for failing to protect their charge, but the rookie wasn't having it, firing back that no one could have predicted Sun Wugen's surprise attack. The rookie shot back, calling out the man excuse as exactly what a loser would think. He continued, suggesting that if they lack strength, they should just train and become stronger, but the man dared the rookie to run his mouth again. The stern voice had heard enough, cutting the rookie off with a sharp "bastard." The tension escalated as the voice dared the rookie to say one more word, the air thick with confrontation. The rookie, not backing down, challenged the voice to mock them again, the room echoing with their defiant words. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the tension, commanding everyone to stop right there, the weight of the confrontation hanging heavy in the air. The veteran broke the silence with an apology, the tension in the room easing slightly. The instructor continued, acknowledging the rookie's concern but suggesting that the young clan head must have had his reasons, urging everyone to understand. Then someone muttered in disbelief, "A scholar as a bodyguard?" The room was still buzzing with the revelation of a scholar being a bodyguard when suddenly, the young clan head's name was called out. The shock on everyone's faces was palpable as they wondered what on earth he was thinking. "Back to the streets where I belong." She declared that this was perfect, and that tonight's meal would be enough to put together a proper feast. She felt a sense of gratitude, knowing that her actions would be appreciated. After all, the young clan head liked this too. Meanwhile, a man was struggling to find his way around Sichuan. He politely asked a passerby for directions, hoping to find someone who could help him. He admitted that it was his first time in the region, and he was clearly feeling a bit lost. He looked around, trying to figure out which way to go. He was searching for the Tang clan, but the winding streets were making it difficult for him to find his way. The passerby looked at him, noting his scholarly appearance. At least he wasn't a martial artist, which made him seem less threatening. If he was an honored guest, it should be fine to bring him to the Tang clan. The passerby agreed to help and asked him to follow her. She worked there as a maidservant and knew the way well. The man was relieved and thanked her profusely. They began their journey, the man feeling grateful for the unexpected assistance. As they walked, the man couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. What awaited him at the Tang clan? As he neared the Tang clan, the man couldn't shake off the weight of the conversation unfolding ahead. He boomed, questioning the tragedy of a general choosing the wrong lord. The man pondered, acknowledging the gravity of such a choice, especially in times long past. He continued, citing examples of historical figures who met tragic ends due to their allegiance to the wrong master. The woman listened intently, the weight of the words settling in. The conversation took a lighter turn as he asked if it wasn't terribly sad. The woman agreed, but couldn't help thinking that he sure talked a lot. He wasn't done yet, emphasizing that even a great general under the wrong master could be led astray. The man couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. A brief silence fell, the weight of the conversation hanging in the air. The man took a moment to process everything he had heard. Suddenly, the women called out, addressing someone named Seol as young master and young lady. The man turned, curious about the new development. She continued, commenting on their appearance. The man couldn't help but wonder what was so striking about them. What was so special about these two? The maid finally spoke up, asking what had happened. Saran responded that there was too much to explain. Another voice chimed in, describing a man with jet-black pupils, long ears, and high eyebrows. The man listened, trying to picture the person being described. The description continued, detailing a clear forehead, prominent nose, and symmetrical cheekbones. The man couldn't help but feel like he was being introduced to someone important. He went on, describing the harmony of the man's forehead and chin converging towards the nose. The protagonist was impressed by the detailed description. The voice concluded, stating that those facial features were of one who leads the imperial court, the face of the dominating king. The man was taken aback by the grand introduction. The maid apologized, explaining that she had brought a physiognomist who was headed to the Tang clan. Saran realized that this was going to be an interesting encounter. Just as the woman was about to process the apology and the mention of a physiognomist, a loud voice boomed, introducing himself as Yeo Seon. He announced that from that day forward, he had been ordered to serve as the bodyguard to the young clan head of the Tang clan, Tang Sewon. The man raised an eyebrow, thinking this encounter just got a lot more interesting. The protagonist glanced around, noticing the reactions of those present, wondering how this new development would play out. Then, he thought, hailing Yeo Seon as the greatest instructor in all the land across Orthodox history, the myriad insight instructor. The man's eyes widened slightly, realizing that this was not just any bodyguard, but a legendary figure. As the weight of Yeo Seon's legendary reputation settled in, the scene shifted to the training grounds where new recruits half-heartedly struck at dummies. The atmosphere was far from inspiring, with morale seemingly as limp as their practice swings. It was clear that the captain's absence had left its mark, and not in a good way. Amidst the lackluster training session, a voice piped up, questioning if this was really how they were supposed to spend their day. The recruits exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring the uncertainty in their hearts. Suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the air, halting the feeble training session. The recruits froze, their wooden swords mid-swing, as the voice declared that today's training was officially over. Seon, the protagonist, couldn't help but let out a sigh, rubbing his temples as if nursing a sudden headache. Seon's frustration was palpable as he surveyed the scene before him. This was worse than he had imagined, and that was saying something. Just then, a voice called out, urging everyone to greet the young clan head. Seon's eyebrow twitched, and he couldn't help but voice his thoughts out loud, wondering when training had turned into a break time. He continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm, asking if they thought this was playtime. The recruits shifted uncomfortably, avoiding his gaze. A hush fell over the crowd as a voice apologized for the pathetic sight before them. Seon waved it off, stating that he didn't have any expectations to begin with. The recruits exchanged nervous glances, their morale seemingly hitting rock bottom. Shaking his head, Seon decided it was time for introductions. Maybe, just maybe, this motley crew could be whipped into shape. He gestured towards Yeo Seon, introducing him as his newly appointed bodyguard. The recruit's eyes widened, murmurs rippling through the crowd as they took in the legendary figure before them. One recruit, however, seemed less than impressed. He voiced his thoughts out loud, questioning if that guy was really his bodyguard. Seon could only sigh, his expectations sinking even lower. Seon's expectations were already low, but this guy was really not helping. The recruit started rambling about protecting the young clan head like some legendary bodyguard from the old tales. He compared himself to Dian Wei, who, as someone quickly pointed out, ended up dying. Then he switched to Su Chu, the Tiger Marquis. Finally, he declared he'd protect the young clan head with courage. Seon just stared, wondering if this guy was for real. Seon had heard enough. He cut him off, signaling that the introductions were over. It was time to move on before things got any more awkward. Seon took a deep breath and kicked the bag. Seon decided to change the subject. He asked about the ores scattered around them. One of the recruits explained that they were black waste, or a mineral poison comparable to the 8 great deadly poisons.
Seon zaiesui dened in shock.
The 8 great deadly poisons? The people couldn't believe what they were hearing. He demanded to know why someone would bring something so dangerous here.
Seon glanced around.
He saw, mentioning that there were some among them who could handle such poisons, though most of them were not. Seon assured that they didn't need to worry. His sister had already suppressed the toxicity of the ores. Seon told to stay sharp. The Tang clan's primary martial arts would return to poison arts from this moment on. The Tang clan was bringing back poison arts? This was a huge deal. Someone voiced his concerns, saying that this was absurd. He couldn't wrap his head around the sudden shift in the Tang clan's martial arts focus. His frustration was palpable as he continued, his voice rising with each word. The Tang clan had spent years perfecting their weapon-throwing techniques, all because they couldn't train in the poison arts. And now they were expected to switch back? It didn't make sense. The clan couldn't just abandon the skills they had honed for so long. He emphasized that the poison arts couldn't suddenly take precedence over the weapon-throwing techniques they had mastered. Besides, the Tang clan's poison arts were practically non-existent at this point. It was like being asked to give up a well-crafted sword for a rusty dagger. Normally, he would have already scolded them for their resistance. But this time, their reaction wasn't just about stubbornness or secrecy. There was something more to it. He reassured them, stating that he had invited a martial instructor to guide them through this transition. A martial instructor? The clan members exchanged confused glances. Before they could dwell on it, he dropped another bombshell. As of this hour, Yeoxian was appointed as his bodyguard and the chief instructor in charge of all combat units. The room erupted into chaos. Heck! The clan members couldn't believe their ears. This was too sudden, too unexpected. They looked at Yeoxian, who seemed just as shocked as they were. Pardon? Me? Yeoxian stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never expected such a promotion, especially not in front of the entire clan. One of the clan members shouted, "Isn't this going too far?" The clan members felt neglected, their loyalty and resolve questioned. They had dedicated their lives to the clan, living and breathing for its sake. And now they were being sidelined for an outsider. At the very least, they deserved an explanation. They all turned to him, waiting for a response, an explanation, anything to make sense of this sudden change. The silence stretched on, the tension coiling tighter with each passing second. The clan members held their breath, their eyes locked on him, waiting for an answer. He broke the silence, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "Are you all done talking?" The room held its breath, the weight of his words sinking in. What would come next? He wasn't done yet. If trust was an issue, he would make it clear who stood with him and who didn't. After a 10-day training period, a friendly duel would be held, a test of loyalty and skill. The stakes were high. If they won, the prize would be immense. He would personally enter the Repentance Cavern, a place of reflection and redemption. But if the opposite happened, they had better be prepared for the consequences. He scanned the room, his gaze sharp and assessing. "Is everyone here?" The response was a resounding yes, echoing through the chamber. He noted the fresh faces, all new recruits, their eyes wide with a mix of excitement and apprehension. "That is correct," he acknowledged. Introductions began, each recruit stating their name. Daewoo, Jang Il, the names rolled out, each one a promise of potential. The room filled with a sense of camaraderie and anticipation. "And mine is Jang Ee," another voice chimed in, completing the circle of introductions. A moment of silence followed, the room brimming with unspoken thoughts and expectations. He observed them, sensing the weight on their minds. "Feel free to speak comfortably about anything," he encouraged, his voice steady and reassuring. The room seemed to relax slightly, the recruits exchanging glances, ready to embark on this journey together. As the room settled, a wave of doubt crept in. Day voiced the concern on everyone's mind, wondering if they could really pull off a win in just 10 days. The unease grew as another recruit worried aloud about being a burden to the team. A confident voice cut through the tension, asserting that victory in 10 days was impossible. But with Yeosean on their side, even the impossible could become possible. The recruits exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to make of this bold claim. The strategist from the advisor's office stepped forward, sensing the recruits' skepticism. He wondered if there had been some mistake, but decided to show them what he could do. The strategist was ready to demonstrate his ability, hoping it would be enough to convince the doubtful recruits. The young clan head of the Tang clan seemed to know something no one else did. The strategist couldn't help but wonder if his secret was out. The strategist knew he had a lot to prove. With the young clan head's conviction, making excuses wouldn't cut it. The strategist realized he had no choice but to show his true ability and get the recognition he deserved. Warrior Dae Woong was called forward, ready to step up and prove his worth. As Dae Woong stepped forward, the others noticed something unusual about his eyes, a hint of something more beneath the surface. The room fell silent, all eyes on Dae Woong, waiting to see what he would do next. Dae Woong felt the weight of his gaze on him. The pressure was immense, but he was ready to face it head-on. As Dae Woong steadied himself under the weight of his gaze, a hushed voice cut through the tension, wondering if the ordeal was finally over. But the focus quickly shifted to Dae Woong, the warrior standing resolute amidst the uncertainty. Questions flew at him, probing why he had concealed another martial art within himself. Dae Woong hesitated, unsure how to respond to such a direct accusation. The interrogation continued, highlighting his grip strength, which was noted to be on par with the elite inner-court warriors of the Alliance. His arm muscles were praised for their pulling power, a trait that was unusually pronounced. Even his broad shoulders and the wide spread of his shoulder blades were pointed out as distinctive features. These were all characteristics of archers who pull heavy bows, a revelation that left Dae Woong even more perplexed. It seemed he had chosen the whip to hide his original martial art, but that choice was now being questioned as a poor one. His strengths were identified as composure and concentration, traits that stemmed from a unique vision allowing him to feel the wind. With a nod of understanding, it was suggested that his strength must have originated from the Great Grasslands. The realization dawned that he was even more amazing than initially thought, his abilities painting a picture of a warrior with deep, hidden potential. With one look, he could recognize 1,000 talents, a skill that set him apart from his peers. And with two, he could identify 1,000 weaknesses, a testament to his keen perception and martial prowess. He had produced numerous rising martial masters during the war with the Blood Cult, and his ability to counter even the most bizarre martial arts was unparalleled. Those who had chosen the wrong master faced miserable ends, but for Dae Woong, things were different now. With his new path unfolding, Dae Woong found himself reflecting on his past. He was once known as the young clan head, but his roots were never truly in the Murim. His origins lay elsewhere, a fact he had kept hidden for so long. He carried a burden of guilt, knowing his actions were unforgivable. Yet, his fear of not being chosen for the Dark Flower Corps because of his origins had driven him to desperate measures. Silence weighed heavy as he grappled with his thoughts, the weight of his past actions pressing down on him. Seon decided to give him some space, announcing he would retreat to his quarters for a moment. But as he turned to leave, he couldn't help but call out to the young clan head, his voice echoing in the tense silence. Yeo expressed his apologies to Dae Woong, revealing that he had uncovered a secret about him. Dae Woong, feeling the weight of his hidden past, admitted that it was his fault for concealing the truth in the first place. He accepted that he had no right to complain, even if he was cast out. Dae Woong couldn't shake off the sense of regret that washed over him, a bitter reminder of the choices he had made. The air was thick with unspoken words, the silence between them heavy with the weight of secrets and regrets. Dae Woong's confusion grew as he looked around, questioning the weapon. Seon, noticing his bewilderment, asked if he really thought they needed weapons to train in martial arts. Seon assured him that what they had should be decent enough to use. Dae Woong, still uncertain, asked if it was really okay, his mind drifting back to his origins and the secrets he had kept hidden. Seon, sensing his hesitation, asked him what was troubling him, his voice firm yet gentle. He reminded Dae Woong that he was a person of the Tang clan and a member of the Dark Flower Corps, questioning if he misunderstood something. Seon's voice grew firmer as he told Dae Woong that he would ask him one more time, demanding to know if he was a Tang clan member or not. Seon wasn't playing around anymore. His voice boomed with authority as he demanded an answer from Dae Woong. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife as he repeated his question, insisting Dae Woong to come clean about his affiliation with the Tang clan. Dae-woong hesitated for a moment, the weight of the question hanging in the air. Then, with a deep breath, he confessed that he was indeed a member of the Tang clan. As if to emphasize his point, Dae-woong repeated himself, declaring once again that he was definitely a member of the Tang clan. No takebacks, no regrets, just the cold, hard truth. Seon nodded, a sense of finality in his voice as he acknowledged Dae-woong's confession. That was all he needed to hear. The truth had been spoken, and it was enough. With the weight of Dae-woong's confession still hanging in the air, Seon turned his attention to the man standing before him. A simple acknowledgement passed between them, a quiet understanding that something significant was about to begin. Seon's gaze sharpened as he addressed the man before him, Chief Instructor Yozian. The man stood a little straighter, a hint of nervousness in his voice as he responded, clearly aware of the gravity of the moment. Seon's voice rang out, clear and determined. He was going to dismantle and recreate all the martial arts that the three possessed. But first, they needed to establish a framework, a solid foundation to build upon. Yozian's eyes widened slightly at the ambitious plan. He couldn't help but wonder if such a feat was even possible. But Seon's confidence was infectious, and soon enough, Yozian found himself nodding along, caught up in the excitement. Seon's plan was set in motion. Yozian would handle the theory, the backbone of their new martial arts, while Seon himself would take care of the completion, the martial arts and poison techniques that would make them unstoppable. A moment of silence passed between them, the weight of their decision settling in. There was no turning back now, only forward. Seon's voice was firm as he declared that from now on, there would be no rest, no sleep. They could sleep when they were dead. It was time to get to work, and every moment counted. With a final nod, Seon dismissed them, his voice echoing in the suddenly quiet room. It was time to prepare for training, and the real work was about to begin. As the echoes of Seon's voice faded, the room settled into a quiet anticipation. The air was thick with unspoken thoughts, and the weight of what was to come pressed down on everyone present. Training was about to begin, but little did they know, the real challenge was just around the corner. Yeo's voice dripping with surprise and a hint of frustration. He couldn't believe MC had figured out his identity, a secret he had guarded so carefully. MC mind raced back to a year ago, when anonymous letters started circulating among the famous great sections. Those letters had caused quite the stir, even before his regression. The letters contained the weaknesses of their basic martial arts and the supplements to counter them. It was a huge uproar, and the sects were in chaos trying to figure out who was behind it all. Yeo realized that his existence had been discovered through those letters. But sending a letter to the Namgung clan was a mistake, one that he was now paying for. Because of that mistake, the Namgung clan must still be sharpening their swords and chasing after him. In the past, that bastard used the letters as a pretext to lure Yeosian and then discarded him like a used tool. MC was filled with determination as he vowed not to let Namgung Myong have his way this time. He was ready to fight back and protect what was his. He was known as Lu Bu among men, red hair among horses, a legend in his own right. The last descendant of Lu Bu, a legacy that carried weight and power, was none other than Yeosian. The revelation hung in the air, heavy with implications. Yeosian's eyes widened in shock as he processed the information. How did he know about his lineage? It was a secret he had kept hidden for so long. MC waved off Yeosian's surprise, stating that such details weren't important. There were bigger things at stake, and they needed to focus on what was to come. But before they could refocus, he boomed, declaring that Yeosian was about to witness the pinnacle of martial arts, the very thing he had yearned for his entire life. The sheer energy radiating from him was unlike anything Yeosian had ever seen. Yeosian couldn't help but wonder how a single person could possess such an immense amount of energy. But it didn't end there. There were at least 3 distinct energies swirling around the figure, each one powerful enough to leave Yeosian in awe. MC explained that when all these energies were unified into one, something extraordinary would happen. With certainty, he stated that Yeosian was about to witness something incredible. The pinnacle of martial arts that his ancestors had reached, something that had been lost to time, was about to be revealed. Yeosian couldn't help but feel a mix of skepticism and excitement, wondering how someone could speak such arrogant words. But deep down, he knew this was no mere bluffing. The figure before him was a hidden dragon, MC who had been concealing his true identity to soar to greater heights. With a simple command to follow, Yeosian realized that if it was this man, he might truly reach the ultimate essence of martial arts. The thought raced through his mind he could actually do it. With a deep breath, Yeosian finally greeted his lord, ready to witness the pinnacle of martial arts. Scene shifts to metal clanging. MC shifted his weight, wondering if he'd missed some secret martial arts etiquette. A voice cut through the silence. Deep, commanding, and just a little bit dramatic. MC questioned if he was there to lend equipment again, clearly recognizing his presence. The black hand snapped to attention, replying that he knew he was coming. MC chuckled darkly, mentioning how his ears had become quite sharp lately. Then, dropping the bombshell that now was the perfect time to recruit the Iron Hall Master. His mind raced. The Iron Hall Master? The legend? The guy who left the Tang clan under mysterious circumstances? This was getting juicy. The Iron Master continued, casually mentioning he was just on his way back from taking in a subordinate. Congratulations were in order, apparently. But then the mood shifted. MC grew serious, admitting that even though Tang Hoyle was gone, the clan was still not whole. The protagonist warned that in this state, he might not survive the incoming calamity. The Iron Master eyes widened. Calamity? What calamity? The suspense was killing him. What did all this mean? Who was this mysterious voice? And what in the world was coming their way? Finally, he gathered his courage and asked MC to tell him more. He responded, revealing that the only way to achieve true strength was to unite the clan. Blackhand, still reeling from his newfound courage, wondered if this meant taking over Sichuan. But MC clarified that it wasn't just about being the strongest clan. There was more to it than that. The goal was to become the strongest group not just for power, but to protect everyone. To achieve this goal, the Hall Master was needed. But not just any Hall Master. He revealed that they needed Jean Mubique, the one who used to be called the Flame King. Jean was taken aback, wondering how MC knew this. He continued, mentioning Seol, and Jin's shock deepened. How did he know about his granddaughter? He confirmed that Seol was indeed his granddaughter, leaving Jean speechless. He thought that the only variable that had changed was the existence that had survived with his help. There was no other reason for him to act favorably toward Jean. The pieces of the puzzle were starting to come together. Jean admitted that he didn't know MC was aware of his real identity. The conversation was taking a turn he hadn't expected. He then asked if MC knew why the title of Flame King was attached to him. MC confessed that he wasn't quite sure about that. He revealed that it was because he had taken every single person involved in his wife's death and burned them with flames to send them to the King of Hell. Shit, that man is dangerous. After the flames of vengeance faded, he came back to his senses, only to find his world shattered. His son and daughter-in-law had succumbed to illness, leaving behind only his young granddaughter. The weight of loss pressed down on him, a cruel twist of fate that left him reeling. In his darkest hour, the previous clan head, the Poison Lord and his only friend, took him and his granddaughter in. But questions gnawed at him. Why had the truth been hidden, even from Seol? A chuckle echoed through the room as he responded. The grudges of the Murim were not so light, he said. Erasing his existence and protecting his granddaughter from afar was the best he could do. Tears welled up as he realized the depth of the Poison Lord's actions. He had protected the only reason for his life, his granddaughter. He was his lifelong benefactor. With a voice filled with determination, he vowed to do anything to repay that debt. He just needed to be given the order. But MC cautioned him. In the Jianghu, the word anything was far too dangerous. While having one of the top 100 martial masters as his right hand was a welcoming sight. The protagonist shook his head. That was not what he wanted. He addressed him as Hall Master, his voice firm and resolute. Man, he has a lot of names. Danger was approaching the Jianghu, and the entire Murim would soon be swept into turbulent waves and fall into misery. In the midst of that chaos, he would risk his life to protect the Tang clan. His granddaughter was a part of that clan, and he would do whatever it took to keep her safe. Jean looked at him, a mix of concern and admiration in his eyes. What was he saying? Seol was also a part of the Tang clan. He had only done what was natural. With a gentle smile, MC reassured him. He did not need to feel indebted. It was a bond forged in love and loyalty, not debt. With the warmth of MC's words still lingering in his heart, a new resolve sparked within him. But the path ahead was not just about bonds, it was about standing against the shadows that threatened those bonds. He needed strength not just for himself, but for the clan that had become his family. The weight of responsibility pressed on his shoulders, but he knew he couldn't face it alone. He needed allies, people who understood the stakes and were willing to stand with him. A voice cut through his thoughts, sharp and questioning. Time was slipping away, and the clan needed its leader. But why was he here, away from where he was needed most? The question hung in the air, but it wasn't just a question, it was a call to action. Mubique was here, and so was Seol, both members of the Tang clan. They had a role to play just as he did. The realization hit him like a wave. They were all in this together, a family bound by more than just blood. They were bound by loyalty, by love, by the shared dream of protecting what they held dear. The Poison Lord's name echoed in his mind, a reminder of the legacy he carried. The weight of the title was heavy, but it was also a beacon, guiding him forward. He could almost feel the Poison Lord's gaze on him, watching, guiding. The will of the past was being carried on, and it was his turn to step up. The moment was here, and he couldn't afford to waste it. The clan needed him, and he needed them. With a deep breath, he stepped forward, ready to face whatever came next. The path was uncertain, but he wasn't alone, and that made all the difference. As he took that first step, his echoed from the shadows, questioning his priorities and hinting at the mountain of tasks ahead. But he wasn't about to let that kill his vibe. He continued, pushing him to focus on the bigger picture. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that this moment, right here, was exactly where he needed to be. He stood there, letting it all sink in, knowing that every step forward was a step into the unknown. The quiet gave him a chance to reflect. He wasn't alone, and that thought alone brought a sense of calm and determination. A smile crept across his face as he realized the truth. He had gained people, friends, allies, and that was something worth more than any task or priority. With a heart full of gratitude for the bonds he had forged, the days began to roll by, leading up to an exciting event that everyone had been looking forward to, the day of the friendly duel. It had been a while since the last duel, and the anticipation was building. The crowd buzzed with excitement, eager for the visual treat that was about to unfold. And it was going to be lit. All eyes were on the participants, the young clan newcomers and their incredibly skilled instructor, Yozian. The young clan newcomers were ready to show their skills, and even though 10 days of preparation might not have been enough, the belief in their young clan head was unwavering. The clan head was arriving, and the excitement was palpable. It had been a very long time since the entire clan had gathered like this. Despite all that had happened within the clan lately, there was a collective hope that for today, all those worries could be forgotten. A day full of laughter and enjoyment was what everyone was looking forward to, a brief respite from the usual tensions. The entire clan was gathered, a rare sight that brought a sense of unity and anticipation. The air was filled with excitement and a touch of nervousness. As the clan head arrived, the crowd erupted in cheers, ready to enjoy a day of friendly competition and camaraderie. The stage was set, the participants were ready, and the clan was united. The friendly duel was about to begin, promising a day of excitement and memories. As the anticipation hung in the air, the scale of the event took everyone by surprise. It was grander than expected, but that only fueled the excitement. For some, this was the perfect stage to showcase their skills and make an impression. The rules were announced with a commanding voice, setting the tone for the friendly duel. Only blunt training weapons were allowed, and any attempt to aim for a lethal spot would result in an immediate stoppage and forfeit. With the rules clear, the focus shifted to the participants. Only the vanguards of both sides were to remain on the stage, ready to face each other in this friendly competition. Amidst the preparations, confusion lingered in the air. Some participants wondered what was going on, trying to make sense of the unfolding events. As the participants gathered their thoughts, questions arose. Why was the instructor still there? The uncertainty added a layer of tension to the already charged atmosphere. Encouragement echoed through the crowd, aimed at calming the nerves of one of the participants. Warrior Daewoo was reminded that there was no need to be nervous, that he could do it. The energy shifted as the participants readied themselves. The young clan head was urged on, the excitement palpable as the duel was about to begin. A wise decision had been made, or so it seemed. The idea of losing on purpose to appease subordinates was floated, adding a twist to the friendly competition. The sight of the unfolding events made it certain. Losing was winning, at least according to one perspective. The protagonist seemed to have a different take on the situation. Confusion reigned as he tried to make sense of the words being exchanged. What was being said? The uncertainty added to the intrigue of the duel. The idea of losing on purpose was met with disbelief. It was a concept that seemed foreign to the competitive spirit of the participants. Amidst the confusion and strategic musings, he said, crushing their opponents was all that mattered, setting the stage for an intense and memorable duel. With the stage set for an intense duel, the focus shifted to Instructor Yeo, who was politely asked to step down so the match could proceed. Realizing he was in the way, he quickly apologized and moved aside. The atmosphere was tense, and the anticipation was building. Someone muttered about the situation being nothing short of a farce, adding a touch of drama to the already charged environment. With the formalities out of the way, it was time to get down to business. The weapons were about to be delivered to both sides, signaling the start of the duel. As the weapons were handed out, murmurs filled the air. One participant was sized up, his choice of weapon raising eyebrows and sparking curiosity. A bow? That was unexpected. Wasn't a whip supposed to be his primary weapon? The crowd buzzed with questions and speculation. It was a surprising choice, but Pyong used a sword, which gave him an advantage on this stage. A bow made it difficult to switch between offense and defense quickly, adding an extra layer of challenge. The tension rose as everyone knew that once the distance was closed, an archer would be finished. With that thought echoing in the air, the duel was declared to begin. One of the participants declared that he had no personal grudge against his opponent, setting a tone of sportsmanship amidst the intense competition. The other participant responded, warning not to misunderstand his intentions. He muttered something about 3 first 5 and inner, leaving everyone puzzled. He repeated his cryptic words, adding that ignoring him really didn't sit well. The tension was palpable as the crowd tried to decipher his meaning. A stern warning was issued if his opponent didn't focus. The consequences would be swift and decisive. With a final declaration, Pyong announced he would end the duel in a single blow. The crowd held their breath as the first attack was about to be unleashed. With a deep breath, he readied his attack, the air around him crackling with anticipation. Suddenly, a movement from the upper right caught his eye, a blur of motion that seemed to defy the very air. Pyong's eyes widened in realization. His opponent had read his movement path, anticipating his every move. In a flash, Black Eagle arrow art, the force of it sending a shockwave rippling through the arena. For some reason, Daewoo's martial art was not performing as expected. Black Eagle arrow art was focused on rapid fire, a flurry of strikes that left little room for precision. Even though the creator's intent was a single lethal shot, it seemed to have lost its way. But Yeo was determined to bring back that original intent. By changing the flow of energy, he hoped to restore the true power of the Black Eagle arrow art. Dae's form shifted, his movements becoming more deliberate, more precise. The energy around him seemed to respond, coalescing into a single powerful force. As the technique reached its pinnacle, he couldn't help but wonder, was this really his martial art? The level of the technique had increased far beyond what he had imagined. With a final cry, he unleashed the attack, the force of it echoing through the arena. Yozian, this isn't over, he thought, his determination burning brighter than ever. As the dust settled from his powerful attack, the determination in his eyes didn't waver. But then, a sudden mission was dropped on him like a ton of bricks: infiltrate the Dark Flower Corps, spy on their training, and come up with countermeasures for everything. He couldn't help but blurt out his confusion. This was not what he had in mind after that intense battle. The sheer absurdity of the task hit him like a wave. There were over 20 members in the Dark Flower Corps, and the idea of sneaking around that many skilled fighters seemed like a recipe for disaster. He voiced his concerns, only to be met with a casual suggestion that left him even more dumbfounded. Run away fast. That was the brilliant plan? He couldn't believe what he was hearing. This was some next-level Gen Z humor, but the situation was far from a laughing matter. He stood there, stunned, as the weight of the task settled in. Back to the fight, an arrow smoothly on pace to hit its target. Suddenly, a gasp escaped his lips as he realized the gravity of the situation. The Dark Flower Corps was not to be trifled with, and he was about to dive headfirst into their world. His mind raced as he tried to comprehend how one of their members had already reached the first-rate realm. This was going to be harder than he thought, and the pressure was on. A brief pause as he steeled himself for what was to come. A scream tore through the air as he charged forward, his determination renewed. He couldn't afford to lose, not when so much was on the line. With a battle cry, he declared his intent. He was going up against the Dark Flower Corps, and he wouldn't back down without a fight. Another shout echoed through the arena as he pushed himself to his limits. This was it, the moment of truth. The tension hung heavy in the air as he prepared for the clash. The battle kicked off with a follow-up strike from behind, catching him off guard. The sudden attack left him reeling, struggling to regain his footing as the fight intensified. He barely had time to process what was happening before another blow came his way. A voice echoed in his mind, calling him a fool for not seeing this coming. He realized he had underestimated his opponent, and now he was paying the price. But then, a glimmer of hope. He had the advantage if his opponent was unarmed. He quickly assessed the situation, looking for any opening to turn the tables. His opponent was none other than Gotham, and he had seized the chance to strike. The realization hit hard, and he knew he had to act fast if he wanted to survive. He couldn't afford to make another mistake, not when the stakes were this high. Every second counted, and he was determined to make the most of it. He steadied himself, ready to make his move and turn the tide of the battle. But just as he thought he had the upper hand, a voice echoed in his mind, warning him about the dangers of overconfidence. He had to aim for that split second, the moment when his opponent's judgment would be clouded. The battle was far from over, and he knew he had to stay focused if he wanted to come out on top. Determined to stay focused, he suddenly found himself in a whole new level of confusion. An arrow? Really? And not just any arrow, but one launched without a bow. What kind of trick was this? The crowd was going wild, shouting for him to give it up. After all, what could he possibly do without his main weapon? This was getting intense. Silence fell for a brief moment. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as something unexpected happened. The energy was electric, the outcome still uncertain. Then the realization hit. That arrow wasn't just any arrow. It was a blunt weapon, a game-changer in this intense duel. This twist had everyone on their feet, eager to see how this would play out. The outcome of the duel hung in the balance, hearts pounding in anticipation. The tension was almost too much to bear. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the announcement that would change everything. The moment of truth arrived. The winner of the first duel was about to be revealed, and the excitement was through the roof. Dae-woong of the young clan heads team was declared the winner. The crowd erupted into cheers, the energy infectious and wild. Celebrations burst forth as the reality sank in. They had won, but amidst the joy, disbelief lingered. How had this happened? The underdogs had come out on top, and no one could believe it. As the shock of their victory settled in, Seon wasn't having any of the disbelief. It was too early to be surprised, he thought, shaking his head at his teammates' wide-eyed expressions. With a smirk, he reminded them that the real show was just getting started. This victory was only the beginning, and Seon was ready to take on whatever came next. Seon's confidence was contagious, and as the dust settled, Dae couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He really won, and the thrill of victory was written all over his face. Yeo, with a smirk, reminded him that he had called it all along. But there was no time to bask in the glory. Yeo quickly brought him back to reality, asking if he knew who his next opponent was. Dae, still riding the high of his victory, confidently replied that of course he did. Seon observed Dae's enthusiasm, noting how happy he was to see his abilities shine in actual combat. This was the perfect opportunity to push him further and help him grow. The announcer's voice boomed, stating that each side would have 15 minutes to regroup. The matches would resume after that brief intermission. As the teams huddled, a sense of uncertainty filled the air. One of the team members turned to their captain, seeking guidance on what to do next. The captain, with a calm demeanor, assured them that it was fine. They had a plan, and everything was going according to it. Observers couldn't help but notice the sudden rise in Dae's realm. It was surprising, but there was only one reason for such an overwhelming result. Dae had poured all his energy into every single movement. The fact that he was so exhausted was proof of that. He had given it his all, and it showed. But the concern was that Dae might collapse quickly in the next duel. His stamina was depleted, and the next match would be a true test of his endurance. Suddenly, a murmur rippled through the crowd. The young clan head was making his way over, and everyone wondered why. What was his next move? He noticed something. The crowd watched intently as the young clan head approached, his intentions unclear. Suddenly, a hush fell over the crowd. Eyes widened, and someone in the back blurted out in shock, recognizing what was about to happen. The young clan head knelt beside the injured man, his hands hovering over key points on his body. The crowd watched in stunned silence, unsure of what to make of this unexpected turn of events. Gasps echoed through the crowd as someone shouted, realizing the young clan head was performing an acupoint massage. The crowd murmured in awe, impressed by the young clan head's medical skills. It was clear that his abilities were recognized even by the Amei sect leader, and the crowd couldn't help but be in awe of his talents. A voice of concern cut through the crowd, warning the young clan head that his assistance could become an issue. The young clan head explained that he had only restored the man's physical condition to its original state, and that he didn't have the skills to infuse more energy than that. Despite his explanation, the concern remained. The crowd turned to the Dark Flower Corps captain, waiting for his thoughts on the matter. The Dark Flower Corps captain considered the situation, acknowledging that whether in terms of numbers or martial prowess, they were clearly in an overwhelmingly advantageous position. The captain continued, stating that it would look pathetic to raise an issue at this point. The crowd nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of pride and determination. As long as the man was only back to his original state, what problem could there be? The crowd cheered in agreement, ready to move forward. With the matter settled, the crowd's excitement grew. They were ready for the next match, and the energy in the air was electric. The second match was about to begin, but it was already over. As the crowd's cheers still echoed, the announcer's voice boomed, declaring victory for the young clan head's team. The energy in the arena was electric, the excitement contagious. The announcer repeated the victory declaration, emphasizing the young clan head's team. The crowd was going wild, their cheers filling the air. But amidst the celebration, a voice of disbelief cut through, struggling to comprehend the turn of events. It just didn't make sense, he muttered, his words trailing off in confusion. With the sounds of metal clanging, the man blocked. Then, the announcer's voice rang out again, declaring another loss by being pushed out of bounds. Jang of the young clan head's team had won, sending the crowd into another frenzy. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Weren't they just low-ranking warriors 10 days ago? Once again, victory was declared for Jang of the young clan head's team. The crowd was in awe, their cheers reaching a crescendo. It wasn't just Daewoo's realm that had risen. Even the remaining members had shown incredible growth. Daewoo had 5 victories, Jang had 4. The numbers were clear, the progress undeniable. 12 people lost in a row, so 9 people remained. And the winner was Jang of the young clan head's team. Only 8 competitors left, the tension was building. How had they not lost even once? The crowd wondered, their eyes wide with disbelief. Were those warriors really the same ones from before? The answer was clear, it was all thanks to the teachings of the instructor and the young clan head. The crowd had to admit it, the transformation was undeniable. Those warriors were not the same as before. Their growth was evident and the results spoke for themselves. Day after day, they had faced every enemy created for them and emerged victorious, perfectly overcoming each challenge. It was almost too good to be true. But what was even more surprising was the foresight of the young clan head, who had brought that man there to train them. Although he had shown new abilities, he had always been known as the sickly nephew, so it was quite worrying how he had managed to pull this off. All this stemmed from a misjudgment. As a proper commander, surrendering now would be the only option, but it was not an easy one to accept. May I make a suggestion? The protagonist echoed, and the commander paused, wondering what kind of suggestion it could be. This is only dragging on and getting boring. How about we settle this with a group battle? The suggestion was met with a mix of shock and intrigue. A group battle? The crowd murmured, their excitement palpable. It was an unexpected turn of events. But doesn't that put the young clan head's team at too much of a disadvantage? The difference in numbers was almost 3 times. Besides, the deputy captain was still there. Well, it's probably just to let them win at least once. The commander pondered. Was this a genuine offer or a ploy? Is he really trying to help me save face? The commander wondered, his pride and curiosity at odds. I don't think so. The commander concluded, his mind made up. The stage was set for an epic showdown. The commander's resolve echoed as the stage was set, and without missing a beat, the final group battle was declared. The tension was as thick as a Gen Zer's eyebrow game. The young clan head was up to something, and the air was filled with a sense of anticipation. The message was clear, do not let circumstances dictate the outcome. It was understood. A brief silence fell over the arena, the calm before the storm. Everyone was waiting for the signal, the moment that would kickstart the chaos. And then it came. The single word that would change everything begin. The battle was on and it was about to get lit. The dark flower kill formation was deployed, a strategic move that would catch many off guard. The battle was heating up, and the tactics were getting serious. The formation was set, and the call for support echoed across the battlefield. Daewoo was needed and the pressure was on. A brief pause in the action, a moment of respite before the storm would rage on. The battle was far from over, and everyone knew it. The formation was released, and the call to show everything they had was made. The battlefield was filled with the sounds of struggle and the clashing of weapons. There were too many throwing weapons to count, and the battle was intense. Amidst the chaos, a warning was shouted, a call to watch out. The response was swift and grateful, a small moment of connection amidst the turmoil. That brief moment of gratitude was quickly overshadowed by the chaos of battle. Amidst the turmoil, a voice rose above the fray, questioning whether he should take care of the enemy. But the response was swift and dismissive, calling out the suggestion as nonsense. The tide of battle seemed to shift as a new strategy emerged. If they kept pushing the enemy back, victory was within their grasp. The call to push harder echoed through the ranks, a rallying cry that spurred them on. But the enemy was not so easily defeated. A guttural groan escaped from one of the foes, a sign that they were far from finished. The battle raged on, each side pushing against the other in a deadly dance. Amidst the chaos, a moment of silence passed, a brief respite in the storm. The lull in the battle was short-lived. They were cornered. The warriors stood ready, their eyes locked on the enemy. The battle was far from over, and they knew that the next move could be the deciding factor. Day rang out, a single word that seemed to change everything. Now, it was the signal they had been waiting for, the moment to strike. The plan was set in motion. They would have their opportunity when the enemies gathered in the center, their backs to the wind. The enemy was unaware, their backs turned, and the wind at their heels. The warriors were determined, their resolve unwavering. Amidst the chaos, a small object caught the eye of one of the warriors. A pill? The question hung in the air, but there was no time to ponder its significance. The realization dawned too late. The enemy had a trick up their sleeve, and it was already in motion. A command rang out, a desperate plea to scatter. The enemy had not come empty-handed, and the warriors were about to face the consequences. As the warriors braced for impact, MC echoed with chilling confidence. Of course, they had come prepared, their countermeasures ready to crush any hope of resistance. Then, a strange sight caught their eyes. Green snowflakes? What kind of twisted magic was this? The warriors groaned in dismay. This wasn't just any countermeasure, it was something far more sinister. Silence fell as the green snowflakes drifted down, each one carrying an unseen threat. Meanwhile, the Tang family smiled, their faces lit with triumph. The countermeasure for the dark flower kill formation was finally in play. The acrid scent of poison burned the lungs, and the first to fall to their knees was none other than the commander's squad, Suwon, gasping in agony as the toxic fumes overwhelmed them. The protagonist stepped forward with a grim expression, addressing the inner and outer hall masters. He demanded a judgment, his voice echoing with urgency. The final group match had taken a dark turn, and they were now at the mercy of the poison. The hall masters acknowledged Seon, but before he could proceed, Suwon's father stepped in, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how Seon possessed the immortal crippler, a poison that was supposed to be long gone. The tension in the room thickened as Suwon's father voiced his disbelief. The immortal crippler was a legendary poison, and its sudden appearance had him on edge. The crowd murmured in shock. The immortal crippler was indeed the lost energy-dispersing poison of the Poison Lord, a non-lethal toxin that disrupted the inner energy of martial artists, but proved fatal to commoners. As the murmurs grew louder, the history of the poison was recalled. The energy-dispersing poison had once wreaked havoc, causing indiscriminate damage to commoners. The imperial court had ordered its disposal, but not all of it was destroyed. The Sichuan Tang clan's immortal crippler was an exception. It was a variant of the energy-dispersing poison that did not harm commoners. But how did Seon get his hands on it, and what did he plan to do with it? The immortal crippler, a poison that vanished from the Jianghu after the sudden passing of his father, left many questions unanswered. How did it resurface, and why was it now in Suwon's possession? The mystery deepened as the origins of the poison in Suwon's hands remained unclear, raising suspicions and curiosity among those who knew of its past. Amidst the chaos, orders were shouted to transport all patients immediately, but a calm voice reassured everyone that adjustments had been made to the ingredients, and the effects would soon dissipate. An apology followed for the late response, explaining that the delay was to quell the fears of the clan, even if it meant committing a discourtesy. The poison in question was confirmed to be the immortal crippler, a revelation that sent shockwaves through the room. A brief silence fell as the weight of the revelation settled in, the tension palpable. The question hung in the air. Did he obtain the recipe for this from the poison demon? The silence stretched on, the anticipation building as everyone waited for an answer. Finally, a nod confirmed the suspicion, and a suggestion to pin it on the poison demon was made, adding another layer to the mystery. The poison demon encountered in the cave was indeed manufacturing the immortal crippler, but something went terribly wrong when the final ingredient was added, causing the poison to go berserk. In the chaos, the poison demon began to curse upon the grandfather while writhing in pain, a scene of pure desperation and fury. If that was the case, then it was a failed formula. The question remained, how did he complete the immortal crippler? It was revealed that the poison demon was looking for another poison that could change the properties of the immortal crippler, but such a poison was nowhere to be found, leaving the fate of the formula hanging in the balance. Just when it seemed like all hope was lost, a glimmer of possibility emerged. The black waste ore had been discovered, and when added to the demon's combination formula, it instantly transformed the properties of the poison. The elusive solution had finally revealed itself. As the completed poison took form, a realization dawned. This creation, infused with the black waste ore, was none other than the legendary grandfather's immortal crippler. The long-lost formula had been rediscovered. The revelation sent shockwaves through the clan. Has the immortal crippler truly returned to the Tang clan? How could this happen? The possibility of reclaiming their former glory and becoming the #1 clan in Sichuan once again seemed within reach. With a heavy heart, the young clan head reflected on his actions. He only wished to carry on his grandfather's legacy, but he knew he had caused an unnecessary disturbance. He was ready to face the consequences. A moment of silence passed as the weight of the situation settled in. For daring to judge his master's thoughts and rebelling, he was prepared to accept whatever punishment was given. He knew the gravity of his actions and was ready to face the consequences. Whatever punishment, the young clan head knew the weight of those words all too well. The commander addressed the young clan head directly. "Young clan head," he called out. The young man responded respectfully, "Yes, uncle." He continued, acknowledging his own failure. "It is my sin for failing to teach my subordinates properly." He pleaded for the punishment to be bestowed only upon him, taking full responsibility for the actions of his clan. But the elder was firm. "This isn't something that can be overlooked. A fitting punishment is inevitable." MC turned to Yozian, asking if everything was ready. Yozian confirmed that he had already brought the person in question. The stage was set for the punishment to be carried out. With the stage set for punishment, the commander acknowledged Yozian's hard work, addressing him as the Hall Master. The atmosphere grew tense as whispers of the Iron Hall Master's presence began to circulate. Iron, committed to his duty, vowed to carry out the command as instructed. The protagonist, pleased with his dedication, urged him to proceed. He then presented a collection of special weapons, each tailored to the individual's martial arts and unique characteristics. The weapons were not just any ordinary arms, but masterpieces crafted to complement the strengths and styles of their respective users. Iron revealed that all the items distributed were personally crafted by the young clan head over the past 10 days, a testament to his skill and dedication. The crowd murmured in awe, surprised that the Iron Master was now one of the young clan head's people, a clear sign of his rising influence. As the young clan head began distributing the weapons, someone questioned if they were gifts. He clarified that they were not gifts, but final travel money for their journey ahead. The young clan head's words hung heavy in the air, hinting at the challenges and sacrifices that lay ahead for those who chose to accept his offer. He warned that to reach the level he desired, one must endure bone-carving and blood-burning pain, a path not for the faint-hearted. The young clan head gave a stark choice to those present. Those who were afraid were free to leave, with no blame or judgment. However, if they chose to stay, they must be prepared to face death and emerge stronger, a chilling yet inspiring ultimatum that left everyone in deep contemplation. The weight of the ultimatum still hung in the air, but the group quickly rallied, their spirits unbroken. With a determined shout, they vowed to keep the words in mind, ready to face whatever came next. A voice called out, seeking attention, pulling everyone back to the present moment. He declared his intention to gather everyone's strength into one, a united front so powerful that in the future war with the blood cult, not a single person would fall. It was a bold promise, one that sparked a mix of hope and determination in the hearts of all who heard it. Shifting the mood, he suggested that for today at least, they should all drink to their heart's content. It was a moment of respite, a chance to celebrate their unity and forget the challenges ahead, if only for a little while. It was a much-needed break, a moment of camaraderie before the trials to come. Amidst the revelry, MC expressed regret at missing the banquet, noting it had been a while since he had been to one. The celebration continued, but MC was on a side mission. The mood shifted slightly, a reminder of the past and the battles he had already fought. He chimed in, noting that not many people knew about it, but this was the place where you could see the moon at its prettiest. It was a poetic thought, a reminder of the beauty that still existed in their world, even amidst the chaos. As he marveled at the moonlit beauty, he suddenly cut through the tranquility, urging them to stop hiding and just enjoy the moment already. The response was a dramatic sigh, a hint of exasperation creeping in as someone realized they couldn't escape the watchful eyes of the young clan head. It was a classic case of being caught in the act, and the tension was as thick as the awkward silence that followed. He tried to play it cool, mentioning how hiding your footsteps and breathing wasn't the end of it. But the sarcastic response was swift and sharp, a simple haha. Is that so? The conversation took a turn as he asked what brought him all the way here, the question hanging in the air like a bad joke waiting for a punchline. The response was a mix of confusion and concern. He felt like something was wrong and questioned if everyone received a weapon that suits them. A brief pause filled the air, the kind of silence that made everyone shift uncomfortably. Then the bombshell dropped. His main weapon was a short spear, so why was he given flying daggers? The tension ratcheted up a notch as MC pointed out that an assassin's main weapon should be flying daggers, the implication hanging heavy in the air. The question, "Am I wrong?" echoed, a challenge thrown down, daring him to contradict. The tension was cut by a simple, yet profound question: How long have you known? The response was a casual bombshell. Naturally, I knew from the moment I first saw you. The tension was broken by a humorous sigh. Hoo-hoo. I've been sweating for nothing for the past 10 days. He couldn't help but chuckle, the mood lightening just a bit. The laughter faded as the conversation took a serious turn. Seon's expression darkened, a hint of disappointment flashing across his face. He defended his actions, insisting that his efforts were not half-hearted, despite the item belonging to an assassin. He challenged him, claiming superiority, but Seon was quick to turn the tables, questioning how his identity was uncovered. He had suspected the Lee clan merchant group would send an assassin. Seon continued, criticizing the quality of the Tusachi, his words dripping with disdain. A chuckle echoed in response, acknowledging Seon's quick wit, but the compliment felt more like a veiled insult. The assassin removed his mask, revealing a face filled with frustration. He accused Seon of not understanding the true value of the item in question. Seon smirked, mentioning the recent chaos within the assassin sect, hinting at deeper knowledge. The assassin's frustration boiled over. Seon's words hit a nerve, especially the jab about the low-grade skin mask. The tension escalated as the assassin's skills and Seon's knowledge of their secrets were laid bare. A demand echoed through the room, MC seeking to uncover the assassin's true identity. Seon's eyes gleamed with a mix of amusement and challenge. As the tension hung thick in the air, a recall introducing himself as number 3 of the Black Killing Corps. He was here for one thing, a flying dagger, something that could get the job done. Seon raised an eyebrow, asking what kind of dagger he was after. The assassin clarified, he needed something capable of piercing the blood demon's neck. Okay, so not your average grocery list. Seon, ever the businessman, asked about the price. Because even in the world of assassins, nothing comes for free. The assassin pondered what else he had to offer. Either the method to kill a target or killing the target himself. Seon wasn't impressed, questioning if he had even done his homework before showing up. The assassin sect had truly hit rock bottom. Back to the present, guessed the negotiation was over. Seon, ever the pro, blocked the attack with ease. The assassin wasn't giving up, though. He muttered about not getting anywhere and decided it was time to up the stakes. Seon stood firm, blocking the assault with precision. The assassin's blade clanged against his defense, sparks flying in the dim light. The assassin realized he wasn't making progress. He decided to change tactics, suggesting they start talking after he got rid of Seon's arm. Charming, right? The eerie presence of the assassin began to dissipate, leaving behind an unsettling silence. In the blink of an eye, the assassin vanished, leaving no trace behind. Suddenly, the main character felt a chilling presence behind him. A voice, smooth yet menacing, greeted him, sending a shiver down his spine. Reacting swiftly, the main character threw a knife, his eyes scanning the surroundings, questioning where the assassin could be looking. Before he could process, the assassin reappeared behind him, slashing with a speed that left not even an afterimage. The main character barely managed to block the attack, his reflexes tested to the limit. With a swift motion, the assassin flew back, creating distance between them. The main character quickly threaded his weapon, preparing for the next move. The assassin, now running, taunted him, claiming to have already figured out his weapon. Threads, it seemed, were his method of attack. The main character's mind raced, questioning how much the assassin truly knew. Taking a deep breath, he muttered to himself, trying to piece together the situation. He wondered aloud how much the assassin had discovered before coming there, only to be met with a cryptic response. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the area, sending shockwaves through the air. Bamboos flew around chaotically, adding to the mayhem. The main character's threads began to burn, a dangerous sign of the assassin's next move. Amidst the chaos, the assassin's voice cut through, acknowledging his skill but hinting at a greater threat. The assassin declared that threads like his needed to be burned, leaving the main character in a precarious situation. The assassin's words hung in the air, but the main character wasn't just any ordinary foe. His body was a masterpiece, crafted by the heavens themselves, capable of effortlessly mastering any martial art and reaching its peak. A true prodigy, born with a talent so rare it was recognized even by the blood demon, Mu Myong. This wasn't just some run-of-the-mill assassin. He was a force of nature, a man who never once missed his target. His skills were unparalleled, his body a perfect physical form bestowed by the heavens. And as if that wasn't enough, he had the uncanny ability to master his target's martial arts as if they were his own. It was like he had cheat codes for life, and it was seriously unfair. The assassin unleashed a king of flame attack, the heat intense and the flames dancing with a life of their own. The main character dodged with a grace that spoke of years of training. He couldn't help but wonder if this was a martial art obtained from the South Sea Sun Palace. He knew he needed to close the net with him, and fast. With a burst of speed, the main character rushed towards the assassin, his mind racing as fast as his feet. A knife flew through the air, a silent testament to the assassin's deadly intent. But the main character was ready. He blocked the knife like how my ex blocks accountability. Just as expected, the main character thought. If it was him, he wouldn't be able to overcome the tempered flame. He had to be careful, had to be smart. The main character dodged the flames using threads, his movements a dance of death and life. He knew that even if the assassin used the one-point kill, it would be the same. There was no way his achievement would be high when he just stole and copied it. Flames roared around him, a wall of heat and light, but the main character was not deterred. With a burst of speed, he went through the flames, his body a blur of motion. The assassin's eyes widened in surprise as the knife came dangerously close. It was higher than his, a fact that left him stunned and questioning everything he thought he knew. Before the protagonist could even process what was happening, the mysterious figure vanished into thin air, leaving him standing there, stunned and confused. The main character stood frozen, his mind racing as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his wrist, pulling him out of his stunned state. The assassin's hand burst into flames, a power he had never seen before. A massive explosion of fire erupted, sending both of them flying. The main character screamed in agony, the pain from the flames searing through his body. The assassin, barely affected by the flames, laughed mockingly at the sight of the main character's suffering. The main character dropped to his knees, struggling to stay conscious. The assassin sneered, commenting on how pathetic he looked. The assassin demanded to know how to use the one-point kill, a technique he had heard rumors about. Suddenly, the main character's aura began to change, shifting in a way that left the assassin stunned. The assassin couldn't believe his eyes as the flames around the main character began to shift. The main character smirked, asking if the assassin really thought he had caught him. With a sudden slam of his hand on the ground, the main character unleashed a powerful force. The assassin, realizing he was in over his head, tried to make a quick escape. Threads of energy began to wrap around the assassin, hindering his escape. The threads tightened, causing the assassin to grunt in pain. The assassin, desperate to free himself, tried to burn the threads with his flames. But to his surprise, the main character's aura cooled the threads, making them resistant to his flames. The assassin couldn't believe what he was seeing. The threads were emitting a freezing energy. The main character warned the assassin not to waste his energy, as the blue light from the threads grew even more intense. As the blue light pulsed with growing intensity, the assassin sneered, questioning if the main character planned to drag him down in defeat. The tension between them crackled like a live wire, neither willing to back down. The main character lunged, seizing the knife bound by the glowing threads. His grip was firm, his resolve unshaken. This was no longer just a fight, it was a statement. With the knife now pointed at the assassin, the main character acknowledged the grim truth. Only one of them would walk away from this battle. The stakes had never been clearer. The assassin braced himself, feeling the weight of the moment. He groaned, realizing he was cornered. There was no easy way out of this. Suddenly, the knife stopped, hovering in the tense silence between them. The assassin's breath hitched, unsure of what was coming next. The main character's voice cut through the stillness. He urged the assassin to take the knife, his tone laced with an intent that was impossible to read. The assassin hesitated but finally took the knife, his grip shaky. His eyes narrowed as he questioned the main character's motives. What was he really up to? The main character drew another knife, his expression unreadable. He knew the assassin would only accept a challenge if the odds were fair, and he intended to make it so. The main character declared it was time to settle this once and for all. The air between them crackled with intensity as he proposed deciding who was the true heir of the assassin sect. The assassin scoffed, dismissing the idea as nonsense. But there was a flicker of something else in his eyes, uncertainty, maybe even fear. The main character pressed on, explaining that while the execution might differ, the assassin should recognize the ritual. This was the succession test of the assassin sect, Bindbreaker. The assassin stood stunned, the weight of the words hitting him like a physical blow. This wasn't just a fight, it was a test of legacy. A dark chuckle escaped the assassin as he realized why his arms were bound. The pieces were starting to fall into place, but the picture they formed was anything but comforting. The assassin admitted he knew where the main character had heard those words, but he wasn't about to be deceived by them. The assassin warned the main character to give up on trying to deceive him with such words. He saw through the act, or at least he thought he did. The main character's voice was steady as he revealed his true motive. He was seeking revenge against the assassin sect for his master, the life-taking assassin. The assassin's breath hitched as he processed the name. The life-taking assassin? The name sent a chill down his spine. The assassin's eyes widened as the realization hit him. The main character was the disciple of his deceased brother. The revelation hung between them, heavy and undeniable. The weight of the revelation still hung in the air, thick enough to cut with a knife. The assassin's mind raced, connecting the dots of his past. Revenge against the assassin sect, it was the one thing he had sought for so long. Yet even he couldn't find a single clue. The pieces were finally falling into place, but the picture they formed was darker than he ever imagined. His voice trembled with a mix of fury and disbelief. Was the assassin sect really behind his brother's death? The thought sent a chill down his spine, and his fists clenched involuntarily. This wasn't just about revenge anymore, it was about justice, about family, about everything he had lost. The protagonist's voice was steady, but the weight of his words was anything but. A simple confirmation, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken truths. The assassin's world was crumbling, and all he could do was stand there, gripping the edges of his reality as it slipped through his fingers. The protagonist's words cut deep, a reminder that sometimes the truth was hidden not by malice, but by ignorance. The assassin had been chasing shadows, never realizing the enemy was closer than he thought. And now, in this moment, everything was coming to light. A flashback hit him like a tidal wave. Regret, it was a bitter pill to swallow. He had been blind, unable to see the rot festering within his own sect. Who could have known that those he trusted would betray their own family? The pain of that betrayal was a wound that never quite healed. If he could turn back time, he would wipe them all out without hesitation. The thought burned in his chest, a fire fueled by years of pent-up rage and sorrow. But time was a river that flowed only one way, and all he could do now was stand in its current, battered by the weight of his past. He turned to the protagonist, his eyes searching for an answer, a lifeline. Would he help him? The question hung between them, heavy with expectation. He needed an ally, someone who understood the depth of his pain and the fire of his vengeance. But then, a bitter realization dawned on him. The protagonist had been too weak back then to be of any help. The words stung, a harsh truth that he couldn't deny. He had been a shadow of himself, unable to protect those he loved. The assassin's voice was firm, a command wrapped in concern. Stay hidden, don't step forward. He couldn't bear the thought of losing someone else, of watching them fall to the same fate as his brother. The protagonist was his last thread of hope, and he couldn't risk it unraveling. Silence fell between them, a quiet understanding passing in the space of a breath. The weight of their shared past and the road ahead settled around them like a heavy cloak. With a sigh, MC broke the silence, his voice softer now, the edge of his anger dulled by the weight of his memories. Let's just drink, my dear friend. For now, they could set aside their pain and find solace in each other's company. The road ahead was long, and they would need their strength. But the moment of respite was short-lived. The assassin's face twisted in sudden fury as he shouted, accusing the assassin sect of killing his brother. The tension snapped back, thicker than before. Seon released threads of energy, his voice steady and resolute. He vowed to carry out his master's dying wish, a promise that hung heavy in the air. With a determined step, Seon moved forward, his body language radiating resolve. Without warning, he attacked, his movements swift and precise. Seon declared that, in accordance with the tradition of the assassin sect, he would begin the bindbreaker. The air was thick with tension. The assassin pushed Seon back, his eyes blazing with a mix of anger and determination. All right, then, he muttered, his voice low and dangerous. He vowed to make Seon beg for a chance to speak, the threat hanging heavy between them. With the vow still hanging in the air, the two clashed, their movements a blur as they blocked each other's attacks in a deadly dance. The tension was palpable, each strike carrying the weight of their grudge. The main character swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a strike aimed right at him. The assassin's attack barely missed, the force of it creating a gust of wind that ruffled his clothes. In a quick counter, the main character blocked the next incoming attack, the clash of their weapons echoing through the room. His eyes narrowed, focusing on the assassin's movements, ready for the next strike. The assassin, with a swift twist, dodged the main character's retaliatory strike. The dance of death continued, each move a testament to their skill and determination. The main character barely managed to dodge the assassin's next attack, the deadly blade whizzing past him. The intensity of the fight ramped up, each moment a test of their reflexes and will. The assassin wasn't done yet. With a swift kick, dirt flew toward the main character, momentarily obscuring his vision. Talk about a dirty move, literally. Before the main character could recover, the assassin leapt behind him, using the distraction to close the distance. Smooth, but our protagonist wasn't about to let that slide. The assassin charged, blade glinting in the dim light. The tension was palpable as the main character braced himself for the next move. With a quick sidestep, the main character dodged the assault, narrowly avoiding the blade. The assassin's momentum carried him forward, leaving him momentarily exposed. The main character seized the opportunity, launching a counterattack. The assassin, however, was quick to react, his instincts honed by years of combat. As the main character's attacks rained down, the assassin deftly dodged each one, his movements fluid and precise. He recognized the technique, his eyes narrowing in realization. It was the exact same flying dagger technique he had seen before. Both combatants exchanged a flurry of kicks, each strike pushing them further apart. The main character wasn't backing down, and neither was the assassin. The force of their kicks created a gap between them, giving each a moment to catch their breath. The assassin's mind raced, connecting the dots. The way the main character utilized the technique was eerily familiar. The assassin's thoughts were a whirlwind of memories and combat experience. If the technique was the same, then what came next was something he had seen before. The anticipation hung heavy in the air, the next move anyone's guess. The assassin's anticipation hung heavy in the air, the next move anyone's guess. But then, the protagonist's aura shifted, a clear sign that something big was about to go down. The assassin recognized the technique instantly, muttering about the one-point kill move. The assassin mused that if they were this identical in their moves, they would be stuck there all night instead of going through with the bindbreaker. It was like a weirdly intense game of mirror tag. The protagonist reassured that it was nothing to worry about, setting the stage for what was coming next. With a sudden lunge, the protagonist declared that this time would be different. The tension was real, and the assassin was about to find out just how different. The assassin went for the one-point kill move, a signature technique that had never failed before. But plot twist, the protagonist pulled off a reverse grip, leaving the assassin totally caught off guard. The mind was blown, the game was changing. The protagonist executed a reverse one-point kill move, flipping the script on the assassin. It was like watching a high-stakes chess match where the underdog just made a power move. Their blades clashed, the sound echoing like a thunderclap in the tense arena. The energy was electric, the outcome hanging in the balance. The force of their strikes was so intense that their blades shattered, sending fragments flying. The battle had reached its climax, and the tension was through the roof. As the dust settled from their shattered blades, Seon smirked, realizing his opponent was now at his mercy. The tables had turned, and it was clear who held the upper hand. The assassin couldn't believe it. He had lost, and he was trying to figure out how Seon had pulled off such an unexpected move. Seon named his technique the reverse one-point kill, and the assassin had to admit it was a pretty fitting name for such a powerful move. The assassin was impressed. Everything about the technique, from the grip to the flow of core energy, was completely reversed compared to the original one-point kill. And yet, it was a martial art superior to the original. The assassin couldn't help but acknowledge its brilliance. Seon mentioned that he had created the technique anew, something that suited his preference for using a reverse grip. It made sense, given his fighting style. Seon had always been one to go against the grain and make it work. Flashback time. We see a younger assassin practicing his moves. He struggled at first, questioning if he was even doing it right. But then he realized it might not be the traditional way, but it sure looked cooler. He might have found his groove, but the assassin wasn't feeling it. With a frustrated punch to the ground, he let out all his pent-up emotions. The assassin couldn't believe what he was hearing. Was this really the same person he knew before? He wished his brother had been this affectionate while he was still alive. Seon wasn't feeling sorry, though. This was exactly what his brother had been looking for. The assassin wanted to hear the full story, but Seon wasn't about to spill the tea for free. The assassin offered top-secret information in return, something that had never been revealed in the history of the Jianghu, the location of the assassin sect. Seon warned him to keep that promise, setting the stage for a tale that began 5 years ago. It was exactly 5 years ago when Seon discovered the last traces of his brother. The memory was still fresh, like a wound that never quite healed. He had gone to a rugged mountain to gather poisonous herbs, but fate had other plans. A misstep sent him tumbling down a cliff, his heart pounding in his chest. As he fell, Seon managed to grab a branch by a stroke of luck, his fingers gripping tightly as if his life depended on it, because it did. As Seon clung to the branch for dear life, the assassin above him suddenly froze, his eyes widening as if he just realized something insane. Wait a minute, this wasn't how things were supposed to go. The assassin's voice cracked with disbelief. Was Seon seriously toying with him? No way this kind of ridiculous luck didn't just happen. Heaven-sent opportunities like this didn't fall into people's laps for no reason. Seon just glared up at him, silent but clearly done with the assassin's dramatic outburst. The assassin took a deep breath, trying to steady himself.
All right, fine.
He'd play along for now. Seon finally spoke up, explaining how he'd barely survived by finding a hidden cave. The assassin scoffed like he'd believe that, and then Seon dropped the real bomb. There had been a skeleton inside. The assassin's eyes narrowed. How did Seon even know that? But Seon wasn't done. It wasn't just a skeleton, it was a secret arts manual lying next to an old bloodstain. The assassin threw his hands up. How could Seon not know? This was getting ridiculous. Even the worst-written novel wouldn't have a plot this lazy. Seon just stared at him, deadpan. Should he even bother responding to this guy anymore? The assassin sighed, rubbing his temples like he was getting a headache. Okay, maybe he'd gone too far. He was sorry if he'd offended Seon. Seon turned away, clearly over this conversation. If the assassin didn't believe him, then whatever. He wasn't going to waste his breath. But the assassin wasn't having it. In a flash, he grabbed Seon, pulling him back like he wasn't done with this ridiculous conversation yet. The assassin's voice dropped, suddenly serious. He was sincerely trying to figure this out no matter how insane it sounded. Seon wasn't playing around anymore. He cut off the assassin mid-sentence, demanding silence. This was his last shot and he wasn't about to waste it. The secret arts manual, it held everything. It wasn't just about martial arts. The truth behind the incident, his master's dying wish, all of it was written in that manual. Seon and the assassin stood in tense silence, the weight of unspoken truths hanging between them. Seon's mind raced as he recalled the secret arts manual, its contents far more profound than mere martial techniques. The manual wasn't just about martial arts. It held the truth of the incident and his master's final wishes, all written in blood. The revelation sent a chill down his spine, the gravity of the situation settling in. Seon had received orders from his master, orders that would change everything. The assassin watched him closely, sensing the shift in the air. The assassin couldn't believe it. The guy he once trusted had turned out to be the traitor. The betrayal stung, but he had to face the reality. He had no choice but to believe it. The truth was written in a secret code that only the two of them knew. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but the evidence was undeniable.
Sur un S saute racède.
Ever since his upper energy core opened, all his memories had become vivid. It was helpful at times like this, but the clarity also brought pain. The assassin's voice cut through the silence. Did his brother ask him to take revenge? Seon's response was firm and final. No. He explained that his brother had said it was something his younger brother should do. His brother had just told him to deliver the improved martial arts and the truth behind everything. Seon knew he had to fulfill this final wish, no matter the cost. Seon was determined to fulfill his brother's final wish, but the journey wouldn't be easy. Questions loomed over him like storm clouds. He had obtained the secret arts manual 5 years ago, so why had he not shown himself until now? The reason was simple yet complex. He had been told never to make contact unless his martial prowess reached the peak of the supreme peak realm. Recklessness was not an option, especially because of someone who had tried to cut off his arm right away. The memory sent a shiver down his spine. Seon decided to cut to the chase. He needed the location of the assassin sect headquarters, and he needed it fast. But the response he got was one of confusion. And what? The tension in the air was palpable. Seon's mind raced, trying to piece together the puzzle. Silence hung heavy between them, each lost in their thoughts, the weight of the past pressing down on them. Seon broke the silence, admitting he thought he might be assassinated again. After all, the assassin sect's contracts were absolute. It was a rational deduction. He needed to cut off any potential trouble at the root. The protagonist acknowledged his reasoning and made a promise. He would kill his mortal enemy in his stead. With the promise made, the question of last words hung in the air. Of course, there were last words. Please spare me. The words echoed in Seon's mind, leaving him to ponder the true meaning behind them. Seon's thoughts spiraled as he replayed those desperate words in his mind. The weight of them lingered, stirring something unfamiliar within him. Little did he know, the universe had a twisted sense of humor, ready to flip the script in the most unexpected way. The assassin echoed through the silence, repeating the plea but with a demand that cut through the air like a knife. Seon blinked, confusion etching across his face as the words sank in. He continued, raw and unfiltered, admitting something that made Seon's eyebrows shoot up. Assassins weren't supposed to fear death, yet this one was laying his soul bare, blaming Seon for this sudden attachment to life. The confession kept coming, each word more dramatic than the last. He had developed a lingering attachment to life, and apparently, it was all Seon's fault. The absurdity of the situation was almost laughable. The reason behind this sudden desire to live? Seon had told them who killed their brother. Now, he couldn't leave this world without vengeance. In a bizarre twist of logic, he demanded Seon spare him as an apology. Seon's mind raced, trying to make sense of the nonsensical. Was this some kind of joke? If it was, it wasn't funny. But wait, there was more. While he was at it, Seon was also expected to teach him the 1-point kill counter. The audacity of the request left Seon speechless. This was getting out of hand. Seon had heard enough. This was beyond ridiculous. He was about to put an end to this nonsense when the voice dropped another bombshell. If he did as he asked, he would give him the assassin sect. This was not what he had signed up for today. The offer hung in the air, heavy with implication. Seon's mind raced, weighing the absurdity against the potential gain. What was he supposed to do now? Seon's thoughts spiraled as the weight of the offer settled in. The guy wasn't just some random dude, he was the current successor of the assassin sect. And he was promising everything in exchange for Seon's help with his revenge. Talk about a dramatic plot twist. But there was a catch. The guy wanted to take his revenge personally. Seon could almost see the dramatic slow-mo revenge scene playing out in his head. This was getting complicated. He could already see the failed attempts and dramatic near-misses. The assassin's plea echoed in his mind. Please succeed. The words, the successor's offer, the potential for revenge. It was a lot to take in. But one thing was clear with that kind of resolve, the successor wasn't going down easily. Seon could see the determination in his eyes, the unwavering focus. Seon let out another sigh. Fine. He had his master's final wishes to consider as well. It wasn't just about him anymore. He wasn't exactly thrilled about it, but if it meant he just had to endure it, then maybe it was worth it. Seon could already see the dramatic training montages and epic battle scenes. 397 people waiting for that day. The number seemed to loom over him, a reminder of the stakes and the expectations. Seon took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. He could feel the tension building, the anticipation coiling in his stomach. But leaving just like that? How cold. The assassin could feel the frustration bubbling up inside him. His frustration was about to boil over, but before he could even process his thoughts, it seems his brother's temper had rubbed off on him more than he realized. He continued, dripping with disbelief and a hint of mockery. Such a monster actually existed, and to add insult to injury, he had left behind an incredible disciple. His mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation, questioning what kind of place the blood cult was and what kind of treasure his brother had received that made him turn against his own brother. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion and betrayal. He couldn't find the words to respond, his throat tight with emotion. The words echoed in his mind, sending a chill down his spine. The culprit was revealed to be the assassin sect leader, Hyung-yeong, his father. The revelation hit him like a ton of bricks, leaving him stunned and speechless. The scene shifted to Blood Demon Mountain, a place shrouded in mystery and danger. The name alone sent a shiver down the spine. A decked-out hall. The Blood Brain, the second elder of the blood cult, mused that the first and 10th elders hadn't arrived yet. The wait was killing him, but he knew better than to rush things in a place like this. The Blood Brain's patience was wearing thin. Even excluding the 3 on missions, why were the other 2 making him wait? The Death Buddha, 5th elder of the blood cult, was just as annoyed. The Azura twin monsters, 7th elder, chimed in, agreeing with the Death Buddha. How dare that pathetic blind man make them wait? A chilling laugh echoed in the chamber, adding to the tension. The Black Bone Witch, 8th elder, suspected the 10th elder was clinging to his last shred of hope. Last shred of hope? What did she mean by that? The others were confused and demanded an explanation. The Black Bone Witch scoffed, calling them dim-witted. Why else would he go see the armless poison demon? The White Yaksha, 9th elder, chimed in, suggesting the 10th elder was likely trying to remove him from his position. The room was filled with disdain. To think such a fool was an elder, the world must be coming to an end. Tensions flared as one elder threatened to rip out another's tongue and take their seat if they spoke another word. With that level of martial prowess? How insolent! The chamber was filled with a palpable tension, each elder on edge, ready to strike. Just as the elders were about to throw down, a voice boomed out of nowhere, asking what all the noise was about. Talk about timing, right? Another voice chimed in, clearly annoyed that someone was stepping in to stop a fight. Like, who would dare to interrupt such a dramatic moment? Then, out of left field, Someone lamented about missing out on new materials for their corpse poison. Because apparently that's a thing now. Priorities, right? The mood shifted as someone pointed out just how dangerous this guy's poison arts had become. She even wondered if he was already peering into the entrance of the mystic realm. Spooky stuff. A voice of reason finally stepped in, telling everyone to save the drama for later. The time for the audience had come, and it was clear that this was serious business. The room fell silent for a moment as everyone processed the word, audience. Like, what did that even mean? Then someone dropped a bombshell. The training period their lord had declared was 1 year, and there was still half the time remaining. Like, what were they all doing? Rushing things. The weight of the situation pressed down on everyone. The pressure was on. One guy couldn't handle it anymore and started trembling. Like, who could blame him? Just as the tension hit its peak, a deep, echoing voice boomed through the room, declaring the arrival of the master of all demons. The atmosphere shifted instantly, and the trembling guy wasn't the only one feeling the weight of those words. One by one, everyone in the room dropped to their knees, bowing in unison. The scene was surreal, like something out of a dark fantasy movie. A single step echoed through the room, sending a chill down everyone's spines. The master of all demons stood tall, his presence dominating the room. The guy who had been trembling earlier was now completely frozen in fear. Their voices rang out, announcing the return of the blood demon. The room erupted in chants, demanding all demons to bow and worship. The demonic path was taking over, and the divine cult was gaining power. The weight of the words hanging heavy in the air. One guy pointed at another, demanding respect. The guy who had been called out let out a groan, trying to play it cool. He laughed nervously, wondering if this was just a temporary setback. The blood demon stepped forward, his voice echoing through the room. He declared that the grand plan would be moved up, leaving everyone on edge and wondering what was coming next. The blood demon's declaration left the room thick with tension. And then came the chilling confirmation, it shall be done. The wheels of fate were set in motion, and there was no turning back now. The orders were clear and concise. White Yaksha was to head to Kaifeng, and without hesitation the response came back, yes, my lord. The blood demon's gaze shifted, his focus now on the headquarters of the Orthodox faction's Murim Alliance. The very mention of the Murim Alliance sent a ripple of unease through the room. With a voice dripping with malice, the blood demon issued his command. He wanted the Murim Alliance bathed in blood. The blood demon's chilling command still hung in the air as time ticked on after the friendly duel. The Murim Alliance was left to grapple with the weight of his words, the threat of bloodshed looming over them like a dark cloud. Rumors began to spread like wildfire, whispers of an incredible feat that had everyone on edge. The tension was palpable, and the question hung heavy in the air, did you hear? While on an escort mission, the Tang clan's Emerald Dragon was said to have single-handedly taken down the Negang stronghold. The news was almost too incredible to believe, yet it spread like a wildfire, sparking a mix of awe and skepticism. Wasn't that one of the 72 strongholds of the Green Forest? The notion seemed far-fetched, almost laughable. It had to be a false rumor, right? There was no way that notorious stronghold chief would be defeated so easily. Or so they thought. But then again, had anyone ever truly trusted a single person in their life? The Emerald Dragon had even gone up against the Poison Demon. Why would he be afraid of those Green Forest bastards? The question swirled, and the doubt began to creep in. The reputation of the Tang clan's Emerald Dragon was skyrocketing, piercing the heavens with its sheer audacity. Yet, despite the hype, no one had actually seen him fight. The mystery only added fuel to the fire, making the legend grow even more. Whether you believed it or not, the tale of the Emerald Dragon's exploits was spreading like a viral meme, too wild to ignore. The wind stirred up by the Emerald Dragon's legend was bringing people to the Tang clan in droves. The place was buzzing with excitement and curiosity, a stark contrast to the earlier tension. The Tang clan was suddenly the center of attention, all thanks to the enigmatic Emerald Dragon. The wind of change brought by the Emerald Dragon had brought all these people to the Tang clan. It was like the ultimate hype train, and everyone wanted a piece of the action. The Tang clan was abuzz with the newfound attention, the legend of the Emerald Dragon drawing in crowds like a magnet. Amidst the chaos, one thing was clear: the Emerald Dragon was a force to be reckoned with. The fact that he had been in the forge since dawn, working tirelessly, only added to his mystique. No one could believe his dedication, his relentless pursuit of strength. It was like he was the ultimate grindset king, and everyone was here for it. The grindset king wasn't just flexing his muscles in the forge. He was out there, juggling responsibilities like a pro, keeping the security agency on its toes and making sure the medicine hall was running smoother than ever. People couldn't help but admire his dedication, whispering about how he was always hustling, always pushing forward. Thanks to his relentless efforts, the whole clan's vibe had done a complete 180. It was like he had flipped a switch, turning doubt into determination. Everyone felt it, they had to step up their game too, no excuses. But even with all that progress, there was still more to uncover, more threads to pull. The journey was far from over, and the next steps were already unfolding. Following the Perseid thread of the ring finger, a path of power and precision, the focus shifted to something even more intricate. The ice will thread of the pinky, a force capable of countering scorching yang energy, had been unlocked. But even with this new power at his fingertips, it still wasn't enough. If he had exerted its true power, the current Mayong wouldn't have even been a match. The gap was still too wide, the challenge still too great. Unlike the pursuit thread, to fully utilize the ice will thread, he needed to absorb the materials of the 10 demonic weapons contained within the heavenly net. It was the only way to bridge the gap. Speaking of the 10 demonic weapons associated with the ice will thread, the white water fan of the white ice demon supreme, Seol Irong, was one of them. The path to true power was becoming clearer, but the journey was just getting started. The path to true power was becoming clearer, but the journey was just getting started. And honestly, how could anyone not be excited about that? In the space of extinction, where legends were born and destinies were forged, something incredible was about to unfold. The demonic artisan, a master of his craft, was there, ready to leave his mark on history. The pieces were falling into place, and the excitement was building. But then, a thought struck like lightning. Could the materials needed to make her white water fan be in the Murim Alliance right now? If so, there was only one thing to do. He would have to go to the Alliance to obtain them. But before that, there was something else that needed his attention. He had to catch that sneaky little rat first. The chase was on, and the tension was rising. But then, something unexpected happened. A figure gripped with his threads and pulled the little roach person down. A groan of frustration echoed through the air. It turned out that the rat he was trying to catch was actually a spy, caught red-handed while snooping on a training session. The rat, now revealed as a spy, was not having a great day. Even in death, excuses seemed out of reach, and all that came out was a frustrated groan. The spy mused that the landing must have gone wrong, leaving him unable to get up. MC grabbed some heat, literally. The spy's gaze fell on a pot of molten iron, wondering about its purpose. The response was chilling, a suggestion to wash his face with it. The spy couldn't help but feel embarrassed, realizing the depth of his predicament. The spy wondered how his Shadow King stride, an ability meant to hide in shadows, had been detected. The answer was simple: the Perseid thread had tracking and detection abilities. 10 days had passed, and the spy was still there. When questioned, the response was cryptic: an assassin's lips must stay sealed. The spy expressed a desire to leave but admitted that the culprit was a big shot, requiring time to prepare. Hyung Yiyong, the sect leader of the assassin sect and Myong's father, must have had a lot on his mind as well. A pause filled the air, the weight of the situation hanging heavy. The spy finally asked to crash there for a while, the tension easing slightly. Silence settled once more, the future uncertain but the immediate threat seemingly neutralized. The assassin revealed his intent, claiming that staying close was the only way to avoid suspicion. The reasoning continued, stating that he must remain near his targets until the end. The response was a muttered acknowledgement of his persistence. He then suggested teaching a one-point kill technique, offering the world's greatest assassin as a personal bodyguard in exchange. The offer was swiftly declined, with the reasoning that a bodyguard weaker than himself was unnecessary. The rejection stung, and the atmosphere grew tense. The assassin trailed off, acknowledging the harshness of the response. A person running to the shop. Suddenly, a new voice called out, addressing the young clan head. The visitor apologized for the early visit and explained that they were there to deliver a message from the Alliance. Despite the early hour, the message was urgent. The clan head responded, telling the visitor to proceed directly with the message. The messenger revealed that the Alliance was asking for the clan head's presence to use the Murim Alliance's forge. MC questioned the request, asking about the Alliance's forge. The messenger explained that the matter the Abyss had asked about had been resolved, and luckily, a justification had appeared at just the right time. The protagonist thanked the messenger for bringing the news so early in the morning and instructed him to see the clan head right away. MC insisted they'd be leaving as soon as possible. The urgency in his voice was clear. A brief pause, processing the implications of the sudden departure. With a deep breath, the MC finally broke the silence, his voice steady but curious. He confirmed the plan, his tone resolute. He was indeed leaving for Kaifeng immediately. Adding to the list of tasks, he mentioned an escort request from the Qinyan finance manor, intending to handle that as well. Concern flashed across the clan head's face. He couldn't let MC go on such a long journey alone. Thankfully, the MC's bodyguard, Yeo Xian, would be accompanying him. Before anyone could say another word, Saran chimed in. She would go as well. 3 heads would be better than 2, and it would be reassuring to have more company on such a journey. The advisor nodded, a hint of relief in his eyes. He cautioned everyone to be careful, as it would likely be a month-long journey. MC grinned like the Grinch. He shook his head, breaking the silence. He would be arriving in 15 days, not a month. The revelation hung in the air, a collective curiosity sparking in the room. The advisor leaned forward, intrigued. What did he mean by that? Had he found a shortcut while on an escort mission? The clan head's curiosity hung in the air as Suwon, with a smirk, leaned in and dropped the bombshell. Oh, he had found a shortcut all right, but this was no ordinary path. Before them loomed a sheer cliff, its jagged face dropping into what seemed like an endless abyss. The wind howled, as if warning them of the madness to come. And yet, there they were, clinging to the rock face like a couple of spiders on a hot griddle. Suwon took the lead, his movements sure and swift, while Saran followed, her grip white-knuckled and her expression screaming, "What have I done to deserve this?" Saran glanced down at the dizzying drop below, her stomach doing flips that would make an acrobat jealous. She shot a glare at Suwon, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh sure, call it a shortcut. More like a one-way ticket to the Afterlife Express." A memory flashed in her mind. A carriage? Really? Since when did escort missions become a leisurely stroll through the park? Speed was the name of the game, and carriages were about as fast as a snail on a coffee break. Besides, it wasn't like they were transporting fragile china. Banknote paper was light, easy to carry, and definitely didn't need a horse-drawn carriage to babysit it. Saran's eyes widened as the realization hit her like a ton of bricks. Of course, there was no carriage. This so-called shortcut was more suited for mountain goats than horses. She stammered, trying to wrap her head around the insanity of it all. Suwon, already halfway up the cliff, glanced down at his sister. What was she doing, admiring the view? He urged her to hurry up, his voice echoing off the stone walls. Time was ticking and they had a mission to complete. As Suwon watched his sister finally start her ascend, you could almost see the gears turning in her head. Saran, the ever-dramatic, was already spinning her latest adventure into some grand tragedy. She couldn't believe she'd been tricked again, her internal monologue practically screaming it from the rooftops. You'd think she'd learn, but no, Saran was determined to keep falling for whatever wild scheme came her way. The sun shone brightly overhead, marking the passage of time. 2 weeks later, the world kept spinning, and so did the adventures of our favorite duo. The scene shifted to a grand manor, the Qinyan finance manor, standing tall and imposing. It was a place where money and power flowed like rivers. Suwon couldn't help but marvel at the sheer scale of the manor. The top finance manor in Hunan, with its headquarters in Kaifeng, was truly on another level. It was the kind of place that made you feel small, yet Suwon stood tall, ready to take on whatever came his way. Suwon found himself face-to-face with the chief escort, a man who held the keys to the manor's secrets. The escort greeted Suwon, acknowledging the long journey he had undertaken from Sichuan. It was a moment of respect, a nod to the hard work and dedication that had brought Suwon to this point. With a humble demeanor, Suwon handed over the goods he had been entrusted with. The old man's eyes lit up with gratitude as he received the items, his voice filled with genuine appreciation. The old man inspected the goods, his face breaking into a smile as he declared their condition to be absolutely perfect. It was a job well done, and Suwon couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his accomplishment. Riding high on the pride of a job well done, Suwon's good mood was about to be tested. The old man, though pleased with the goods, was clearly caught off guard by their early arrival. He stumbled through his words, apologizing for not being properly prepared to welcome them. Suwon, ever the professional, brushed off the apology with a smile. He was just grateful they had been greeted personally. No fuss needed. The old man thanked Suwon for his understanding but couldn't help his curiosity. How had they managed to arrive so quickly? Suwon revealed that they had discovered a shortcut, a secret route that would make all future trades with the Tang clan escort agency lightning fast. The old man's eyes widened at the prospect of such efficiency. But then it hit him those words meant Suwon was suggesting they ditch the Iliang escort agency, one of the 4 great agencies of Sichuan. Here was this young man, barely 20, with the audacity and ambition to challenge the established order. He wasn't just thinking about Sichuan, his sights were set on the entire Central Plains. The old man had heard rumors of Sichuan being in uproar, but now he saw why. Suwon was a genius, a force to be reckoned with, and he was making his move right here, right now. The old man let out a hearty laugh, the tension breaking. Very well, he thought, if this was how the game was going to be played, he was in. From that moment on, the Tang Clan escort agency would be solely responsible for all escort missions connected to Sichuan. The torch had been passed, and Suwon was ready to light up the world. With the torch passed and the Tang Clan escort agency ready to shine, Suwon stepped into a new chapter, greeted by a voice booming with respect, declaring what an honor it was to host the Manor Lord. But the formalities took a quick turn as the voice dropped a casual bombshell, pointing out Suwon's companions trailing behind, looking like they'd been through a martial arts tumble-dryer. The concern was real, the question hanging in the air like a poorly thrown punch, were they even okay? Turns out, escort missions weren't just about fighting off bandits but also about fighting off fatigue, and this one had clearly taken its toll. An invitation was extended, warm and welcoming, urging them to come in and get some much-needed rest. Suwon, ever the gracious guest, accepted the offer, probably thinking about how great a nap would be right about now. As they settled in, the scene shifted, the art of conversation giving way to the art of silence, a quiet moment of respite. But silence, as they say, is golden, and sometimes it's just the calm before the stomach growls. A sudden exclamation broke the quiet, a sound that was either excitement or someone discovering the joy of food after a long journey. A gentle reminder followed, a voice of reason suggesting they eat slowly, unless indigestion was on the menu for the evening. As the last bite settled, the group couldn't help but notice how one among them seemed unusually fresh-faced. Saran had to call it out. How was this person looking so well-rested? Shortcut? More like a 2-week-long nightmare hike with zero sleep. Even a top-tier martial artist would have struggled with those sketchy paths. This was no walk in the park. Wait a second, did she even realize just how strong their leader really was? Shifting gears, the conversation turned to plans. They'd made it to Hunan ahead of the Murim Alliance's schedule. But the question hung in the air, were they heading straight there? Or what?
Nope, no rush.
The plan? Take it slow. The Murim Alliance could wait. Cue the confusion. Why the sudden chill approach? Turns out, the grind had been real, and this was their first time in Hunan. A little rest and sightseeing seemed like a solid idea before diving back into chaos. Saran wasn't buying it. That sounded an awful lot like a recipe for trouble. But when had this person ever actually caused trouble? Okay, maybe a few times. Either way, tomorrow was a free day. The only orders? Finish up dinner and get some rest. It was already late. But wait, where was this one going without even finishing his meal? The moon hung full and bright, casting a serene glow as a pleasant breeze swept through the night. It was the kind of evening that made one feel like doing something noble, maybe even charitable. The streets were quiet, the night was young, and the vibes were immaculate. What could possibly go wrong? A voice called out, inviting them in for a meal. The offer was tempting, and the promise of superb cooking made it even harder to resist. The chef's cooking was indeed superb, a feast fit for royalty. Yet, despite the delicious spread, a sense of unease lingered. In the end, he found themselves back on the streets, the weight of the night pressing down on him. Little did they know, from that moment on, a horrific tragedy was set to unfold on the streets of Kaifeng. The first rebellion the blood cult unleashed would soon be known as the Kaifeng blood disaster. The Kaifeng blood disaster was just the beginning, and he knew he had to act fast. Rushing ahead of schedule, his mission was clear: stop the bloodshed and save as many innocent lives as possible. But to do that, he needed to shut down the anti-alliance leader faction causing chaos from within. The internal strife was threatening to oust the Sword Emperor from his position, making the situation even more dire. As the damage from the Kaifeng blood disaster became even more catastrophic, the urgency to act grew stronger. Their dirty backroom dealings were not going to slide. A firm resolve was set: those shady moves would be stopped, no matter what. Silence fell, the weight of the mission hanging heavy in the air. Escaping the stifling atmosphere of the Alliance, a secret gathering was underway, a rare moment of respite amidst the chaos. It felt like a weight had been lifted off their chests, a brief escape from the relentless pressure. Guan Muriang, the Kongdong sect leader, couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Though not everyone was on the same page. Wangbo Jian, the clan head of the Wangbo clan, was left scratching his head. Why switch the meeting room to such a shabby place? The excuse was to reduce wasted funds and use them for the relief of the common people, but something felt off. As Wangbo Jian scratched his head, wondering about the sudden change of venue, whispers began to spread. The Qingcheng sect leader, Jik Xiangja, was dismissed as just some outer sect member, his actions seen as a mere facade to appear ascetic. Others scoffed, suggesting his behavior was all for show, a desperate attempt to be seen as a true ascetic. A light chuckle echoed through the room, as if someone found the situation amusing. Namgong Myong, the clan head of the Namgong clan, sighed, expressing his disappointment but hinting that there might be reasons behind the sect leader's actions. The weight of the situation hanging heavy in the air. A voice cut through the silence, dismissing the idea of reasons and claiming that the sect leader was off on another leisurely excursion. Taoist Yang Hua, the grand sect leader of the Kunlun sect, expressed his surprise, questioning how the alliance leader could be away so frequently. The room buzzed with tension, the absence of the alliance leader casting a long shadow over the gathering. Voices rose, expressing frustration at the state of the alliance's affairs, insisting that this couldn't continue. The call for action grew louder, with demands to propose the selection of a new alliance leader immediately. As those who walked the righteous path, they vowed to restore the order that had been thrown into disarray, their determination echoing through the chamber. With their vow still echoing, the political landscape of the Murim alliance. Among the 10 sects and 7 great clans, 6 stood firmly behind the alliance leader. But as always, the Manhua sect, the Shaolin, and the Beggar sect played hard to get, maintaining their neutrality since day one. That left 3 sects sitting on the fence, undecided, as the political drama unfolded. But with 8 out of 10 gathered, the stage was set for something big. A new sun was about to rise over the Murim alliance, and the vibe was electric. The room buzzed with agreement. It was a moment worth celebrating, especially for clan head Namgong, who was clearly the star of the show. The title Alliance Leader hung in the air, heavy with responsibility and power. The crowd erupted in congratulations, the energy in the room shifting from tense to festive in an instant. A brief pause settled over the gathering, the weight of the moment sinking in. If this was truly the will of everyone, then there was no turning back. The decision was made and the path was set. The new alliance leader stepped forward, vowing to restore the prestige of the alliance, their voice ringing with determination. Looking ahead to the next grand meeting, whispers began to spread. The legitimate son of the Tang clan, invited by the alliance, was on his way, adding another layer of intrigue to the unfolding drama. As the whispers of the Tang clan's legitimate son spread, tensions rose. The man had dared to lay hands on his subordinates, Li Hozong and Sun Wugen, leaving him unable to act freely. The question hung heavy in the air: how could they just let him be after such an affront? Some argued that stopping him might be pointless, especially if he was merely coming to borrow a forge or something equally trivial. But the offense was already too great to ignore. However, the situation was more complex than it seemed. Rumors swirled that Elder Y, who had been absent for so long, was finally returning to the alliance. The great elder of the Hainan sect, known as the Sea-Sword Demon Waitito, was making his way back. His reputation alone was enough to send ripples of unease through the gathered factions. Consumed by grief over the loss of his disciple, he had remained hidden until now. But his disciple was no ordinary figure, and his return signaled a storm on the horizon. To think that someone had already planned a scheme to evade by hiding behind the sword demon's sword. The sheer audacity of it was staggering. How truly meticulous and terrifying. The layers of deception and strategy at play were enough to make anyone's head spin. Of course, the resentment of the Qingqing sect was understandable, but harming a child of the Tang clan was a line that must never be crossed. The stakes were higher than ever, and the tension was palpable. The weight of the Tang clan's honor hung heavy in the air, a reminder that some lines should never be crossed. For a martial artist walking the orthodox path, there was a righteous code that demanded respect, a code that now felt more vital than ever. In the quiet of the moment, a voice seemed to echo, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. There was understanding, a silent agreement that the path ahead was fraught with peril. Surrounded and outnumbered, the main character stood his ground. The odds were stacked against him, but there was a sense of inevitability in the air. In any case, he was bound to face his destiny head-on. Weapons pointed at him from every direction. The tension was as thick as the fog rolling in. He was on a narrow bridge, not just physically, but metaphorically, about to meet his mortal enemy in a showdown that would test the very limits of his martial prowess. But before the final clash, let's rewind 30 minutes ago under the pale glow of the moon. The night was young and so was the drama. A voice cried out, echoing through the streets like a meme that just wouldn't die. "Oh dear sir." It seemed like someone was in desperate need of attention. A beggar was there, hands outstretched, begging for a coin like it was the last slice of pizza at a party. He hadn't eaten a single meal that day, and his stomach was probably throwing more shade than a Twitter feud. But not everyone was feeling generous. A voice snapped at the beggar, questioning where he thought he was touching with those filthy hands. If he needed money, why not just get a job? As if it was that easy, like finding a decent Wi-Fi signal in the middle of nowhere. Then, our main character stepped into the frame, walking towards the beggar. The old man's eyes lit up like he'd just spotted the last avocado in the supermarket. "Oh, young sir, could he spare just a coin?" The night was about to get a lot more interesting. Instead of a coin, the young man handed over a jug. The beggar's eyes widened as he took it, clearly not expecting this twist in the script. The old man took a whiff and his eyebrows shot up like he'd just unlocked a secret achievement. He was grateful, sure, but money would have been way better for his late-night shopping spree. The young man crouched down, getting all up in the old-timer's personal space. The beggar leaned back, probably wondering if this was the part where he got mugged or offered a timeshare. Old clothes might be great for blending in, but our guy seemed more interested in making friends than fashion statements. Because, let's be real, what's the point of a wardrobe upgrade if you've got no one to impress? Suddenly, the old beggar was up on his feet faster than a teen hearing free Wi-Fi. Things were about to get interesting. With the energy of a man who just chugged 3 energy drinks, the beggar motioned for the young man to follow. Where were they going? Probably not to a 5-star restaurant, but you never know. They crossed a bridge under the moonlight, the kind of scene that would make a great album cover if this were a boy band's origin story. Turns out, this wasn't just any group of street performers. This was the Beggar Sect, an intel organization with more branches than a Starbucks franchise. And just like that, our protagonist found himself at the doorstep of the most exclusive club in town. Its reputation was as solid as the Wi-Fi signal here was weak. The young man couldn't help but be impressed. They'd pulled off some serious magic here, and all without a single Instagram filter. But that awe quickly turned into a low-key panic attack. The energy in this place was next level, like trying to survive a gym session after a year of Netflix marathons. If he hadn't prepped with that golden energy strengthening art, he'd be flat on his face right now. And those beggars? Turns out they're not just any beggars, they're the elite squad, ready to pounce like cats on a laser pointer. A voice called out, telling him to come in. Okay, so maybe they weren't going to leave him hanging outside like a forgotten pizza delivery. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside, trying to channel his inner chill. All right, time to play it cool. Pardon the intrusion, he thought, hoping he wasn't about to regret this. Hidden people from the ceiling leaped. He stood there, wondering why weapons were pointed at him. Finally, he couldn't help but think that the beggar's sex idea of hospitality was more like a freezer burn. Cold, unwelcoming, and slightly painful. A voice scoffed, breaking the ice or maybe just making it colder. An uninvited guest is no guest at all, they said, like he was some kind of party crasher trying to sneak into a VIP section. Then came the interrogation. Child of the Tang clan, where'd you hear the secret code? The pressure was on, like a pop quiz he definitely didn't study for. He wanted answers, and he wanted them now. Spill the tea, did you hear it from the Alliance leader? And if not, how in the world did someone like him even know it? He wasn't just looking for answers, he was looking for someone to blame. Silence wasn't golden here, it was suspicious. His refusal to speak only fanned the flames, making him look guiltier by the second. The old man wasn't buying the quiet act, and he was ready to call him out on it. Oh, he wasn't having it. Guilty conscience? As if, but before he could fire back, the room seemed to freeze. The energy shifted, and suddenly it wasn't just about answers anymore. A sharp warning cut through the tension. He was done playing nice. The threat was clear: stop pushing, or things were about to get ugly. Respect had its limits, and apparently he'd just been hit. The gloves were off, and the seniority card was officially revoked. This wasn't just a disagreement anymore, it was a standoff. The insult hit like a slap.
Insolent brat.
Oh, it was on. The old man wasn't holding back, calling out his arrogance, questioning if he even knew who he was messing with. The room was a powder keg, and someone had just lit the fuse. The name dropped like a bomb. Enforcement beggar Peng San. Suddenly, the weight of the situation hit hard. This wasn't just some random argument, it was a clash with someone who had a reputation, and it was about to get real. MC fired back, calling out the rudeness and standing his ground not just as a junior in the Jianghu, but as a representative of his clan. He had followed protocol, spoken the secret code to meet with the main branch leader of the beggar sect. Yet, despite doing everything by the book, he was still being treated like an unwelcome guest crashing the party. The response came sharp and direct. The main branch leader was right in front of him. The game of words and power plays was still in full swing, and it was clear this wasn't going to be a simple conversation. A beat of silence followed. Then, a question cut through the tension. Hadn't the main branch leader changed over a month ago? The confusion was palpable, and the air grew even thicker. The words hung there, unfinished, as if he was piecing together a puzzle in real time. The pieces weren't quite fitting yet, but the picture was starting to take shape. Then it clicked. The main branch leader, the one standing right in front of him, was none other than Jang Sapyeong. The name dropped like a revelation, and the pieces finally fell into place. The rumors had been swirling for a while. Now the Sword Dragon's reign was ending, and the Emerald Dragon was on the rise. Turns out, the whispers weren't just idle gossip. With that realization, the tone shifted. The young clan head was offered an olive branch, a chance to set aside the tension and the misunderstandings, to finally have an honest conversation. The divine fighting beggar, Jang Sapyeong, stood before him, ready to talk. The question was, would this conversation finally bring clarity, or just more questions? As the anticipation hung in the air, it became clear that this was no ordinary beggar. He was one of the 3 leaders who stood against the blood cult alongside Du Haeyoung. The conversation was about to take a serious turn. The aura radiating from him was already extraordinary, setting the stage for a high-stakes interaction. To oppose the blood cult, winning over the beggar's sect and Jang Sapyeong was crucial. Because more than anything else, it was the beggar's sect that had saved the commoners in Kaifeng during the killing disaster. The weight of history and responsibility hung heavy in the air. A moment of silence passed as both sides sized each other up, the unspoken questions lingering between them. There were a lot of questions to be asked, but first, there was one burning inquiry: did he hear about him from Saran? The name hung in the air, sparking curiosity and a hint of tension.
Serin?
The mention of the name brought a swift clarification. Don't misunderstand their relationship just because they're part of the 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes. The dynamics were more complex than they seemed. So, for what reason did he use the secret code to try and meet him? Why else? The answer seemed straightforward: it was to obtain information. A sharp laugh cut through the tension. He must think the beggar's sect is the Hao faction. The comparison was bold and unexpected. Is it any different? The question hung in the air, leaving everyone to ponder the similarities and differences between the 2 factions. The question lingered, and the tension in the room was as thick as a Gen Zer's eyebrow game. Whether it was the Hao faction or the beggar sect, they were both essentially information organizations. So why did they have to play hard to get? The shade was real and the tea was piping hot. The Tang clan dared to say that? The audacity! Did he really think he could just waltz in and give the beggar's sect what he wanted? The side-eye in the room could have powered a small city. Silence fell, heavy and full of unspoken words. Well, it might be hard for the Tang clan, but he could give them what they wanted. The plot was thickening, and the suspense was killing everyone softly. The room was filled with a mix of curiosity and suspicion, like when someone says they have free samples but you know it's a trap. Recently, the traces of the demons they'd been chasing had been vanishing into thin air. The enforcement beggar, Peng San, must have hurried the election of the new main branch leader to personally investigate the truth of the matter. The plot was getting juicier than a reality TV show reunion. Am I wrong? The question echoed, and the room was filled with a mix of doubt and intrigue. The kind of moment that makes you want to yell at the screen, "No, girl, you're not wrong." But no one did, and the tension just kept building. Damn it, how much did he know? The question was on his mind, and the paranoia was real. Had a spy infiltrated their inner circle? The room was filled with a mix of fear and suspicion, like when your mom suddenly knows about that one thing you did. The room was filled with a mix of fear and suspicion, and the tension was as thick as a Gen Zer's contour. Don't worry, just take a sniff of this first. The suggestion was met with a mix of confusion and curiosity. A stone? To smell? The room was filled with a mix of skepticism and intrigue, like when someone offers you artisanal air in a jar. A stone to smell? And it didn't even have a scent? The room was filled with a mix of confusion and suspicion. Jang was freaking out, unable to detect the traces that should have been there. The kind of moment that makes you think, okay, what fresh nonsense is this? Just as the confusion hit its peak, a realization dawned. Could this be something more sinister? MC seemed to confirm the suspicions, adding to the mystery. The revelation dropped like a bomb. It was a divine artifact, created by the heavenly thief. A scent-dissipating perfume. The kind of plot twist that makes you want to yell, "No way!" The pieces started to fall into place. The demons must have used this to evade pursuit. If that was true, it explained everything. The kind of moment where everything clicks, and you think, oh snap, that makes sense now. Memories of past suspicions surfaced. There were rumors that the poison demon used the scent-dissipating perfume in Sichuan, but it was concluded to be a false report. The kind of twist that makes you question everything you thought you knew. The legitimate son of the Tang clan claimed to have tracked the scent-dissipating perfume, but his story sounded absurd. It was easy to assume that a declining clan was desperately trying to claim credit. The kind of drama that makes you roll your eyes and think, here we go again. But what if it wasn't all a lie? What if there was a grain of truth in the absurdity? The Tang clan obtained a sample of the scent-dissipating perfume while tracking the poison demon. The kind of revelation that makes you sit up and pay attention. The room was silent, the weight of the revelation hanging heavy in the air. And then it came. The Tang clan had created a poison that could track the scent-dissipating perfume. The kind of mic-drop moment that leaves you thinking, well, that escalated quickly. Talk about a plot twist. The Tang clan just dropped a bombshell with their new invention. A tracking poison that can follow even the scents erased by the scent-dissipating perfume. And we're not talking about just any perfume, but the kind that even the chief advisor and the divine physician couldn't crack the code on in the past. They're calling it the 10,000-mile pursuit scent. With this game changer, the Beggars sect can finally resume their pursuit of the demons. It's like the demons just got a big, fat, you can run, but you can't hide signs slapped on their backs. This could be the key to clearing the path that's been blocked for so long. But there's a catch, a nagging feeling that won't shake off. The scent-dissipating perfume is no joke. It's a divine artifact. Even for someone as notorious as the poison demon, getting their hands on it must have been a tall order. But here's the kicker. Too many demons have pulled a disappearing act around the same time. It's almost as if someone's playing puppet master, pulling the strings and causing chaos in the Jianghu. The pieces are starting to come together, and it's looking like someone's intentionally supplying the demons with the scent-dissipating perfume. But who could it be? And the fact that they're mass-producing and distributing it in large quantities. That means we're not dealing with some lone wolf, but a massive secret group pulling the strings from the shadows. Seon's mind is racing, connecting the dots and piecing together the puzzle. He can feel it in his gut, they're onto something big. And just like that, the blood cult is on the move. The game is afoot, and our protagonist is hot on their trail. Our protagonist, hot on the trail of the blood cult, suddenly stops mid-sentence, leaving the guy he's talking to utterly confused. The guy's face screams, "Wait, why did you just stop talking mid-sentence? And which group are you even talking about?" Ignoring the guy's growing frustration, our protagonist digs into his pocket, pulling out something that makes the guy's eyes widen in disbelief. "Are you seriously ignoring me right now?" Our protagonist reveals two forbidden items, the crane feather venom and the soul-seeking arrow. The guy's shock is palpable, stuttering out that those are forbidden items, his mind clearly racing with questions. Our protagonist explains that his uncle, Tang Hoyol, purchased these items from a mysterious group, and it seems he intended to obtain the scent-dissipating perfume next. The guy listens intently, his curiosity piqued. Our protagonist continues, stating that this group must be connected to the demons the beggar sect was pursuing. He mentions that the meeting locations are written in the ledger, handing it over to the guy. The guy takes the book, his eyes scanning the pages quickly. A grin spreads across his face as he realizes that with this, tracking the blood cult will be twice as easy. But then, the guy pauses, a sudden thought striking him. He looks up at our protagonist, a question burning in his eyes. The guy asks why our protagonist came to them instead of going to the Murim Alliance. Our protagonist smirks, replying that the guy is asking the obvious. In a world where even the orthodox Murim has become corrupt, our protagonist points out that at least the beggar sect still upholds righteousness. The guy nods, understanding dawning on his face. A moment of silence passes between them, the weight of the situation settling in. The guy looks down at the book in his hands, then back up at our protagonist, ready for whatever comes next. The guy mentions that though the beggar sect began as a band of beggars, contrary to how they seem, they manage a vast amount of wealth. Our protagonist raises an eyebrow, intrigued by this revelation. Despite their wealth, the beggar sect doesn't splurge on avocado toast or fancy lattes. Instead, they use their funds to keep the world a little less sketchy, upholding righteousness like it's their full-time job. That's the vibe of the beggar sect. They're all about that righteous life. They'd rather die meaninglessly than ghost on their principles. Our protagonist stands there, processing this info like a slow Wi-Fi connection. He's starting to see the beggar sect in a whole new light, like when you realize your favorite meme page has depth. The beggar sect has never violated its principles, even if it means meeting a meaningless end. They're the ultimate ride-or-die squad. Our protagonist is feeling some type of way. He's always been seen as just another beggar, but now he's realizing the beggar sect is the last place standing for what's right. The sect leader nods, confirming that yes, this is indeed the kind of place that values righteousness over everything else. The protagonist isn't trying to flatter anyone, and the sect leader can feel his sincerity. The question hangs in the air, is he going to join this righteous crew or not? The leader is confused, asking what he wants him to do. The sect leader mentions something about a 10,000-mile pursuit scent. The beggar sect wants this pursuit, and they're ready to make a deal. The protagonist just needs to name his price. The beggar sect was grateful for the trust placed in them over the alliance. They were ready to accept any condition, even if it meant using a tracking poison. Their determination to continue tracking those demons was unwavering. Even if the cost was high, they were prepared to pay it. But one had to wonder, did a main branch leader really have no intuition at all? The protagonist's mind raced with thoughts of the deal and the pursuit. The only condition he had was to keep tracking them. It was a simple request, but the implications were vast. He knew that revealing too much information could put the beggar sect in danger. The blood cult could target them first if they knew too much. His plan was to dig for information carefully. He had to be cautious, especially since the protagonist was much younger than him. Despite the age difference, the protagonist was already an outstanding warrior. It was impressive, to say the least. The leader couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. The young warrior's skills were undeniable. A sigh escaped his lips as he considered the complexities of the deal and the young warrior's abilities. The leader's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and strategies. The young warrior couldn't help but question the leader's sanity. Was he really the main branch leader or just a crazy guy? The leader's response was cryptic, leaving the warrior even more confused. Still puzzled by the leader's cryptic behavior, the young warrior braced himself for what was coming next. The leader finally broke the silence, declaring he would share his side's opinion. He officially proposed cooperation with the Sichuan Tang clan, even hinting at the possibility of a future alliance. Finding allies with similar goals in the Jianghu was no easy task, he admitted, making this proposal all the more significant. The warrior considered the proposal, finding it not bad at all. But the leader's reaction to his response was anything but underwhelming. The leader continued, calling the proposal incredible and emphasizing that with the beggar sect, they could prevent even more major bloodshed. But he wasn't done yet. He had a personal proposal as well, leaving the warrior curious about what the beggar sect would want in return. The leader dropped a bombshell. He wanted to become the warrior's friend. The protagonist was taken aback. A friend? What was the leader talking about? The confusion deepened as MC questioned how they could be friends with such an age gap. The leader brushed it off as a minor issue, but he wasn't so sure. MC pointed out that a 10-year difference was anything but minor. The leader, however, told him not to be so picky, especially when he was already speaking informally. MC retorted that it was only because the leader had spoken informally first. The protagonist was not having it, calling out the twisted logic of the leader. But the leader just laughed it off, telling him not to badmouth beggars and suggesting they should just drink to celebrate instead. The next morning, MC groaned, clearly feeling the effects of the previous night's festivities. As the hangover wore off, he couldn't help but wonder just how much the leader had drunk the night before. The leader was nowhere to be seen, probably still sleeping off the night's events. Meanwhile, Saran had gone off to meet with her friends, leaving him to his thoughts. He couldn't help but feel a bit left out, wondering if everyone else was resting comfortably too. Despite his feelings, things seemed to be going smoothly for everyone else. The beggar sect had yielded better results than expected, with only the old master and the old monk left to deal with. The assassin couldn't shake off his annoyance, still wondering what was so great about that beggar. He grumbled to himself, feeling ignored and slightly jealous of the attention the beggar was getting. His frustration grew as he questioned why the leader would befriend the beggar while seemingly ignoring him. Still puzzled over the leader's strange friendship with the beggar. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand cut through his grumbling, silencing his internal rant. The assassin couldn't help but wonder why the leader was so quick to befriend the beggar. But befriending an assassin who had tried to take his life? That was a whole different level of absurdity. The assassin scoffed, recalling how it had all been a massive misunderstanding. He grumbled about the difficulties of staying hidden in the shadows, MC questioning if anyone had even asked him to do so. He couldn't help but feel singled out, wondering why the standards seemed so much stricter for him. After all, in terms of seniority, he was the leader's younger brother. Despite his higher rank, he felt like he was making huge concessions. Just as he was about to voice his complaints, a sudden realization hit him. Maybe he didn't have to make concessions after all. A stroke of luck seemed to be coming his way. Could it be that they would hire him just for showing up? The protagonist paused, considering this unexpected turn of events. His thoughts were interrupted by the mention of recruiting a new blacksmith. Before he could process this new information, a familiar voice called out to him. As the assassin grumbled about being summoned, MC echoed, asking if he could grant a friend's request. The assassin, full of enthusiasm, urged him to just say the word. He mentioned he needed a human skin mask. The assassin responded that since it was a friend's request, it was nothing and that he happened to have one. He presented the mask, and MC thanked him, taking it without another word. Just as the assassin was about to speak, a sudden exclamation of surprise interrupted him. He really just kicked bro. A command echoed through the shadows, telling him to get out of the shadows. Confusion filled the air as a voice muttered, wondering if he had just been kicked out after his stuff was taken. He continued, reminding Mu Myong that he had said the virtue of a friend is understanding. He was being left behind for a reason and was told not to be too angry about it. A sudden shout rang out, calling him a swindler, the tone full of accusation and betrayal. The protagonist then suggested they go to the Alliance's forge, the tone shifting to a more determined and focused one. A command was given for new assistants to line up, and a respectful response echoed in return, signaling the beginning of a new task. As the new assistants lined up, a voice echoed through the room, acknowledging the hasty recruitment process. It was clear that these were all novices, fresh and untried. But then, something caught their attention. A murmur rippled through the group as eyes fixed on an unexpected sight. His face twisted in anger as he stared at the source of the disturbance. Where did such an oddity come from? Amidst the commotion, the main character pretended not to pay attention, as if the whole scene was beneath his notice. But the question hung in the air, where did such a piece of junk come from? As the main character kept up his act of indifference, a stern voice suddenly cut through the noise. The deputy blacksmith, pointing directly at him, demanded he stand up straight. The room seemed to hold its breath for a moment, the weight of the deputy's authority filling the space. The main character, though taken aback, couldn't help but acknowledge the deputy blacksmith's presence. The deputy blacksmith continued, explaining that everyone had been gathered in a hurry, so they should bear with the situation for a bit. The atmosphere was tense, and it was clear that they needed all the help they could get. He added that once the reinforcements from the White Knight Forge arrived, they should make sure to kick out that rude brat. The main character couldn't help but feel a pang of unease, wondering if he was the one being referred to. The deputy blacksmith's voice boomed again, asking what they were all doing and urging them to start working if they were done with the introductions. The room buzzed with a newfound energy, everyone scrambling to their tasks. Amidst the chaos, a timid voice piped up, introducing himself as Wonhui. The main character glanced over, noting the nervous energy radiating from the newcomer. The deputy blacksmith, however, was not interested in pleasantries. He told Wonhui to just start working the bellows, and Wonhui, though taken aback, understood and got to work. The main character watched as the forge sprang to life, the bellows roaring under Wonhui's efforts. As the rhythm of the forge settled in, the main character found himself drawn into the work. The clanging of metal and the heat from the forge filled the room, a symphony of industry. Despite the initial chaos, it seemed that Wonhui was actually pretty good at his job. The deputy couldn't help but be impressed, a small smile playing on his lips as he watched the scene unfold. The man's smile faded as a stern voice cut through the air, demanding to know why he wasn't focusing on his forging. Caught off guard, the man stammered out an apology, his confidence wavering. He couldn't help but question his own reaction. He was the senior here, yet he had just apologized to the newcomer. The irony wasn't lost on him, and he found himself even more flustered. The stern voice wasn't having any of his distractions and called him out on losing focus yet again. Feeling the pressure, the man apologized once more, his earlier confidence completely shattered. Suddenly, a sense of familiarity washed over him. This nagging, it reminded him of the constant scolding he received when he was just a rookie. Before he could dwell on it, the stern voice interrupted his thoughts with a sharp, "Hey!" The voice pointed out that his forging rhythm was all over the place, questioning if he was planning on handing the client a piece of trash. The main character felt a pang of embarrassment, realizing he was letting his nostalgia get the best of him. The stern voice wasn't letting up, asking if he was ever going to focus. Determined to redeem himself, the main character declared that he would correct his mistakes. He couldn't help but reminisce about the old days, when he learned while getting beaten. But he quickly reminded himself that he was the senior now, and he needed to act like it. The stern voice cut him off, telling him not to talk back. With a deep breath, he steadied his hands and prepared to forge, the clanging of metal echoing through the room as he tried to find his rhythm once more. As the rhythm of the hammer found its groove, a surge of confidence flowed through him. His body moved in sync with the rhythm, each strike of the hammer feeling more natural than the last. The clanging of metal filled the air, a symphony of creation that seemed to resonate with his very soul. He couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of the process, the way the metal bent to his will. All the hammering, all the effort, it was all leading to this moment of pure creation. He stepped back, admiring his work. It was hard to believe that he had created something so magnificent with his own two hands. A sense of accomplishment washed over him as he inspected the artifact. It wasn't perfect, but it was decent, more than decent. It was passable, a true testament to his skill and dedication. He couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. He felt a deep sense of gratitude, a thankfulness that he had been able to create something so beautiful. But his moment of reflection was interrupted by a voice calling out to him. He turned, curious to see who it was. It was Pomo, the deputy blacksmith, looking a bit worse for wear. He had collapsed, exhausted from his efforts. Pomo had pushed himself too hard, but what he had created was nothing short of amazing. A low-grade treasure artifact, imbued with the power of detection. It was a remarkable achievement, something that Pomo should be proud of. But for now, he needed rest. Pomo had overexerted his mental energy, but with some rest, he would be fine. The artifact he created was a testament to his skill, and it would not be forgotten. MC observed from afar, thinking that with everyone preoccupied, it was the perfect time to start their own work. The resources were scarce, and the old master's superheat furnace was out of reach, but that didn't deter the figure from pursuing their goal. Despite the limitations, he was confident that crafting a high-grade treasure artifact would be a breeze. He reminisced about the legend of the world's greatest artisan, White Cat Seo Jungdal, who had spent a year of desperate effort to create the lightning sword, a treasure artifact of the Namgung clan. Comparing their own situation, he mused that 15 minutes would be enough time to accomplish his task. The blade he was working on was severely damaged due to a rough blade technique, but he deduced that the creator must be someone who pursued the essence of overwhelming power. For someone with such domineering energy, the function of wind would be perfect, he thought. He continued to ponder the possibilities, considering how the wind element could enhance the artifact's power. With a sense of satisfaction, he concluded that the wind function would indeed be the perfect addition. His eyes gleamed with determination as he prepared to put his plan into action. Finally, with everything in place, he exclaimed that this was it, the moment of truth. With the moment of truth finally here, he revealed that the energy of the weapon was concealed until held, a clever trick to mask its power until the perfect moment. The energy was just enough to serve as bait, luring in the unsuspecting with its hidden potential. Suddenly, a voice called out, teasing the rookie about his plans with the sword, adding a touch of humor to the tense situation. The senior ordered the rookie to deliver the repaired weapons to the training grounds, reminding him of his duties amidst the banter. With a sigh, the rookie muttered about the hassle, clearly not thrilled about the extra work. The rookie wondered if there was any way to get out of this tedious task, hoping for a miracle. Suddenly, something caught his eye, making the rookie pause in confusion. The rookie noticed an emblem on one of the weapons, sparking a moment of recognition. Deciding to take the weapon with the emblem, the rookie announced his departure, but the senior quickly called out, trying to stop him. The rookie thought about obeying his senior's words, but the man was confused as to why he was only taking one weapon instead of all of them. Arriving at the Murim Alliance main training ground, the senior instructor barked orders to raise their swords properly, setting a disciplined tone. The instructor continued to drill the trainees, urging them to be more decisive in their swings, pushing them to improve their skills. As the instructor continued to push the trainees, one of them observed the energetic atmosphere around them. They couldn't help but feel the need to become stronger, even as they took a short break from the intense training. The trainee pondered how they could improve while taking a brief respite. They justified their pause, knowing they would soon rejoin the rigorous drills. But something was bothering them, a noise from behind that had been driving them crazy all day. The trainee tried to focus, but the persistent noise was becoming too much to ignore. Meanwhile, whispers of the once revered Manhua sword dragon spread among the trainees. Rumors suggested that the man once called the Manhua sword dragon had gone completely mad. Some even dismissed his legendary status, mocking him as nothing more than a fallen dragon. The trainee couldn't help but overhear the disrespectful comments, knowing they were loud enough to be heard from dozens of yards away. The trainee decided to ignore the noise and focus on his own thoughts, urging himself not to leave those arrogant individuals unchecked. He contemplated cutting down all the heads of those who dared to mock the once great sword dragon. The trainee's thoughts grew darker, considering the idea of unleashing the power he had been hiding. He imagined letting loose and showing everyone the true extent of their abilities. The trainee's internal struggle intensified, wondering if it was time to reveal the power they had kept hidden for so long. As the trainee grappled with his hidden power, a chilling declaration echoed, promising a festival of blood, sending a shiver down their spine. The ominous words continued, revealing the existence of a killer star, a fate where one is destined to become a peerless demonic arts practitioner, no matter the path they choose. A confession of betrayal followed, the trainee admitting to committing the ultimate sin against his master, who had protected them, even defying the laws of the Murim to spare them from execution. The weight of their actions bore down on them, the realization that they were that kind of person from the very beginning, someone who would betray even those who loved them. The trainees' thoughts spiraled, wondering if they too were destined for such a dark path, if the power they hid was a curse in disguise. Silence fell, the weight of their internal struggle pressing down on them, the voices in his head growing louder, more insistent. Since that day, he had avoided proper training in the Murim Alliance, instead pounding on rocks, hoping the physical pain would drown out the voices, the guilt, the fear. But the voices only grew louder, more violent, urging him to kill, to tear and chop, a bloody festival of their own making. In the end, despite the chaos in his mind, one thought remained clear, a beacon of light in the darkness. He only hoped that no harm would come to his master, the one who had protected them, loved them, despite their betrayal. The trainee took a deep breath, trying to calm their racing thoughts, the voices still screaming in his head. With a bitter smile, he acknowledged the truth, with them acting so wild. There was no way the swords would stay intact, no way their path would be peaceful. With that bitter smile still lingering, Seon couldn't help but wonder out loud, don't these guys feel even a little bad for the blacksmiths? But his question was met with a cold, who are you? Seon wasn't having it, not answering and getting annoyed instead. He thought, your personality's a mess too.